Yellow. Hello, lamp. There it is. Now I should be saying that one. This connects. That connects. We back. YouTube's back. I think Stream Place is back. Is Twitch back? You can hear me. Good. Twitch, Stream Place, YouTube is, what about Kick? Kick is back. What about my website? Yeah. Website's there. Okay. No idea what happened. I updated my computer, and then when I opened shit up, I didn't take a look at the configuration of my audio. Just got completely changed. It was just like, we think the mic plugs into Spotify, and we think that the virtual machine plugs into the browser. We think Discord plugs into, and it just like rewired everything. I didn't notice till last second. I started just replugging shit in, and then my computer was like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, and crashed. Not sure where. And that stresses me out because I don't know where. Oh well. Maybe we're fine. I don't know why the fucking the Stream Place bitrate not look as good. The YouTube bitrate doesn't look as good. Bitrate for everything doesn't look very great. Why? Oh well. I'm not sure. And I'm scared to look. Could just be the focus. No, I mean the I can see a little bit of artifacting. But I do think that my lens is dirty. I do think that that's true as well. Hopefully my dono went through. I saw a dono, and it looks like it's on the timer still. Namaste. Thank you. I did not really notice it because I was too busy. I didn't notice it at first, but I did notice just now. I appreciate you. Okay. We finally got the Black Branch website we always dreamed of, I see. Oh, kind of, except it has no, it is not being designed for other people to be able to use it. Well, I mean, that's something that I'd love to be able to do in the future. But that's not really what I care about. And I'll show you guys in a second. I just wanted to give it a second for people to wiggle their way back in here. Oh, I should probably do a Discord thing. Okay. I'm nervous. Everything's working now, right? Everything should be. My mic seems a little bit quiet, but other than that. Test, test, test. Testing, test. That's fine. Okay, well, shoot. Cool. And wondering. Twitch viewer count works. YouTube viewer count still doesn't work for some reason. Oh well. Well, shout out to Serial for the raid. That was sick. I checked the other streams too over on the other sides. They even have sound. That's awesome. I'm gonna try to turn off the film grain. I wonder if that's fucking with the bit rate at all. It might just look bad. It wasn't on. Oh, fuck. Oh, well. Music's dead. I know, because I was on the camera scene. That's just how it works. Do I dare put a outline and shadow? We'll see. That looks fine. Okay. Welcome. We have a lot of Lego shit that we got to do today. There's a bunch of shit that I actually do just really want to react to as well. That looks pretty fucking funny. Actually, let me get that. Let me get that before I forget. Interwebs is saying that Denim's won her lawsuit against Ethan. I did not know that there was a lawsuit. Not the lawsuit that I care about. The lawsuit that I care about involves Legos. I saw Hutch interviewed... What's her face? Are you just now getting into the Lego shit, or have you watched it? I watched, I don't know if part 3 is out. I've watched, we watched part 1 and part 2, and then we watched a bunch of, we watched some lawyer talking about it. We saw the CEO in a podcast. We were all caught up 2 days ago. 2 days ago, and then, my life got really stressful and shit got really bad, and now I'm back here because it's my job. But we are all caught up from that. You see Legal Eagle video? No, I did not. Where is... Probably as a VOD playlist, yeah. Yeah, I saw that Hutch interviewed McMorrow. Can't imagine what the motivations for that was. What else did I see? This in content suggestions. I think there was some. Sorry to hear about the life shit. Hope it improves, whatever it is. Yeah, same. Fuck, what was the other thing? With that being said, if how do I do this? I should probably have done like a whole song and dance thing. It's like, this is a fundraising stream, yay! But I do really need money. I am kind of fucked in a lot of ways, but here we are. I apologize in advance for recommending a 10-month-old video. I didn't check to see when it was uploaded. That's fine. I'm not mad at you. Fuck. Oh, do I have it in? Do I have shit in the watch later? Maybe I did my job. What's up, August? How are you? There's Lego shit. Tons of Lego shit. I think, what was it? Was it a Pisco thing? Was it a vegan games? Don't know what that's about. I was catching up on those Lego videos, losing my mind. Yeah, dude, the Lego shit is fucking crazy. What's up, Cogod? Oh, right. Brooke sent me something. There's a person named Tropical Stuck who did a video on Nick Land. That would be cool to watch as well. Catch you up. Ethan had taken Denims to court for a breach of copyright. It was an absurd filing that included a picture of Hitler for some reason. Was he trying to copyright Hitler? Tropical Stuck is live now. She's a friend of Brooks. Yeah, Brooks is the one that recommended that I watch the video. I was hanging out at Brooks's place earlier. Got to go and say hi to the kids and stuff. I've also now... You're now part of a new YouTube community channel with some people from Sunday's Discord. What is that? I'll follow you. This is light nut. Did I unplug that light? Maybe. Don't care. I feel bad watching a bunch and not donating. You don't have to feel bad. I know what it's like to be broke. Whoops. Sorry, Twitch, I should see you now. I don't know why I wasn't. Maybe. I wonder if I should watch that Tropical Stuck video first. You thought about Amazon affiliate links or some shit like that? What? No. picture of Hitler was barely related, if I remember correctly. I only caught the highlights, though, and didn't read myself. What was it, like, public? Could you watch it, or is it just the documents? Is it the court documents that are public, or is, like, the whole thing public? I'm not gonna watch it, by the way. I don't give a fuck about Ethan or any of that shit. Pisco did a
10-hour debate with Rob Noah yesterday. The levels of insanity were beyond belief. Rob argued that rules and norms are subjective, then argued word definitions are objective.
Oh, fuck. What was that? Is this a super chat? One sec. I don't know why that... Sorry. Oops. I totally... Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I totally fucked up your shit. Thank you, Eddie, and thank you, Exendu. I appreciate you. It wasn't insane. It was just stupid as fuck. Dude, I am not a fan of Rob Noah content, to be honest with you. I hate watching debates that are literally just like, when it's just like gish galloping nonstop, it feels pointless. It feels pointless to, like, I can't even engage. Like, I can if I pause it every 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds, some random claim is made. I pause it, and then I fact check it, and then I unpause it. 2 seconds goes by, another random claim, pause it, fact check it, and then just, that's like the only way that you could do it, and it's like annoying as fuck. We did a stream talking about a viral Substack article. Oh, sick. Is there a delay on the YouTube stream? No, don't think so. They're fake debates. Everyone is just playing their favorite action figure. Yeah, usually, yeah. What are we reacting to right now? Chat. No, I gotta give you guys updates and shit. I just wanted to say hi and also consider what direction we wanted to go. But I think I might start with the the tropical stuck video on Nickland. I typed in Discord and it didn't show up on stream. Yeah, because I unplugged it for the time being. And I will show you why. So right now I am in development of this website. It is a website that has the streams, right? So it has multiple embeds. So this is the stream place embed, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and so you can sort of choose which embed you want. And also the chat has all of the chats from all of the platforms on here, as well as emotes. Why is that?
No, Rob just straight up lied or deliberately misconstrued what Pisco has said. Literally did the postmodernism that JBP is always complaining about.
Eddie, thank you for the support. Yeah, that sounds like Rob. Yeah, that sounds like Rob. Oh, this is still using the other chat. That's why. Because now it's using this chat. And so, yeah, it has every platform's chat, every platform's video embed. align this a little bit more. No, that's fine, whatever. Yeah, it is every video's embed, and it's also integrated with the Matrix server. And not only is it, so basically when you make an account, you'll click here and sign in, and it'll bring up a Matrix login. The Matrix login is the same thing for here. So whatever name you put on the Matrix account is the same name that's here. And if you click here, you'll see that there is the Matrix server. So you can immediately just kind of flip between the Matrix server and the live chat, which is cool. Or there's a larger version of the Matrix server, which will have better integration as I build it. It's a liebeck.io, by the way. And also, you can choose your username color, adjust the text size, just like this shit or whatever. Easy little button to donate or subscribe, which right now is just basically taking you to the Streamlabs link or the Patreon, right? And yeah, this is it so far. It's got a little bit of, it's got a couple quirks and stuff, but it is slowly coming together. And right now, I think it's pretty tight because it has you know, emotes even from like other people's chats on other platforms, which is cool. It has the platforms itself. It has the you can tag people. This tag thing, when you tag someone from another chat, it doesn't do this right now, but what I want to do is when you tag someone from another chat and then you send it, it'll send that message to that platform with the bot. That way you can talk to people directly in this chat as well. And also right now, so the if you know anything about Matrix, the Matrix server is federated, but right now the stream authentication happens through my server. So right now you have to use my Matrix server, which is fine for most people that are just now getting integrated with it. But in the future, you'll be able to. Bottom 30% or so is cropped. What do you mean? With what? Bottom 30% of what? Maybe if I zoom out. Oh, are you on your phone? That might be a quirk of your phone. I'm still working a little bit on the mobile integration. It's got quirks. It's coming together though. Firefox. Oh, this is Firefox. I don't know what you mean. But I think it's at a point right now that it's like that it works, and it works decent enough. And I feel like this will end up being a kind of go-to platform for a lot of people. I don't have Dylan's emotes though. I don't have other people's Twitch emotes. I think I can't. I probably can. There's probably a way that I can do it. But I have my channel emotes, and I have 7TV and stuff like that. What else? I think that's about it. Oh, also, you can click on people's shit and you can see their scoring. If you click on the names, you can see their scoring, which is cool. So my one is normal, consistent, reactor, supporter. Exendu is toxic, dumb, constant, chatter, and a blessing. You can see that they're on YouTube. And yeah, you can see your own as well. If somebody is on the platform, this is something that I think is cool. So if they're on the platform, then you can click their name and you can send them a message, and then it'll open up a DM that goes through Matrix, which is pretty cool too. I do enjoy the toxic label. Add snarker tag. Well, I got rid of that because I felt like it would be confusing to people. And plus it's funny, but I'm building out stuff with the personality shit. Let me. Oh, 1 hour. So basically, like with the different personality traits or whatever, I want to combine the traits into a new thing, right? A new unique thing. So if you're like I don't know, wholesome and dumb, then that's a particular kind of dumb. Versus if you were like toxic and dumb, it's a particular kind of dumb. And then if you're toxic and dumb and also like you are a writer, which means you have a high word count, that's a particular kind of person, right? So I want to use like those words to basically have a better description for people. But that shit's going to be integrated in here. We got the Grafana on tap. Yeah, you know what I saw? Matrix has Grafana extensions. I'm going to do cool shit with that. But I'm going to be integrating a lot of the like Grafana data shit into the website, especially for the mod tools. I'm going to have like a whole bunch of mod tools. Etc. Yeah, this is the website right now. And so it's just Libeck.io. Really fucking easy. When's the commentary? Is this how we talking tonight? Grant, you want to fucking suck my dick? I have to do the Blue Sky authentication and authorizations all over again. But why? Meant to reply to you the other day, but I've been running around. Oh, you're. Oh, because I sent you the thing. Yeah. It's the login isn't federated just yet, but. But that's it. Well, that's all good. Serial with another loser tonight. Bye. All right, Grant. Have fun being a miserable loser. Is there something with Matrix? It keeps saying that it's wrong when I try to log in. What do you mean it's wrong? Your password's wrong. It says site connection not secure. Put in HTTPS. I don't know what you're talking about. Keep an eye out for possible rising beef prices. Why? No Fluffy Chat can't connect? Why can't Fluffy Chat connect? Are you typing the oh, are you typing matrix.libeck.io? Because that's what the Matrix server is. It's not just libeck.io. If you're going to be logging in with it on another app, it's got to be matrix.libeck.io. Is the cows are sick? Oh, New World screwworm was discovered in Texas. I was using Kanaken. Oh, well, that would be why. I think we accidentally reset the auth table, so sorry about that. Oh. Are you explaining why I had to reconnect a bunch of shit on the stream.place? Yeah? Oh, okay. And also, if you notice any audio issues, let me know. Okay. Just in general. Like we were having before. Okay, let's say this is a pretty short video. We'll take a look at this. New friend of Brooks. Tropical Stuck. Sorry. I forgot. All my shit's rerouted again.
Flynn tried to explain. In late 2025, Tucker Carlson pulled out this image on his Nominal podcast. Many people were confused. What was it? Who made it? And what secrets doth it hold? Conrad Flynn tried to explain.
This is it's about Nick Land. This is on the cover of one of Nick Land's books. It seemed like something he was pretty obsessed with.
Only further confusing Carlson. But this was the work of several members of the Cybernetic Cultural Research Unit, also known as the CCRU, the leaders of which was one such Nick Land.
So, when you hear people talk about accelerationism, it was largely popularized by Nick Land. I say Nick Land because that's where it was more popular with Nick Land. There's also Mark Fisher, but I guess that would be more specific to like left accelerationism. It's basically this group of people who there's other Katie Plant or something. It was a group of like college professors who were all like smoke meth and Sadie Plant, yeah. And went to raves and shit, and then got really excited about esoteric language, and then used the esoteric language to say pretty mediocre stuff, basically. But Nick Land was not only mediocre and used esoteric language, he was also very edgy. And so Nick Land got really, really popular because of how edgy and esoteric he was with his mediocre shit. But essentially, I guess the TLDR of like Nick Land is that Nick Land is more of like a Yarvanite now, and like Curtis Yarvin, but because they're friends with each other and shit, you'll find that a lot of the people in like Silicon Valley bros are usually either into Curtis Yarvin or they're into like Nick Land. Like the old Nick Land stuff. The idea that capitalism as a process is sort of this like this metaphysical like, you know, it's outside of human nature. It's beyond human nature. And that capitalism is a way that humans basically uncover the this process that will bring about a future that is not for us, that it's for the robots, basically. And he's gone on to say things like Bitcoin is something that reveals the metaphysical nature of capitalism outside of like a human nature, whatever. He turns it into a bunch of like esoteric garbage, and he's a huge shit poster on Twitter. His name on Twitter is Outsideness, I think. And he's a shit poster and a fucking weirdo. But yeah, he got pretty popular, and it stuck around a lot with the Silicon Valley bros and the guys that work in AI. all really, really like it because it's like its own, like, pseudo philosophical, metaphysical jargon about the, uh, that can be attached directly to AI, right? Like, I think Andreessen is a Landian. He basically he copy paste Nick Land stuff all the time.
The podcast playing him out to be a leading expert. One such Nick Land. Despite the podcast playing him out to be a leading expert in the occult, AI doomsday enthusiasts might be dismayed to know that Nick Land actually has no background in AI, or technology, or demonology. Born in 1962 in, presumably England, not much is known about Nick Land's childhood. He's left it purposely pretty opaque. The first we see him emerge is at 25 years old through his PhD thesis from the University of Essex, published in 1987 on Heideggers.
Thoughts on the young poet Jörg Träkel?
This got Land his PhD.
Andreessen is the one whose head is shaped like an egg? Correct. Whose video is this? This is, I keep forgetting it. Tropical Stuck. I think did a video with, or is doing a video, or is friends with Brooks.
In philosophy, a true man of the liberal arts. Yes, that is completely right. Not a STEM kid cell in his body. After that, Land seems to land a job as a PhD supervisor at the University of Warwick. The sources tend to cite him as high, under the influence of several substances at his job.
Yeah. Apparently he used to do like a bunch of meth and shit, like while he was teaching. He would be like yacked out, basically. Did say
supervisor at the University of Warwick. The sources tend to cite him as high, under the
drinking drove several members into mental and physical crisis. Land himself, after what he later described as perhaps a year of fanatical abuse of the sacred substance amphetamine and prolonged artificial insomnia.
Influence of several substances at his job. Casually coughing as he'd let students into his smoke-filled office.
Nick was not cut out for teaching. When I knocked on his office door, there would be a frantic clatter as he hid his dope-smoking paraphernalia and a breathless squeak of, "Who is it?" He was stoned and his office stunk, but he radiated an excitement. An excitement.
He began teaching in the philosophy department and started mingling in the ideas of cybernetics and experimental theory, with a huge influence from Immanuel Kant for his grounding in critical philosophy, and Georges Bataille for his economic theory. Land's biggest influence by far seems to be that of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari for their major work Anti-Oedipus,
and especially one specific passage from the translation, which is just like horribly misinterpreted, enough to give permission to be a esoteric piece of shit, spreading nonsense and shitpost.
Land's hyperbolic writing style and references to machinistic processes would stay ingrained in his works to this day. Land would often find thinkers like Nietzsche darkly comic. To give you a good understanding,
is that the quote, darkly comic?
would often find thinkers like Nietzsche darkly comic.
Or calming. No, comic. He was a fan of Nietzsche, and when I admitted that I loathed wading through all of his stuff about dwarves and hermits, Nick was aghast. He saw Nietzsche as blackly comic, satirical, and subversive, and not at all a lot of Tolkien crap.
To give you a good understanding of his personality, quotes from him would go, "Think of life as an open wound, which you poke at with a stick to amuse yourself." The Cybernetic Cultural Research Unit would emerge from the University of Warwick in October 1995, co-founded by Dr. Sadie Plant, another Warwick professor. They'd soon be kicked out of campus grounds in 1990.
It was Sadie Plant calls herself like a gender accelerationist. Am I mixing Sadie up with someone else?
Though, due to a multitude of reasons, notably a lack of academic rigor, amphetamine abuse,
and crazy raves with jungle music. A philosophy conference Len attended included a session in which he was lying on the ground, croaking into a mic, while jungle records played in the background. The now anti-academia CCRU would then relocate to Leamington Spa, birthplace of Aleister Crowley, mind you, to a space above the body shop. One can only imagine the employees hearing weird EDM bass going on while trying to explain lotions to a customer. Despite this odd location, a wild lineup of names would join the CCRU, including Mark Fisher, who later developed K-Punk blog and wrote the acclaimed book Capitalist Realism, Ko Jae-shun.
Most people know of capitalist realism. The idea that capitalism has a way of making you feel like there is no other possible form of economic organization or organization of human beings, period. That it is capitalism, it has a way of brainwashing you about making it seem like the only possible system.
Author of
Basically.
More Brilliant Than the Sun and a key figure in Afrofuturist theory, and Luciana Parisi, professor of literature at Duke University and author of Contagious Architecture, Computations, Aesthetics, and Space. Most of them would find their association had aged like milk.
Mark Fisher accelerated his life also. Jesus. Yeah, he killed himself.
Why, how?
H.P. Lovecraft, notable writer and
Wait, what was
terrible
the-
cat name.
What is the sponsor?
Anyway, time for today's ad sponsor, yeah? Have you ever wanted to learn about the Gnostic, the occult, the esoteric?
I don't know what this is. Sure.
And terrible cat namer. The CCRU would publish the CCRU Writings, 1997 to 2003. Reading this might make you question if you're accidentally reading nonfiction at first, since it starts as articles from real people and references real events in history. But about halfway through, you'll realize that Miskatonic Virtual University, MVU, that certain authors reference, is a wink to a fictional university from the H.P. Lovecraft universe, and not a real university. At least, not yet. I won't cover the CCRU writings in depth since
His cat's name was the Ensler, by the way. Oh, yeah, that's true.
a friend of
remember
the
that.
channel, Lisa from Hijinks, can describe much better in her video. Link to that here. Either way, the CCRU would refer to this style of writing as hyperfiction, basically when a fictional text takes itself as reality. Not to be confused with hyperstition, which is an engineering of manifestation or practical fiction that is ultimately unworthy of belief. To the CCRU, nothing is true because everything is under production.
Hyperstition is a word that Nick Land uses quite a bit, and it's kind of like it's like saying that the future brings itself into being. That the future pulls itself into being, basically.
This reflects the famous nihilist and anti-humanist stance the CCRU is known for, which is to say that nothing has value, including human life. Nick Lynn would refer to humans as
worthy of study, but only as much as the experience of sea slugs.
You may even be curious about the cryptic symbols and systems like the numogram, or the demon logos that you see plastered everywhere on the archival CCRU website. See, Nick Lynn would also like to know how to use the numogram, because even to this day, he's gone on record saying that he doesn't know how to use it, since it was made for sci-fi writings. So,
I don't know what the fuck it is, to be honest. I have no idea what the fuck that is. I just saw it and then was like, that looks stupid. That looks like some Jordan Peterson type shit. No idea what it is.
Glenn would also like to know how to use the numogram, because even to this day, he's gone on record saying that he doesn't know how to use it, since it was made for sci-fi writings. So, the reason it seems so confusing is probably because it was made to be just that. Confusing. It does make for a pretty sick logo, though. Dr. City Plant, a cyberpunkette, an expert in both feminist...
Wasn't that on like an Absol album too? Was that on Absol's album?
theory in cybernetics, but ended up departing later due to her growing distaste with the CCRU's direction under land. And like an angry ex, he would devolve it into something even darker, anti-egalitarian and anti-humanitarian. During this time, Nick and the CCRU would start to co-opt accelerationism, a term originally coined by Benjamin Noyes in his book Persistence of the Negative. The original concept references Marx and Engels' idea of capitalism having played a revolutionary role in feudalism, and suggesting capitalism might need to be accelerated towards its internal contradictions and transformed into what would be called communism. Nick Land took this a step further and suggested in his 1994 essay, Meltdown, that we should accelerate capitalism so hard that it should explode into some secret third thing. By this point,
I mean, the way that I know Mark Fisher describes accelerationism. Mark Fisher describes accelerationism as descriptive, not prescriptive. Like, it's not this thing that it's not like an argument, like a political stance that like we should do this, that we should accelerate things. It's that capitalism, by its own nature, is defined by that acceleration. That's the way that Mark Fisher would talk about it, and Nick Land seems to take some positions like, you know, that things like democracy and things like you know, human desire, especially by way of like democracy, slow down this process. And therefore there is sort of an odd here. He kind of talks about it like there isn't, but you should accelerate it further, which ends up going more into why he started taking the Yarvinite approach, because that's sort of what Curtis Yarvin talks about. But I don't think Curtis Yarvin uses the term accelerationist, and I don't think that Nick Land uses that term anymore either.
Should explode into some secret third thing. By this point, his writing goes from PhD grad to dude screaming in the street you try not to make eye contact with. To quote him,
Meltdown has a place for you as a schizophrenic, HIV-positive, Chinese Latino addicted LA hooker with implanted mirror shades and a bad attitude, blitzed on a poly mix of synthetic serotonin and female analogs. You have just iced 3 touring cops with a highly cinematic 9mm automatic.
and with this acceleration of capitalism and evolution with no restrictions, including any value for human life, Land would birth fundamentals of accelerationism! At least the modern one. But not before doing more amphetamines until crashing out so hard he'd vanish. And then respawn years later in Shanghai.
Sorry, was there an N-word that I didn't hear?
It would
Did I rewind and try to find it?
be during this time that Nick Land would come back online to publish his riveting works, such as Hyper-Racism on the alternative right blogspot. A notable, if not the most prolific of his works during this time period would be The Dark Enlightenment from 2012, in which he would say things like, democracy is bad, actually, aligning with a Mencius Moldbug, aka Curtis Yarvin, on things such as, the Enlightenment was stupid and also dumb. To give a brief summation, he argues for neo-social Darwinism, anti-Abrahamic theism, anti-white nationalism, anti-racial nationalism, anti-progressivism, anti-conservatism, anti-democracy, anti-equality, and pro-hierarchy to crush all at the bottom, unless of course it's him. Surprisingly, this work is better researched and weirdly less inflammatory than more currently popular Nicks of a Fuentes variety. The Dark Enlightenment, though, still hits a bit of psychology, sociology, and biology, which of course Nick Land admits he never actually formally studied, but it seems like any proficiency in comp sci wasn't necessary for him to be taken seriously in AI either. Yet, what might be most misunderstood about Nick Land is that, above all, he is a man of the arts. And
This is actually a really this is actually a really good video for understanding the ideology of the Silicon Valley Bros. Because he has had an embarrassing amount of influence over the ideology of the Silicon Valley Bros.
As such, he enjoys nothing more than the stage. Ian Hamilton Grant, one of Land's students, would recount, "There was always a tendency in all of us to bait the liberal, and Nick was the best at it." And this brings us back to late 2025, where we can see a much older Nick Land at the age of 63, talking about his most recent appearance on Tucker Carlson's podcast.
What? Nick Land was what? Nick Land was on Tucker Carlson? Or
Land says,
Conrad had built a story that I almost was envious about.
Or it's Conrad.
Like it was, I thought somehow more compelling, more cinematic, actually, than the version that, as far as I'm concerned, could be realistically attributed to me. And I thought, Tucker's response of deep concern was also extremely extremely entertaining, maybe I should say. I don't want to be too frivolous about it. It was very well done, very well done. And the moment where he is captured now 1 million times holding up an image of the numogram is world historic, honestly. I mean, I feel now like that if I went to my grave tomorrow, my role as a kind of entertainer would have been completely vindicated.
This is what meth and Twitter will do to you. Maybe just Twitter will do this. No, you need the meth too.
Say what you will about the man, but Dr. Nicholas Land knows how to do one thing extremely well: polarize. And perhaps that is a skill reflective of us as a society. Or perhaps it's a skill of those who should be known for exactly what they are: entertainers.
That's pretty good. Short and sweet. Does she do a whole video on Nick Land's book, Fang Numina? Or is that something else? Or is that it's a live stream. She's doing readings of Nick Land. Muted? How am I muted? I can't be muted. She reads stuff on stream. Good shit. She did a series. That's fucking funny. Wait, so she did... She did a debate? Okay. Ego fascist versus leftist. Oh, it's good to know that she's a leftist. So there's Fang Numina and Freud. Twitter will get you 70% of there, but it's the meth that will push you full throttle, though. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's meth is required. Chick is mogging you on the video essay front. Well, we both only have one, and I think they're about the same length. So, oh, but it's 4 times the views. Damn. I gotta get into the fucking video essay shit. It's so daunting. Oh, the YouTube emotes are broken. Oh, well. Oh, there's no fucking space between them, that's why. Eco-fascism are coming next decade. What do you mean? Link her channel, I just want to stare at her. 51 Bard. Can you fucking... Are you for real? Take a timeout. Just use AI as to generate an essay and then heavily revise. No? No, thank you. I need more women mods. Clamp down on the fucking coomers. Feed the slot machine? We will feed the slot machine. Is your website vibe coded? Absolutely. It's like everything in this stream. Just make the DNC report. Sorry. It's been so long since I last watched this channel. Kai Court. Do you have a different name? I don't know. I changed my name, I don't know, like a month ago? Some shit. Can we get a Gooner brained roll as punishment? No, because that would just be encouraging it. Then people would be like trying to get it. Is the website linked in the description? Oh, no, it's not, but it's on the screen. And it's 8 letters. Yeah, I think it was about a month ago that I changed the name. Whenever I started getting back into streaming. Maybe it was 2 months. Mod reminds me that there's a scammer who posted shit in Becoming's Discord. I don't even know if with a login for it. The wild stream to be goon posting. It is a wild stream to be goon posting. That caught me off guard. Which way, Western man? Do we maybe we should watch the there was the Hutch interviewing McMorrow. Seems funny. I don't want to do the denims thing. Yo, I'm vibe coded in chat right now. Yo, what's up, fellow vibe coded entity? Dude, what is this? How to debate like a philosopher? Vegan surrounded. Oh shit. How long is this? Oh, I love philosophy. Is this person gonna make a did anyone watch this? The vegan on Jubilee? I feel like I have the cheat code for dealing with vegan arguments, and it's so easy because it's how I deal with any ethical argument. Love chips. Is that their name? Hutch and McMorrow was kind of flat. Was it? We can avoid that. What is this?
There are some obvious rules. It's important to listen carefully.
Let me finish, my guy.
Pay close attention to your opponents.
Good to see you again. Okay. This is my first time.
Establish authority.
Sorry, I don't know that word.
And avoid threatening behavior.
What was the example of?
Okay. This is my first time.
Establish authority.
Sorry, I don't know that word.
And avoid threatening behavior.
Sorry, I don't know that word. That was establishing authority? It seems kind of like a give, but...
Slit your throat now, would that be bad?
I recently took part in a debate on Jubilee Surrounded, 1 vegan versus 20 meat eaters. I was the vegan. Well, actually, I debated 21 meat eaters because for the first time in the show's history, the moderator couldn't help but jump in.
I'm breaking protocol. This is real quick.
Why? This guy's so goofy. I don't know where he came from.
It was a show full of first times. It was the first Jubilee Surrounded to have zero fact checking. It was the first whose star, me, at the time of recording, had fewer than 200 followers. And in reality, it was my first proper debate. But I'm not new to arguing, and I'm not new to debating. After all, philosophy's all about debating. And that's what I want to do today. Not just react to the Jubilee debate, but share some secrets with you too. That is, how to debate like a philosopher.
All right, let's get into it.
There are 4 philosophical techniques that are used during the debate, things that you can use in your own work. Number 1. The fool. When Socrates was walking around the Agora, Athens' ancient marketplace, he didn't preach to people about what he thought of the world. He didn't just go up to people and say...
Guy who's never debated giving debate tips? I thought he said that he does debate. He just doesn't do it online. I don't know. I don't remember.
Think what I think. That's a really, really bad way of arguing, and it closes people off pretty quickly. Instead, whenever he could, he would build his objections within the other person's point of view. These are called shallow arguments, and the shallower the argument, the better. What we want to do is take our opponent's beliefs and their underlying views.
I feel like, I don't know, when it comes to debate, I'm so used to a lot of, like, blood sports debate, where, like, it's kind of the opposite. It's kind of the opposite. It's more so oriented around establishing dominance and using shame and just winning, which by the way is it's not. There is no like real debate versus fake debate or whatever. But that's the like format, right? And the idea that like convincing the opponent. Really convincing the opponent is not really the thing just at all. Like, it's not about convincing the opponent. Even in formal debates, like, if you want to try to convince them and you want them to be in a position where they're easier to be convinced, but that's not like a standard by any means. And it's not even really expected.
Faith, their ethics, their interests, and show them that something follows.
That's actually something that I was thinking about with the last Jubilee, is that it seems like there's like a standard in Jubilee to try to, because there's this empty, meaningless, vague third party that's watching it. And so people are engaging in a way that is sort of imagining the third party watching it. And you have this situation where like there is this like, you have to appear as though you care about the other person's arguments and that you are like, you know, attentive listening and that you care about convincing them as like one of the things. But it's actually pretty like Jubilee specific, because the point is to gather an audience. Like what you are doing is you are putting on a performance of debate to gather an audience of people to your platform. And so because you were trying to do that, you try to, one of the things that you can do is try to look like you are being very polite and that you were talking to them like maybe the listener might want to be talked to as well. Proper debates also aren't about convincing the other person. It's about appealing to the judges. Yeah. Whether that be the judges or the audience are judging. Yeah.
In this case, veganism. The fewer beliefs we have to challenge, the better, and the more likely we are to get them and the spectator, who shares their opinion, on side. Instead of enforcing my own ethical system, I look for a common...
I feel like a lot of debating is just knowing the audience. Yeah, it is, but the thing is that the thing that in a formal debate or even in blood sports debate, the thing that you are doing is trying to make the audience believe you, think that you're right, that you're making the better arguments. But with Jubilee, because it's more so entertainment, it's about making people in the audience like you personally. Which can come along with better arguments, obviously, because it's a debate show, but sometimes not.
Shared by every sensible worldview, and went from there.
Extreme suffering for trivial pleasure is morally indefensible.
What was the position? Fuck. I'm not going to watch that Jubilee because I'd have to shut down the stream, but extreme suffering for trivial pleasure is morally indefensible. Do you guys want to hear my ethics trick? There are no moral facts, and so you're just saying stuff.
Morally indefensible.
It wasn't until an hour into the show when somebody, David, asked me what my own approach was.
So I just wanted to ask you, are you religious in any way?
Some of the main arguments against veganism are health. So when somebody came to me with health concerns, I showed them how veganism should follow from their own concerns. The same was true in the environment. I've never seen a boxing match in my entire life, but I knew that I had to be ready for somebody who might be into boxing, who thought that most of the world's best boxers were non-vegans.
I'm a Sierra Leonean professional boxer.
Cool.
I just want to have a conversation.
Some of the best boxers are vegans, aren't they?
Oh, no, they're not.
David Hay, Brian Jennings.
Two.
Yeah. That's two. Akali?
Akali, that's three.
Over 90% of the world's population are religious, and I was obviously visiting the United States, where the majority of the people there are Christian. So I knew that I had to be ready from a Christian point of view, and mirrored the argument that was offered by my boy David.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Yes.
And
in the Bible, in Genesis, it mentions that animals, they were created for humans to consume.
Genesis.
Right?
Back, and I just want to say that I was totally joking about the Gooner comment. Sorry for the bad meme. I know that you were joking, but I also had to virtue signal to my audience so that nobody gets any funny ideas. That's okay. Welcome back.
129, the first teaching on it, God gives human beings a strictly vegetarian diet.
God also says in the Bible, in Genesis, that animals are meant to be consumed and killed by people.
After we sin. So God creates the world, Genesis 1:29, he says we're allowed to eat fruits and trees that bear seeds. Then the original sin, i.e. evil, enters the world, and at the end of time,
That's
Isaiah,
cool.
at the end of time,
sin, that has nothing to do with
at the
eating.
end of time, Isaiah 11, the lion will eat straw with the ox. So it's almost as if on the Christian tradition, the whole world is sandwiched together in veganism. God creates the world perfectly, we sin and live in sin, and at the end of time, we're brought together with God in vegetarianism again.
Okay.
You know what I would do in this situation? I would say, God's not real, doofus.
When you've got this little amount of time, and you're not trying to tell people that the things they value just don't matter, you should be ready for all kinds of arguments, including the argument that people just like burgers.
So I would say veganism is not good for the world. Oh, no. And my number one point is burgers. Have you ever...
I love that there was this moment in time where, and for some reason, like 90% of men always say this whenever veganism is brought up. They just say bacon. I don't know who started this, but it's created a really bad example for like logical thinking for men. I feel like the collective IQ of men just dropped after that joke came about.
A burger?
Yeah.
With cheese on it?
Yeah.
Have you had a burger? And what do you think?
I think that people aren't the experts, they think about their own mind. Giovanni Savani did a study in 2023 where he looked at...
This dude is high as fuck. Bro. I thought you wanted to convince this guy of something. Why are you speaking so fast?
175 people and give them blind taste tests and informed taste tests. The majority couldn't figure out which one was the beef burger and the plant-based burger, and when on the informed taste test, they all preferred the plant-based burger over the beef burger. So no, I don't buy it. When we look at what people do when they're not in this debate setting, it's not clear that they prefer it.
Always offer shallow arguments before you dive deeper. You're the fool. You're Socrates. Know that you know nothing. You have no depth. You have no philosophy. The gadfly. The most infamous technique of Socrates was, no doubt, his questioning, using questions to expose what someone really thinks and whether it makes sense. When you're debating, your job is to be the gadfly. Socrates was annoying. He was rude. He was downright relentless. Ask the questions and make sure you get an answer.
Our entire existence as human species has been around eating meats. And for you to just say all the...
So, This guy is very expressive. How much Adderall do you think they go through with this? I asked this last time, but it's like 90% of the people that come up are just like fucking methed up.
As human species has been around eating meats, and for you to just say all of a sudden to be like, oh, you shouldn't do that anymore is kind of asinine.
What? Are you a rapist? Are you a pedophile rapist? What's a what?
Sorry, I don't know that word. But only humans count?
Yes.
Why?
I don't think that's unethical to say because we are humans.
I will say this part though.
But only humans count?
The I don't know that word thing.
It's kind of asinine.
Asinine? Sorry, I don't know that word. But only humans count?
Yes.
Why?
I don't think that's...
Other than like the being cheeky part. But it's really, really disarming the moment that like if there's something meaningless that you can basically ask for... Actually, related to this. If you ever have seen a stranger that seems kind of like, I don't know, like they don't like you, right? If you want to sort of help encourage someone to like disarm someone, if you ask them for a cigarette or you ask them for something, that puts them in a position where they can give you something. Is a really, really good way to disarm somebody, just generally. Which it has little to do with just like debate, but it sort of depends on the context. But disarming somebody can be pretty effective in the, I guess, the long-term debate, depending on who it is.
To say because we are human. Newsflash, we're both human.
So it's circular. Humans matter because they're humans, and why do humans matter? Because they're humans?
Yes.
So it's a circular argument.
I would, you know what?
You can't ground it in anything else.
I can.
You could put that same argument to the entire idea of objective morality. Like the entire groundwork of the veganism argument can be tautological in the same way.
If the human was dead and one was alive, which one would you give the better treatment?
The one that is already, that's
the
still
one that's alive. Yeah,
yes.
So it's not just about being human, it's about being a living human. The conscious human or the non-conscious human. The one that's got freedom of the will, the one that's got projects, long life to live. It's not just the fact they're human. There are lots of intrinsic values to being a human being that are comparable to other non-human animals.
Absolutely. So, okay.
Oh, no, absolutely, that's great.
Okay,
so it's not just because they're human.
Here's the thing.
And it's comparable to the other animals.
Let's
Would you agree with that, Ben?
And you just said, to someone,
no, I don't want a new
vegan.
argument. I want the thing we're talking about. I don't want to move the goalposts. You said being human is valuable because it's human, and then you've listed a bunch of things that are valuable about being human, and they count for non-human animals as well.
No, they don't, because animals
aren't conscious?
They do not have...
Animals aren't conscious?
They are conscious.
Not alive?
They are alive.
They can feel
are plants,
but they're not conscious.
Okay, so animals don't have the level of consciousness that humans
have. What does level of consciousness mean?
So they don't feel as much empathy.
Like an elephant, when it comes across another dead elephant, will cry even if it doesn't know it. Is that empathy?
True, but they don't
the gorilla
have
cried
a
when
sense
its kitten
of
died. That's empathy.
Regardless.
What you said was wrong.
Outside of a debate or a philosophy seminar room, I don't recommend being a gadfly. But when you are, make sure that people answer your question. Of course, that goes the other way as well. You should always answer your opponent's questions. There are 3 reasons for this. Number 1, they're your opponent. You owe them a certain level of respect. That's
cringe. What? No. That is not true. And basically almost every debate, like that is not that is not a prerequisite for winning the debate. And basically all debates, like obviously you don't want to come off as like an empty sort of asshole in a lot of situations, but like the performance of whether or not like your arguments are better are going to be the thing, like 99% of the time.
certain level of respect is if they're answering your questions, you should answer their questions as well. Number 2.
Also, this is just not the case. Like, what are you going to be doing when somebody is gish galloping? If somebody is gish galloping, you're just going to magically answer every single one of their questions?
They're very unlikely to be answering your questions if you're not answering their questions. So you've got a reason, argumentatively speaking, to answer their questions as well.
But no, this has to do with, like, not debate, but convincing somebody of something.
Number 3, it's not just about you and your opponent. You're also trying to convince the audience too that your view is the most sensible. And if you're dodging questions, if you're acting in bad faith, or you're being manipulative, or being a little bit sly, they're going to know that you're doing that. So don't be. Just answer the question as best you can. That's true, even if you don't know the answer.
How is corn grown?
You put it in the ground, you put water on it, you put sunlight on it.
Okay, but it grows in soil.
Yeah.
And how does soil grow?
How does soil grow?
Even if you need to take a best guess.
How many deaths of cows is equal to the death of one Jewish person in Auschwitz?
You gonna give a number?
Give me the number.
Can we extract the Jewish Persian outfit?
I'm just using. I'm using the worst atrocity I can think of.
Well, I don't like to play into the
Are you cool
anti-Semitic. I think a human being is significantly more valuable than a cow.
How much?
Didn't he say that you should be given an answer?
4 cows is roughly.
I'll give you a number. I'll say 1,000 cows.
And even when the time is
valuable than a cow.
How much? 4 cows is roughly.
I'll give you a number. I'll say 1,000 cows.
And even
1,000 cows. So don't do that. By the way, if someone is demanding the answer to a fallacious argument, you're getting set up. Whether they know it or not, whether like you or whether anyone knows it or not, if you're going to be answering a fallacious argument, then you are justifying the underlying arguments.
when the time is gone.
If it came out tomorrow that trees could feel pain 5 times as strongly as animals,
Okay,
would you say we can't eat trees?
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
I would.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The Archer, the first 2 lessons, the Fool and the Gadfly, are about what your opponent thinks. The last 2 lessons are about you. The Archer fires shots carefully and precisely at the right time. They practice in front of a target. So when they end up on the battlefield, their shots don't miss. Keep your argument short and easy to understand.
Let me give you this question.
It's apparently a Australian thing. It's supposed to be chicken flavored salt. What are you doing?
You can have sex and it was unethical, non-consensual, but it was great. Or you can have the consensual sex and it's not quite as good. Which one do you pick?
Probably a cheeseburger.
Good answer.
I think.
Which one do you pick out of the two of them?
Well, you said
Which
that
one do you pick out of the two of them? Just pick one.
The ethical. The ethical.
Don't pick the non-consensual.
Well, the ethical one.
My best advice for this would be to make sure that your argument only consists of a couple of premises and a conclusion. Make sure there are only 2 steps to the conclusion that you want to bring.
So, like, the thing that I say with, like, if morality had something to do with being consistent, if that were the case, if there were moral facts, and 2, if it had some sort of consistency, like it required a particular level of consistency, then veganism would be correct, ethically speaking. If if there was such a thing as a ethical fact, if there's truth value to moral statements, and usually that implies there has to be some level of consistency. Doesn't always imply that, but if it does, then veganism would be correct. Most people believe the latter 2, and so if you take those as the case, then veganism would be correct. And most people would never be able to have any sort of like argument against it. Most people who do think that there are moral truths and that they must be consistent are inconsistent if they're not vegan.
We agree that harming animals for sport is bad, and therefore, if we think that, it would translate to us harming animals for our own sporting excellence, wouldn't it?
No, it would not.
Why?
It would not because of the feeling. You're coming in from a very emotional
What does that mean?
point of view.
I'm not emotional at all.
You're very emotional. You keep a very stoic face, but you're very emotional on the inside.
Nothing wrong with emotions. Emotions are evaluative things, aren't they?
Oh, I guess if you see the world,
You're ignoring the main point. We both agree that harming animals for sport is bad, but you're happy to do it.
Did I say I was happy to do it?
Well, you're on the meat-eating side, aren't you?
Of course I'm on the meat-eating side.
If your argument's only got a couple of premises, your opponent needs to respond to one of those premises. It's clear.
Rhetorically, that was really good.
To them, it's clear to you, it's clear to the audience that unless they're rejecting one of those premises, then they're diverting away from the question. So make sure your argument is super simple, super concise, only has a couple of steps, and therefore everyone can understand the argument and will be drawn towards the conclusion that you're offering.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your willies together for the executioner.
They say that debating a philosopher is like wrestling with a pig in the mud. After a while, you realize that the pig is enjoying it. But like the pig, the philosopher doesn't want the wrestling to end. The end of an argument is not the fun part. If you've argued with anybody in your life that's close, when you win the argument, it's not as good as you thought it would feel. Socrates found this out the hard way, executed by the people of Athens.
Why? Wait, I mean, generally speaking, I don't. The debating is just fun. Debates are fun in and of themselves. But when we talk about winning an argument, with the way that he's been approaching arguments, is winning an argument when you have convinced the other person, or is winning the argument when you have a better argument?
For showing people up and being very arrogant in doing so.
I'm failing to see how hunting for sport would be equivalent to eating meat. I would assume that he would be relating the hunting part, as in just relating it for pleasure. He'd probably be trying to draw a line between pleasure and sport.
When you should flag when an argument is dead in the water, when someone said something that's wrong. Someone's offered an argument, you've offered a rebuttal, and they're not responding to it. So you can call it what it is. You can point to the argument and go, that argument's dead. That wasn't a good reason, in this case, to not be vegan. But don't be thumping your chest or being nasty about your opponents, because that's not the goal. And it looks bloody awful. Execute your arguments in a way that reflects your character.
Okay, but what if I'm a dick? Remember when we were watching the debate on Jubilee last stream, and One Hand Politics told Dave Rubin that he what do you say, that he sucks Donald Trump's dick or someone else's? Like, he ended off his because he was already like outperforming in the debate, and then he put on top of it a direct, deliberate insult, right? Because part of the debate is sort of is asserting a moral value, right? Is asserting a value, and shame is part of the development of values. And so when he insulted him like that from the winning position, it's almost as though the argument is being put forth that if you believe the stuff that Dave Rubin is saying, then you ought to feel some sort of shame, and then that produces shame nonetheless. And that's absolutely a effective strategy as well.
When it's over, don't name call. Folks are wondering what...
My problem with moral error theory is that it assumes that there are objective truths. It's front-loading on ontological presuppositions that are not argued. If it were the case that it were doing such a thing, would you say that there are no objective truths? Why wouldn't you be able to say the same thing about anything else? I don't get the logic there. That there has to be such a thing as objective truth in order to say that that there are no moral truths. That's what I meant earlier. I think many debates are about making one position socially acceptable and the other one worthy of shame. Well, effectively, is there really any debate that doesn't do that? I mean, there's a really soft way of doing that by saying that it is valid to be wrong. It's understandable to be wrong, and you be super soft about it. But like, isn't wrongness always going to be producing some level of isn't it already the case that being correct is the social value and being incorrect is bad? Like, if you already agree with that, which most people do, then it's always necessarily going to have shame. Like, losing a debate is always going to be implied as shameful. Moral relativism is so cringe. I agree in a way, because that treats the relative morality as something that is based with truth value. Yeah.
Strategy was for debating some of those freaks and when it's over, don't name call. Folks are wondering what my strategy was for debating some of those freaks and loons. Don't turn your nose up at your opponents.
Are you saying don't do that? No, do that. Do that. Just make sure that you do it effectively. Just make sure you actually are imposing authority through shame. It's like, what are you, a youth group pastor? Like, shame is one of the most effective ways to assert a social value. It's sort of what we're doing here.
Or at home. Okay, Cam, that is astoundingly stupid.
About 4 people on the meat eating side of the show told me that they would be reducing their meat intake. That included the moderator, John, who joined in the debate halfway through the show. He's told me that, quote, he's gone 90% vegan.
This argument really rings true to me, and so I really do want to commit to taking big steps towards being vegan. And, you know, I had a Impossible meat two days this week, and I had chickpeas last night. So
he converted him into Christianity. Veganism.
Steps. I guess I can tell you, I can commit to aiming to be like 90% vegan.
Rhetorically speaking, if I'd have punched my opponent in the face, if I was nasty or put them down or thumped my chest, I don't think that people would have been as convinced by my arguments. Let your arguments do the talking. Don't be cringe. Don't make yourself look like a donut. And don't just be bloody normal. I haven't always followed that advice before, and I've came across unlikable. But the Jubilee audience like me.
The Jubilee audience seemed to really, really like me.
They like anybody who's going against conservatives.
But if there's one thing which the philosophers didn't teach us, was that in order to win a debate or do well in public speaking, you need an absolute banging playlist ready to listen through before you jump on. So I'm going
to... cringe. I agree with your be pretentious position. I don't know if if pretentious is the right word. Wait, what did you say? Because otherwise you'd say that there are no moral truths. There are no truths. But you could say that there are no moral truths because there are no truths, right? You could say that. It doesn't imply a negation of it, right? Like, it's just, you can just say that. I don't get it. You qualify it by being moral claims as false. It's because you know what would not be false. That part I reject. Not the judgment of morals not being objective truths, but the ontological axiom. I disagree. What would be a good what would be a good supplement for this? You are discriminating between objective truths and false ones. Well, that is, in fact, something that you have asserted multiple times. I am very, very aware that that is the assertion that is being made. I just don't think that I agree with it. If I'm understanding correctly, true and false in that sense are just a linguistic convention. Right. I'm a little confused as to the point, though. What Ollie is saying is that if I say that there are no moral truths, that morality has no truth value, that would be me saying that there are things with truth value. But if you were to say that you don't believe that there is such a thing as truth value, then you could not say that there are no moral truths, because to say that there are no moral truths would be to say that that it's in relation to the fact that there are truths, but this is not one of them. And I don't agree with that premise. I think it is totally like a coherent, logical statement to say, theoretically, right, in this circumstance, that if you were to say that there's There are no objective truths. Therefore, there are no moral truths. If you were to say that, I think that that is completely coherent. And I don't know why it wouldn't be. I think that's two different types of true, which is the moral kind that you're talking about, and one that is a simple linguistic convention. You need to differentiate between the two for the claim. Well, there's also like the there's like relative truths as well, right? Like it, like even to say truths, like like you would be sort of treating something as true for like for all perspectives, right? All moral claims are always exclusively only ever appeals to either mysticism or emotion. Yeah, sure. I hate that this song is so nice. Yeah, I know, dude, it's kind of fucked up. It is kind of fucked up. No one likes it when the AI song pops.
What I'm trying to do...
Whoops. I don't know, this seems entertaining. But... I don't know if it's Lego time. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Feels kind of early for Lego time. Say that there are no unicorns or even elves in your backyard is to claim that there would be is to claim what would be true, universal stuff, like saying that there is no phenomena that didn't first pass through the intellect, making true stuff, objective things in the world where people can agree. That Lego video is going around the reactosphere. Well, I watched the first two parts of the thing. There's just new developments in the story. But I feel like when we watched it before, it was much later. And so I kind of want to... I feel like a lot of people that are here right now are not going to be the same people that watched it when we watched it before. Right? So I think sticking with the politics a little bit longer is the way to go. And plus, actually, no, we should, because plus, I don't, that was back when the videos that we were watching had like multiple hours of content. I guess there is here too, but what's the Lego thing? TLDR, there's a YouTuber that's been covering something that's developed into a complex legal case of a Lego store that effectively somebody has stolen over $100,000 worth of Legos from a single person and is lying about it. Somebody is lying about the fact that they stole over 100,000. I think the real number is like 120,000 plus, depending on how it's valued. And that this YouTuber is getting to the bottom of it, and he is trying to force a legal situation so that they can get to the bottom of it, and it's full of hijinks and fun for the whole family, like brainwashing a employee of the store and creating fake contracts and things that have questionable legality to it but are very funny. And now he is also being sued for the things that have the questionable legality, and now it's become a whole Game of Thrones scenario. and it's very fascinating. Let me get rid of this fucking botkin spam. Holy shit. Stop talking botkin. Can't see anyone's messages. The Christian moral standard of human life having intrinsic value is a distinctly theistic presupposition. True. Well, not necessarily a Christian, but the game being played is that you see something and attach the agreed upon term to it. If I see a pond with fish, then report back that there are no fish. I tell a lie. So the thing is that I get the argument, but I also think that it appeals to a particular kind of convention that I'm not sure if it's valid to appeal to it. Because the thing is that the reason why I keep saying that I could say that there are no objective truths because there are no moral truths. Because there are no objective truths. That I can say that, and that would be a logical. That would be a meaningful statement. And if you were to say that that it's not because it's appealing to something that would imply something otherwise, the thing that I said, I think that we're stuck in the realm of sort of we're treating linguistic convention as something that itself carries objective value. I don't know how else to put it. Is it because we're like that's your position, that language itself holds objective value. Is that the position that you're holding? Like it, because that seems inconsistent with your position. Science doesn't deal with truth either. It's a hypothesis, thesis, theory, but nothing is a universal truth. Yeah. Same with, mathematics. Also doesn't pretend such. Numbers aren't real. Yada yada. Not that, more so that you weren't double dipping. Not sure what you mean. Are you talking about the thing that I said about the idea that language would have, I guess, objective value to assert the initial claim? Words are just stupid sounds that we make with our mouth holes. Pulls out a switchblade. This is how shit gets done in the real world. Rafi from the league. I've been baited to click. That's insane because it's... I guess it is clickbait. I guess it is possible to be baited by it. Especially when it's itself titled clickbait, yeah. Welcome. The field of talking and language embedded in a society makes some sentiments appear in some cultures and across time, like passion was not a thing until the Middle Ages, or the Greeks didn't feel guilt because they didn't have a word for it. So, would it be the case that the Greeks didn't feel guilt, or would it be the case that the Greeks didn't feel the guilt as such, as it relates to the word? Did they not feel guilt, or did they not feel the word? Like, was their bodily sensations did they not have bodily sensations that could be described with our language as something of guilt? Hercules' whole thing was guilt. Are guilt and shame not exclusively byproducts of indoctrination? Yes, they are. Of course. Are you saying that there was no moral indoctrination at the time? Here's a theory. What if Greek people still don't feel guilt? There was no sentiment. By indoctrination, don't we just mean socialization? Well, they are appealing to a particular kind of socialization. One that describes a particular kind of dogma. I don't know, I need to think on this more before I'd want to respond. I thought the problem was that in saying that no objective truth equals no moral truth, you're still appealing to some objective truth. If you, the opposite, if you say that there are no moral truths, does that mean that you are appealing to a something that is a moral truth? I do not believe that that follows. Like, I can understand the like, I don't know, the math of it. I can understand the math of it, but and Hercules was driven mad by Hera, and yet the whole story of the 10 tasks was him doing penance for killing his family. Easy for you to say you probably don't have sexy parents. What was that in relation to? You know the thesis that language makes what is possible in the universe? Yeah. Seems like guilt? Yes. Yeah, that does. It seems like a story of guilt, yeah. Seems like Hercules could have pleaded insanity. He needed a better lawyer, true. Which way, Western man? Oh, what the fuck? Walter Masterson. Convincing ICE agents to get a new job. Fuck, maybe. I'll put it on the side. Fuck. They didn't have phones back then, therefore, therefore no lawyers. Yeah. Why is my internet so fucking slow? Have there been Lego developments? Yes, but I wanted to wait a little bit, just because the last time that we were watching the Lego shit was later in the night, and I don't want people to miss out. There's probably a couple people that I'm explicitly waiting for, like Chodole. The View, Americans really dumb. Thoughts of our commander-in-chief. Is that a question? Trump's really dumb, and so are Americans. Yeah, that is true. Lego was a great toy. You could pass that shit down through generations. Yeah, until somebody steals over $100,000 worth of it. And then you can't pass it down anymore because it was stolen. Nah? What do you mean nah? Bro, what do you mean nah? Can be though. How old are you? Did you be here? Uh, 13 years old is enough to have social media accounts. Is that a legal statement or a... No, Twitch. Yeah, you have to be, I think you have to be 13 to have Twitch, but not this account, not this stream. Where are these checks and balances? Doc, how old are you? Holy shit. I feel like a toddler just walked into a strip club. Don't get spoiled with the Legos. It's the best story that I've seen in a while. I won't. We're doing a tolerance break. We need patience. That's how any good thing comes. Like your mom. Oh fuck. Oh, I kind of want to look at the fucking. I mean, we're already talking about ethical philosophy. He's talking to the chat guy? Oh, okay. What's this strip club music? You wish this was strip club music.
For those who don't know, veganism is an ethical philosophy.
I thought Vegan Gains died. Did Vegan Gains not die?
That seeks to add animals within the Code of Human Rights.
Add them to the Code of Human Rights? That's okay.
So in cases where we would grant humans rights, we would grant animals equal rights if they were to be trade equalized.
If they were to be trade equalized. Well, it's good that he's not asserting that there are human rights, I guess.
So mentally disabled humans, they're kind of considered in a unique sort of legal category. They may not necessarily have the right to vote. They don't have the same rights to self-determination.
Okay, why are we taking this position here? Are you saying that animals should be given equal rights as to the mentally disabled? That's the argument that we're going to go with?
So they might not be able to have, like, you know, a driver's license. They might not be able to live on their own. They may have to live their entire lives with a guardian. So, like, animals, you could kind of consider them as mentally or physically disabled human beings.
Do we have to take care of them? Like, I feel like it would be a big no-no to have mentally disabled people have, like, no care. Like, you just let them walk out into the street. Are we supposed to take care of them or what?
I'm not advocating for, you know, cows to be able to have a right to vote or get a driver's license, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, the basic things, like if we were to treat cows sort of like mentally or physically disabled human beings.
We have to fucking take care of them? What the fuck?
We wouldn't round disabled people up, put them in a slaughterhouse, turn them into hamburgers.
Holy shit, what the dude, well... Hasn't this guy been debating veganism for like forever? Why is this the position?
So that's the basic idea. And
I like it. I'm sympathetic to. I'm very sympathetic to. Well, hold on. First off, just real quick, we have not talked before. What have you encountered of my videos before? How familiar are you with my?
None. Somebody
Perfect.
actually just recommended that I go over to your stream now.
Okay, perfect, good.
He's like, I have no idea who you are. My chat just said talk to him. And so here I am. Anyways, animals should be treated like mentally disabled people. What the fuck?
I'm sympathetic to veganism. I'm mostly on the topic of factory farming. I think factory farming is a immoral blight on humanity. And I think it is absolutely good to do things that reduce the existence of factory farming. Where I disagree with vegans, and I don't...
Putting animals out of work is not going to be in their best interest. Wait, in which case? Like horses or like cows?
Stand is, I am perfectly happy with if you raise a cow like out on an open pasture in its whole life, and at the very end you just Javier Bardem it with the nail gun. That's perfectly normal. That's perfectly moral.
Is an ADHD person or a PTSD person considered disabled for this guy? No, because he said specifically insofar as people who need like direct supervision and shit, which obviously makes it sound like he's saying that animals should be given direct supervision.
I want that. Cows are delicious. I'm against the torturing of the animals. And what I don't understand is why or how you draw, like where, I would say my biggest issue with veganism is where do you draw the line on what is worthy of moral consideration? Because obviously you have like a cow, dog, cat, okay, mouse, rodent. What about frog? What about insect? Where's the line in which we give life like moral consideration?
Well, the bare minimum would have to be sentience.
Okay.
So sentience is just the ability to have a subjective experience. You could use like sentience and consciousness interchangeably.
Okay.
Oh, great. So I'm glad that Vegan Gains figured out consciousness.
Now, there could, in theory, be forms of consciousness that we don't really care about.
That doesn't make any sense. I thought you just said that you figured out consciousness. Now you're saying that like that there's a gradient between consciousness that like we do and do not care about?
Or we might actually have an interest in exterminating. So if like you had a consciousness where its only conscious experience was suffering, like you're just constantly in pain, sort of like Mises from Rick and Morty, you might actually have an interest in ending, you know, that form of consciousness because it's
Sure.
not a life that's worth living. Or you could have a form of consciousness that could, like, say, only experience light and dark, or could only perceive like a certain color.
What the fuck?
There's no quality to the experience where you can actually benefit from existing.
So what are we going to be calling benefit?
Like it's kind of weird and abstract, but if you could only experience like blue, and that's it.
Yeah,
like,
that's
there's just
not like
blue.
a total
You can't
conscious
enjoy
experience.
blue.
Sure.
Yeah. So
well, but
you
like,
could you could have a baseline where it's conscious experience that can experience well-being, and there could be some creatures that actually exist in the real world that don't meet that minimum standard.
Like a fish.
It could be, well, no, fish, I think it's pretty clear that they absolutely can experience well-being, but there could be like a variety of insects or something like that.
Yeah.
Like all do you know how many fish there are?
So do you draw the line at insect? Like, is it okay for me to light the wasp nests outside on fire and watch them burn?
So,
Well, no, because watching them burn is just weird. It's just a weird thing to do. I would shame that. I would shame that for sure.
Like, there, in all likelihood, a creature like a wasp can experience well-being. I'm just saying there probably are certain insects or insect-like creatures. I'm not like a biologist. There's probably some very simple life forms that may be sentient,
right?
But don't cross that threshold to be able to experience well-being. In theory, but
okay, but
if I had to guess, yeah, if I had to guess, like a wasp or a bee or something like that, they probably can.
Okay, are you against? Because I agree, we can't know for sure, but I would put cows in the in not that category, but they are in a category where if they live their whole life on like a nice open pasture, and it's like, oh great, they're just cows, and then you just Javier Bardem it. I don't think that's actually because it is a lower form of consciousness. I don't actually think that's a moral crime. Right, torturing it is because clearly it can experience pain. But are you vegan to the point of like even like a wonderfully raised cow to be killed, like that's still wrong, or is it just that factory farming stuff is bad?
Assuming a cow is experiencing a very high quality of life.
Oh, so you just make sure that it's not, and you're good.
The best quality of life a cow could experience, I would be less inclined to kill it because it's experiencing a really good life. Why would I want to end a creature's life that's experiencing a very good life? It's kind of like if like.
Sorry, why did Bonkin just say chat? What the fuck? That happened? Why? This doesn't make any sense. Also, what the fuck is going on with the YouTube API?
For it to analogize this to a human being, would you rather kill a human being that's living the best life possible? You know, billionaire, banging bitches, doing whatever they want, fast cars.
That's not the best life.
Yeah.
Possible, or I get your point.
Or, well, yeah, sure. Or would you rather kill
life.
like a drug addict, homeless person, constantly suffering, hungry, starving, cold all the time? So that would give me less of an incentive to kill the cow if it's experiencing a really good life.
What? Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say? Did Vegan Gains just say that he is more of an incentive to kill a homeless person than a rich person?
Banging bitches, doing whatever they want, fast cars.
That's not the best life possible. Or, I get your point.
Or, well, yeah, sure. Or would you?
I didn't know where he was going with it. I thought he was going to be saying sort of the opposite, like.
Probably terrible life.
Like a drug addict, homeless person, constantly suffering, hungry, starving, cold all the time. So that would give me less of an incentive to kill the cow if it's experiencing a really good life. And
sure.
I kind of understand your position with factory farming. It is horrible, but where we differ is like this issue of, is it ever okay to... Feelings
are not a reliable pathway to truth. It is vegan arguments are a really, really good way to just figure out what people's just general moral values are, or their general evaluations of the world. It's very, very interesting. Like, for example, I have learned today, Vegan Gains is in fact a sociopath. Nothing to do with his argument, but that's, you know, what you learn. Similar to irony, right? What somebody finds funny actually tells you quite a lot about who they are.
To take away an animal's life, regardless of how it's raised. Like, again, the vegan position is there's no morally substantive difference between a human being and a cow.
I hate veganism. It's elitist and impossible to sustain the global population vegan. What does that have to do with hating veganism? Like, it's just like a sort of an ethical claim or something, or even in some sense, it's just like, if somebody says, you know, eating meat makes me sad because I think about the animals, so I don't eat meat because I don't want to be sad, because I don't think that other people should do it because I am sad when they do it. How is that elitist? That's not elitist. It's yeah, I don't think it's elitist. Yeah, I also don't know. I don't know what you mean by it's impossible. Do you just mean like insofar as like if you snapped your fingers and everyone just had to be vegan right now, like that would be impossible? Probably, yeah.
So if I'm not okay with killing, say, a child for meat, like I could have a free-range child, you know, like raise a child in the best circumstances, let him run around in his backyard, give him all the toys.
So
it's not going to be okay to kill the child. So
yes, I understand
the challenge that you're going to have to face is coming up with crap. Where the hell's my? Oh, just give me a second.
This happens to all my guests. Masad does not like these
so
conversations happening.
So what you're going to have to do is point out a morally substantive difference between a human being and a cow. So name the trait that's lacking in a cow that, if lacking in a human being, would justify killing the human being. Because if you could find it,
dude, I can think of like tons of examples that would justify killing a human being, just in general, like. The fuck?
Human being that's trait equalized to a cow.
Yep.
If you're a logically consistent, honest person, you'd have to be okay with killing the human being.
Well, this gets into an interesting dilemma.
Sorry, what?
Being and a cow. So name the trait that's lacking in a cow that, if lacking in a human being, would justify killing the human being. Because if you could
a trait that's lacking in a cow, that if it was also lacking in a human being would justify killing it. By the way, there's no answer to this, obviously. I'm just trying to figure out what he's trying to get at.
Find a human being that's trait equalized to a cow.
Yep.
If you're a logically consistent, honest person, you'd have to be okay.
Why is it trade equalized? Trade equalized.
Killing the human being.
Well, this gets into an interesting dilemma, where I don't think logical consistency is the measure by which something is true. It's not the only measure, or certainly not the ultimate measure. So, like, there's certain presuppositions I just have. I believe humans are of greater moral consideration than cows.
Why? Because you feel it.
Well,
right.
you could
I take that as an axiom for granted.
Well, okay, you could think that, but the reason you would think that is because there's some sort of trait difference between a human being.
Well, I'd put it
trait. Okay, holy shit, trait equalized. Thank you.
In religious terms, I'm not extremely Christian, but I'm Christian adjacent, where humans are made in the image of God and animals are not, and it says explicitly that humans were given dominion over animals, and I believe that's commensurate with.
What the fuck you talking? He said he's not a Christian, but he just believes in very specific Christian dogma. Why?
Natural order of things. But this is like the abortion debate where it's like, are you pro-life or pro-choice or? I mean, it's a terrible dichotomy. But
if everyone became vegan, then that would be the natural order of things. The natural order of things just defines things that are. It doesn't define things that are good or anything about that. It just you're just saying things that happen.
Yeah, I think if you were to analyze my viewpoint, I lean more to pro-choice.
Okay, because what the pro-life people would say, the people who say that life begins at conception, they would go, if not at conception, name the exact moment at which a zygote becomes a human being worthy of moral consideration. And I would say, I actually can't do that, but I don't need to be able to do that to tell you there's a difference.
If we're talking about moral consideration, like, if you're saying that there is a point in which there is or is not moral consideration, like, then it would be on you to define the point. Doesn't mean that it's going to make any sense whatsoever, obviously, because we're talking about moral consideration. But that would be the case.
Just because I can know something without being able to articulate how I know it.
Well, there's a gray zone.
I can know something without having to articulate how I know it.
Exactly, yeah. And I would say that that's the problem that you think I have, and I would say I suppose I do have, which is I can't articulate clearly what is present in humans that's not present in animals, that gives humans higher moral consideration. It's the same problem you have if you compare, what is it, cows to insects. Like, what is the...
There's no answer. You can only say, like, what do you think are the things that that determine the feelings that you have, in which if a human gets killed, you would feel sad, and if a cow gets killed, you would not feel sad. What do you think are the things that produce those affects? What do you think those are? And you could talk about those, right? You can talk about tons of shit when you say it like that. But if we're talking about something that has to appeal to some sort of intrinsic value, the truth is that, I'm sorry, there is none. In the same way, whereas like if this conversation was treating, religious value as something that is valuable, then it would be full stop. The religion is not, God is not real. Full stop. Like, we're not going to have a conversation about whether or not this person is going to go to hell if hell does not exist. Like, you can't do it. At some point, you just got to be like, it's just not a thing. You're just talking about things that aren't real. The objective truth is that the cow has never done a kickflip and is therefore not as radical. That's fair.
In, I don't know, I'm a frog or whatever the least sentient creature that is still worthy of vegan moral protection. The creature right below that, like, why is the cutoff there? Why is a wasp not worthy of, or a mealworm not worthy of moral consideration? What's the trait that's inside of a cow that's not in a mealworm?
Well, I named the trait. It would be sentience with the ability to experience well-being.
How do you know that an insect can't experience well-being?
Well,
because they don't come. Wait, do they come?
Like a tarantula or something. Like a pretty sophisticated insect.
Well, they probably are able to. Like, we can't know another mind, but we can make a set of inferences. So if they have a brain, nervous system, nociceptors, you can also analyze their behavior, whether or not they're social creatures. You can look at some of their brain chemistry, whether or not like there's dopamine interactions with like certain activities. So you can make a series of inferences that let you make a more like kind of accurate assessment. I don't know if you're actually a conscious creature. You could be some like weird android
NPC
that isn't actually, like, you could be some AI creation by an alien. Like, I have no idea, but I can make a series of inferences. Like, okay, well, there's a lot of people who say that your parents are these people and saw you be born, and you seem to, like, we can do an MRI scan of your body, like, everything seems to be human.
Allegedly.
Like, we can't know with 100% certainty that you are in fact human and you are conscious, but beyond any reasonable doubt, we can ascertain that.
But what I'm asking is, because it does seem like there is.
I'm here to understand the Lego thing, and now I'm lost. That's horrifying. Is Chudley here yet?
Like, a mealworm, I would say there's a reasonable doubt that it's conscious, even though a mealworm does have a nervous system. It does respond to stimuli and all that. And so it's like the non-vegan and the vegan have the same problem. They just draw the line in a different area, which is you draw the line somewhere between, I don't know, a mealworm and a tarantula, let's say, or like a daddy long legs. I don't know. Is a cricket? Are you okay with eating crickets?
No.
What about mealworms, like mealworm protein?
I don't know enough about mealworms. I'm against the idea of farming insects, period, whether they're sentient or not, for
Why?
a variety of reasons.
For vegan moral reasons or separate reasons?
Well,
because they're icky, or
even assuming they weren't sentient, there'd be separate reasons.
Okay. But I'm
ask what? I need to know what they are.
Asking to use your vegan philosophy here to evaluate
ecology,
whether or not a mealworm, assuming the only consideration was the moral vegan consideration.
Yeah,
He said sentience was a line before. He could be referring to ecology?
Sure.
Mealworms, yes or no?
I don't know enough about mealworms.
Okay.
Like, if you were to ask me about some alien creature that we discovered, like, I don't know enough. If it turned out mealworms were not sentient,
yeah,
and like, do they like, are they like butterflies where they evolve into?
No, I'm sorry. I mean, okay, I mean, like a regular worm. Like, how about a regular worm?
Is it about whether or not it can become butterfly?
That you see, like, in the lawn, that comes out when it rains. That you can cut into two and it still lives.
I'm not sure if they're I don't know. I don't know if they have a brain or not.
Okay, but that's exactly how I feel about cows in terms of not that they're sentient, but that they're sentient enough for me to give them moral consideration.
Okay, so are you okay with people like killing and eating their pet dogs?
No, I think that's
okay.
Yeah,
well,
but
I don't see it. Like, I don't see
because, for different reasons.
A big cognitive difference between like dogs.
What are those reasons? What are the different reasons for that?
And cows.
Like, I'm against people having sex with dead bodies for reasons that are separate from you're not harming the dead body. I don't think humans should have sex with animals either. Not because it's like, well, the animal can't consent. It's like, well, we killed the fucking animal, so clearly that's not.
Okay, well, then that means you're getting closer. The answer is that you think that it's icky and it makes you feel bad.
It's a crime against nature, is how I would frame it.
It would make you feel really bad, is what you mean.
Which
well,
is,
I think
I can't
it
articulate.
Just simply grosses you.
As I always come back to sex, I've always wondered, but I think that there's something deeply fascinating about the sort of fixation on the meaning and value of sex when it comes to men. It's weird.
And there's also other behavioral things associated with that.
That's true. That's part
clearly creates moral issues.
Right.
But
and that's why I'm like, you shouldn't be able to kill your own dog. But a cow, especially
because of what?
Creates moral issues.
Right.
But
that's why I'm like, you shouldn't be able to kill your own dog. But a cow, especially if you raise the cow, in an open pasture.
Right, and if I raise my dog in an open pasture, he gets walks and gets to run off leash every day. What's the issue with killing the dog?
Well, to be honest, I mean, they do that in where, Korea or something, right?
Yeah, Korea, China, Philippines.
I mean,
I actually learned recently a lot of people in Switzerland eat dogs. It's really weird.
Yeah, I don't actually think it's.
That's horrific.
I think if it. There's interesting a pet. Like I believe a pet is a legal category, right?
Who cares if it's a legal category? What does that have to do with it?
There's like a legal definition for pet, like something you have guardianship over, blah, blah, blah. So but I don't, in principle, like a dog and a cow and a pig are all equally intelligent. If people raise dogs, to be honest, if you had to give me a choice between, hey, Paul, you could press a button and you get rid of all the factory farming. But what ends up happening is people start eating dogs, but the dogs are raised like in wonderful pastures their whole lives. And then they're just killed painlessly. I'd be like, that's probably a better, all things considered.
What?
Because the dog gets to run around and live its whole wonderful life, and then Javier Bardem at the end.
Well,
let's do that with the rich then. Okay, no, I think based on his arguments, we basically have a really surefire way to convince this guy that we should be sending all the rich to live on a pasture and then kill and eat them. This is awesome.
You brought up an interesting point. Like you said, well, a dog is a pet; it's a separate category. But then you mentioned there's not really any substantial difference between a dog and a cow. Like they're different species, but in terms of like intelligence, sentience, the qualities you care about, there's not really any difference. So this differentiation between is it okay to kill a dog and is it okay to kill a cow has nothing to do with any fact about the creature. You're talking about like some weird social standard where we just have a social standard where it's not okay to kill a dog. So
I'm telling you,
you're talking about.
Well, I'm going beyond that social because I'm telling you, I'm okay with that. Like I am okay in theory with, if people are going to eat dogs or if people are going to eat cows or pigs, like, yeah, as long as they're being raised properly, I'm not going to say that like what the Koreans are doing or the Swiss are doing is like a barbaric practice. I'd go, oh, that's kind of odd, but I'm aware that it's, part of my culture.
Right, and if there was like a culture of humans, like say they're raising kids in China for meat.
There is a difference between an animal and a dog.
Dude, I think Vegan Gains would hate me. Do you think that Vegan Gains would like legitimately like hate me? He probably would. He'd probably be furious.
So let's explore that difference.
And real quick, just sorry on that last point. People have pet rats.
Probably hates everyone to some degree. Yeah, I mean, like the response. Like if I sat down, if Vegan Gains came to my stream and he said, "Hey, I want to talk about veganism." I think by the end of that discussion, he would be upset with me.
I'm okay with people putting rat traps in their house. There's no inconsistency there.
Well, I don't see how that...
Like a pet is a personal... Like the reason I'm connected to a dog is because I have a personal connection with it. And the reason I like other dogs is because I see my personal connection with that dog in other dogs.
Well, right. And people also have roommates. If somebody barges in your house, like, and without your permission, it's okay to shoot and kill them. Like, there's no inconsistency there.
So you would feel okay if somebody accidentally walked into your house because they're drunk and then you shoot them.
Right.
So it's the same with a rat. Like if you have a pet rat, but then you have like
nice, it's an intruder. That's actually a good way to do it. I'm vegan, but the rat was intruding on my house, so I shot him. That's fair.
That's not fair. What? The rat doesn't even have a concept of property. Oh, is this why Vegan Gain said it's more morally acceptable to kill a homeless person than a rich person? Is that why he said that? That was a crazy position, by the way, for a vegan to have. Is insane.
I just think there are like you said, we make inferences. We have these intuitions about consciousness. There's something about a human that is categorically different than an animal. Like
intuition. That's a funny word.
In my inability to put it into exact words and to put it out in a logical list does not mean it's not real. Or that I'm not pointing to something real.
I can help you along in the conversation to help you do that. But
Please.
Like if you're gonna admit there's like no difference that you can really name, no meaningful difference that you can kind of point to where, well, this is, obviously why it's okay to kill a cow, but it's not okay to kill a human being. And you're just going to end up telling me, I don't know, it just feels okay to me.
No,
like,
I wouldn't.
Language, man, we can lie, animals can't. What is that relative to?
I would acknowledge that because that's just simply the fact. It's the same way that it's the same way that you are able to differentiate between the color blue and the color red. Right? You just look at it and it's a quality thing. You can't put words to it. At some point, if you have a color spectrum, blue shades into red, and in the middle it's purple. But just because you can't say, well, exactly at what point, tell me the moment, the exact line at which this qualia is now categorically different.
Sure.
People, did we do Lego yet? Oh, hello, Charlie. No, I was waiting for you.
I understand that.
Yeah, that's how I would apply it to situations.
Yeah. But like the point I'm making is, if you're not really able to construct like a good argument, but then you're going to like just say
you're still at work. Oh, what the fuck?
Well, I kind of feel like it's okay.
Yeah.
When are you off of work?
It like if I were to tell you that when it came to like killing people, well, like there's a different argument.
Yeah.
But then you're going to like just say, well, I kind of feel like it's okay.
Yeah.
It like if I were to tell you that when it came to like killing people.
Another hour. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, like there's a difference.
Another hour. We'll probably watch the. Probably the Pisco content. Probably the Pisco content.
It's between like black and white people. Can't really tell.
Sorry. Hold on. I need to know. He's bringing race into this. I need to know completely what he's saying.
But like the point I'm making is, if you're not really able to construct like a good argument,
yeah.
But then you're going to like just say, well, I kind of feel like it's okay.
Yeah.
It like if I were to tell you that when it came to like killing people, well,
Yeah.
you know, like there's a difference between like black and white people.
This is an example of something that you shouldn't say.
Can't really
is he saying that it's
tell you exactly what the difference is, but you know, I just feel like it's okay to kill black people. Like you wouldn't accept that.
Correct.
As, like,
I would not accept that
for committing violence.
Correct.
So I think you do to some.
Yeah, you would shame that. Yeah, you would shame that quality.
Degree, have to like make some sort of like accurate framework and point out, you know, morally substantive difference between these creatures. So like again,
no, I don't think so. I reject that you need to have a logically coherent.
You can't have a logically coherent.
Excuse me, logically consistent explanation for something that is fundamentally a qualia. We're entering the realm of qualia and consciousness and sentience. These are not things that can be articulated into words. So the idea that we need to apply the rules of logic and logical consistency to evaluate. You can't articulate qualia.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, describe what it's like to see the color red without describing it using other qualia as a reference point.
Well, like, is that the reason you're okay with killing cows? Because cows.
Here's what I'll tell you. No. In the same way that I can look at the color blue and I can look at the color red and instantly tell the difference, there's something about the qualia of blue and the qualia of red that are fundamentally different, even though I can't exactly articulate the logical explanation for why these are different. They appear to me in my sense data as fundamentally different. That's exactly how I view animals and people. There's something about human beings and there's something about animals that are so obviously fundamentally different. And
that changes the way that you feel about it.
Ability to articulate the exact logical what you said. Tell me the exact trait that's present in humans that's not present in animals. I can't do it for blue and red. What's present in blue that's not present in red? It's like, I don't know. It's not lightness or darkness.
But like again, if we were
the wavelength
talking about like rather than killing animals, we're talking about killing black people, and I give you that same argument. I can't tell you the difference between like
it would
red
be a bad
and blue.
argument. Yeah. Or sorry, it's not an argument then.
So you're admitting you're like,
No.
like if we're using this to justify killing billions and billions.
I feel like we're getting into like some TOS territory where I have to like keep reiterating the fact that he's saying that this is bad because of the way that he's saying it. It's just really weird. You know, when someone brings up like someone's trying to make like an argument, and it always comes back to the same kind of trolley problem, but the trolley problem is like always involves like pedophilia, or it always involves rape for some reason. Whenever they make a trolley problem, they can't just say a simple trolley problem. They have to exaggerate it into the point of being specifically about rape. And it's like, all right. I understand the trolley problem, but I don't understand why the context necessarily has to involve rape. I don't understand why that's the case and why it keeps happening. Interesting that people find it disturbing to see an insect eating a mammal, but flinch at the sight of a mammal eating an insect. What? But they don't flinch at the sight of a mammal eating an insect. What do you mean? Well, the size would probably be one. The familiarity of the composition could probably be another. Vegan Gains is only vegan until he convinces people that we are all equal, therefore humans can be killed. True.
Of sentient beings, like you're on very, very shaky ground.
No. Because that would the equivalent would be if I tell you there's a difference between blue and red, and then everyone in the world hears me and they go, "Yep, that's true," because there's the color blue and there's the color red. But if I point to you two shades exactly the same color, and I say this is red and this is red, or excuse me, I say this is red and this is green, even though they're both red, everyone would go, "No." It's like I'm using the same sense.
There's footage of a giant millipede eating a rat. That is hard to watch, but we don't think of it when mammals eat an insect. It's weird. I don't think it's weird at all. I mean, like, I guess the response, right? Because, like, if you cut open an insect, it's not very, there's not a lot of associated meat. It might as well be like an alien. But if you cut open a rat, then it's like, oh, those are like, I know what that is. Those are like organs. Those are like what I got. That's like what I got. Ugh. I could look like that,
Mechanisms there. And what you're pointing out is, well, you can't make the argument using sense data, because if I can just say, well, look, blue and red are so obviously different, I could just do the same thing with red and say that these are obviously different. It's like, no, you couldn't, because people would look at it and their sense data would tell you otherwise. And so, like, the idea that, well, I'm using this line of argumentation to say there's an obvious difference between humans and animals, and you're saying, well, if I go by that,
is it familiarity that is a meaningful distinction to something? It doesn't really have to be familiarity to yourself, but I would imagine, yeah, it's like I don't know, like what would you describe as the reason why you might feel more grossed out by it than not? Like if you were to see someone cut open or maybe grossed out's probably not the right word, because gross doesn't have to be like the same kind of discomfort, but I don't know, what would you say?
Say there's an obvious difference between white and black people, and I would go, you could say that, but no one would agree with you, because white and black people and people of all races are still human beings, and there's something.
Race isn't real, by the way. They're completely made up concepts around just classifying people as being similar looking in this way, or similar looking in this way, or different looking in this way and different looking in that way, with these sort of artificial, socially constructed lines in between it, obviously.
Fundamentally different between a human being and an animal. Now, I think people can be conditioned to view that in the same way that people can, be conditioned to be psychopaths and all that, or act like psychopaths. But I don't know. I think in a functioning moral society,
well, that's just an appeal to popularity. Like just because other people agree with you. So we're just
an
talking
appeal
about
to popularity.
I mean, if we're saying that moral value has something to do with what other people believe, or what other people think is okay, but really you're gonna be trying to find any single thing that you can ground as consistency with it. It's just flat earth shit.
That's appeal to common sense?
No, that's an appeal to popularity. Like just
okay,
because somebody.
Well, I mean.
Well, look, there was a time in history where black people were seen as a completely different class of human that weren't deserving of human rights.
Correct.
So if we were to have this conversation in
they're still undervalued in American society.
In like the 1700s, there'd be a lot of people, probably most people in the United States, who'd say, well, yeah, why would we give black people human rights?
I agree. And do you think that
so logically... would that be a justification to enslave black people?
No.
Well, it was common sense. Everybody agrees.
Do you think that if you presented those people with a logically coherent argument, they would change their mind about black people?
They may or may not, if they're intellectually honest.
I don't think they would.
If they were, what do we say this term? Intellectually honest. It's like we treat honesty as like the as this moral good. Being honest is good, being dishonest is bad. And it's like these terms like intellectual honesty. What does that even fucking mean? consistent. So we're saying that having consistency is honest. Having consistency is honest. But if you're honestly inconsistent, then that is dishonesty.
That's the issue. People are not convinced by most people are not convinced by logical argumentation. They're convinced by other epistemic mechanisms, usually imitating people that they admire. So if someone of high status and high, regard said, "Actually,
it's not my fault. Everyone's an idiot."
But it's your fault for not adapting to that reality. There's two ways to look at it. Everyone's stupid and I'm right, or you're stupid for not adapting to the fact that not everyone thinks the same way as you do.
Well, look, if we were arguing about whether or not the Earth was flat, and I said,
you kind of are. No, you're kind of arguing about whether or not it's flat or flat but curved.
No, it's clearly round. Look at all the evidence. And then, they appealed, well, it's common sense. I mean, everyone thinks it's flat. And
when I go outside, it was pretty flat to me.
It's like, read the Bible. It says it's flat in the Bible. Are you saying God's wrong? Like, how am I going to adjust to their line of thinking when this is an issue of just descriptive facts?
Of moral truths.
I can't adjust to that.
Correct.
So we're
so then the question is why maybe you should consider alternative routes than just arguing with people.
I mean, this is not what Paul said. Didn't know his name was Paul. Not what Paul said, but that feeling of how are you going to have that conversation about how are you going to have a debate with somebody who just is not going to meet you on the grounds of the Earth not being flat? What do you even do with that? That's kind of how I feel about ethical debates. Ooh, this is nice. What is the website? By the way, liebeck.io if you want to see all the chats in one place. Among other things. Up.
Well, you agreed to have a debate with me, and
I'm happy to talk.
Yeah, so
I'm not a debate bro.
Yeah, so if you have a set of moral standards,
the
one moral standard that I think we both agree on is that humans should have rights. Humans shouldn't be murdered, tortured, raped, stolen from.
I don't know about Dota players though, but yes.
Well, we could make some exceptions, but
agreed.
Yeah,
he's not. See, that was humor. He related to humor. That's good.
The difference here, I extend those rights to animals, you don't. Correct. Now, I'm making the claim that there's no morally substantive difference between a human and at least animals that are sentient and have the level of sentience where they can experience well-being.
Yeah.
That's the kind of, the bottom line. Now, you're claiming, no, there is a morally substantive difference. That's
Correct.
why it's okay to kill animals.
But I'm unable to articulate exactly what that is. I can't. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, you are. I think you're just unwilling to because you're afraid it's going to lead to a logical...
It's funny because I think Paul is actually, I guess, closer to having a just by the fact that he's not dogmatic and the fact that he says, I don't know, I just feel that way, is actually just way, way closer to the fact of the matter. Because Vegan Gains is just sort of trying to create consistency around the fact that he is the exact same way. He's trying to create consistency around it and basically say that I think that this is wrong because of the logical consistency. That is the reason why I feel bad about this thing is because of the logical consistency, as opposed to why I would not feel bad about this thing has to do with my reason. He's making it up as he goes, right? At least Paul is able to say, I just simply feel these things and I don't know where they come from.
Contradiction.
I'm definitely not afraid of logical contradictions. I don't believe that logical consistency is the ultimate metric for truth claims. As I stated with the qualia, when you're evaluating,
I don't know what you mean truth claim. We're talking about your own moral values.
That's fair. We can perhaps, because I do have a bunch of people that are in line that I do need to get to. This is a fundamental difference on how we approach this conversation. I don't believe it is necessary to have a logically consistent worldview for it to still correspond to reality. You can be logically inconsistent and still correspond to reality.
You absolutely need to have a logically consistent worldview.
Okay, the next time we talk, we can discuss that. But I do
okay. Do you think the Earth can both be flat and
he just keeps debating anyway.
round at the same time?
I'm telling you, if I look outside, it looks pretty flat to me, and I still believe it's round.
Wow. Oh yeah. Okay, we get a little bit before we go to Legos. And I think I want to spend that little bit reacting to liberals. Perception nodders, true, nodders. Is human life sacred? Is all life sacred? No. Of course not. Ali, are you calling me a homo? By the way, this is the website. If you want to engage in chat, be able to see all the chats in one place. This is a good way to do it. You can switch between the different video embeds. I guess the Twitch one immediately has ads. And there's also built into it Matrix server, which is kind of tight. This is the website. The link to it is liveback.io. It was written on screen a second ago. Also, the stream is brought to you by people who support the stream, because the bar at the bottom of the screen is how much time can be added to the clock, the timer that is counting down on the screen right now. That is how much time is left in the stream. Once that timer hits 0, then the stream is going to be over. But you can increase the amount of time on that clock by donating to the streamer. That is how all labor works in this society. So if you want to support the stream, make it last longer, the way to do it is to donate money, right? Are you anti-liberal? Am I anti-liberal? I don't even know what that means. I guess it depends on what you mean by liberal. I mean it in the colloquial sense. And in that sense, I am not a liberal.
Fuck AT&T.
True. Fuck AT&T. Thank you, Exendu.
Is not to recreate this.
Oh shit, look, this guy's a fucking pirate.
This purity testing Prime Kai example on Gaza the other way around. Let me explain that, right?
Prime Kai, is this a debate? Is that a reference to a debate that he had over like a year ago? Or almost a year ago? Oh shit, a real pirate? That's what I'm saying, he's a real fucking pirate.
My opposition to Hassan Piker is, just like my opposition to any other set of Democratic actors, is contingent, not just on who Hassan Piker is, but it's contingent on what I expect the results would be. And the
is he in the desert?
The way I can show this and demonstrate this is to give a hypothetical, an example. If you knew that Kamala Harris taking the stage and accepting Hassan Piker's endorsement would cause her to win the election, would you encourage her to do it?
Oh, for sure. I definitely would encourage her to do it. Of course, there's context like how you would
exactly.
approach it, but,
So all I'm trying to demonstrate there isn't that it was a smart idea to do. In the abstract, I'm happy to admit that Hassan Piker is an enemy to my long-term political goals because he envisions, as I understand his views, a much more liberal society than me. I have no doubt about that, but that's not the question. That's not an interesting question to me, in other words. The question is like, when is it appropriate and how is it appropriate?
I'm skipping the intro. I hate intros. Your dono alerts are off. Did I miss a dono? Or what kind of dono? Well, I got this one. Is there another one? Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah. I said fuck AT&T and thank you, Xendu.
Welcome back to the Purple Political Breakdown. How's it going? How's your day been?
That voice. Holy shit.
Back at it again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with another podcast episode to have a great conversations of the craziness that's going on in society today. In order to have the conversation today, to talk about the Democrats,
I'm not going to like this guy. I'm not going to like this guy. I know it. I'm not going to like him.
Identity, the loaded term that I'm sure you love, the coalition.
Maybe I will.
This is an important conversation.
I don't know.
To a few people about it before, and we'll probably address some of these things. But I do think moving past MAGA and the craziness by Trump, hopefully, we create a vision that inspires the people. And I do think that is a very important thing to know. So to have that conversation, I'm my guy here, Pisco. I've watched him, of course. I watched Live and Learn. I really do like what you guys do for the most part. Of course, there's disagreements here and there.
Nope, not going to like him. Hell yeah.
Allow him to introduce himself. Who are you and what are you about?
Awesome. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I am a political streamer, I would say, influencer, legal streamer influencer. I'm a lawyer.
Having him. Did this man give birth to this man?
Who decided to, take a harder look at politics and spend more time covering stuff, usually from the perspective of like legal commentary, corruption issues related to constitutionality, but I will occasionally delve into policy.
He's legal. Yeah.
And these internal debates, these struggle sessions that we have with ourselves. It seems like every couple months there's like a new version of it about what the identity should be of the opposition to Trump and the Democratic Party moving forward.
The identity should be, is that his new angle on the coalition? Allergic reactions already? Yes. Oh, yeah. Immediately. 1, he's wearing a tie on the internet. 2, the voice was very, very funny. Very professional and in a very cringe way. 3, he's a fan of Live and Learn.
Yeah. It does seem that way, and understandably so. The Democrats are not a monolith of ideology like the MAGA movement is, where it's basically what Trump says, it goes. There's so many different individuals here that have different visions for the betterment of America, and that can be good, but once it seems like it's like destroying and eating itself, that's when we really have to take a step back and go like, what is going on? Before we get into the nitty-gritty to have this conversation,
first, a word from our sponsors.
I always like to ask all my guests this. My audience knows at this point. What makes you relatable to the average person with a hobby?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
My audience knows at this point. What makes you relatable to the average person with a hobby like? What's something you enjoy? For example, I'm a fan of sports. I'm a fan of anime. I'm a fan of nerd stuff, working out. So what is something like that that makes you be like, or that makes people go and look at you and go like, you know what? That's a normal guy.
I just got 100% on Hades 2. It was a really fun.
How's that normal?
Fun game. I don't know if you guys are gamers, but I love the game. I'm a big fan of the God of War series. I used to stream FIFA. So people back in the day, back in college, to like 6 or 7 viewers, I would stream FIFA as Pisco 95. I don't know if there's any OGs left from those days. But yeah, no. So I'm into sports. I got hobbies. I'm like into odd things that people like wouldn't expect. There's more.
So that's not relatable then.
There's many layers to me. I like musicals. I will often quote musicals. Love movies. Love just chilling, grabbing a beer with the fam. But yeah, no, that's me.
I respect a lot of those things. Never been a FIFA guy. I'm always a Madden and 2K guy personally.
I love 2K. I love 2K. I love the classic teams on 2K. I love playing like Celtics 08. The Warriors team when they had Durant. I think that's made it as a classic team. I'm not sure about that though. It should be
the best team of all time.
Yeah. Who do you got in your top 5
for teams or players?
Players. So you go Jordan first.
I don't give a shit. I too am normal. Yeah, don't care. Uh-oh.
For the neutrals, for the normies.
For sure. I mean, I spoke with Z yesterday, funny enough, from Fuck America Corps. And one thing that we brought up in that conversation is that we need to ensure, or at the very least establish, that it's okay to be like normal and cool.
That's why he asked the question. Okay.
When it comes down to liberals, there is this kind of generalized notion, especially in like the late 2010s, where it's like all of them are just wokey and annoying and just always like policing everything you say. Yeah. I mean, South Park made a whole like stuff about the wokeness and PC principle.
Yeah, dude. They made a meal of that too, and there's always this. There was a temptation to call South Park like a South Park conservative or whatever. I always thought it was a misnomer. I think that South Park in general goes after people who don't either have self-awareness or exist in a closed system of thought, which just creates absurdity and parody and contradiction. And that very much was around with some of these left movements. Again, not all of them. I think it's easy to paint with a broad brush there, but yeah, certainly there was plenty to ridicule in that era.
One thing that I think is always really interesting is when you have people who sort of need, like what we're talking. If there are people that are sort of making fun of your values, and then you say, okay, well, I need to adjust because the only way that we're going to be accepted is if people don't like these values. What do you believe at that point? Like, what are your values at that point? If it's literally something that is just specific to appealing to the particular crowd, that's the same thing that you get out of liberals nonstop. It seems like every single conversation with liberals is like, how do we sell our brand? 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 How can we make more people want to vote for us? How do we do it in a way that is effective for marketing our brand? It's like, it's never really about how do you educate people to coming around to the things that you think, or how do you gain political power as such. It's always like, how do you sell the brand? That's it. The fuck is this? Cringe.
Yeah, for sure. In South Park, honestly, they make fun of everybody. It doesn't, and that's what I respect about them. It doesn't matter.
That's what you respect about them, is, dude. Oh my god, this guy's trying way too hard to be normal. That he's.
What religion you are, what political affiliation you're a part of.
The kind of people I like honest people. If you're honest about the thing that you say, well, at least you're honest. What the fuck are you talking about?
They're making fun of all of you and not holding back. But yeah, South Park was really funny. But the idea of just being more relatable, being more cool, it's okay to like all this normal stuff. It's okay to hang out. I mean, we talk about COD lobbies, for example. Yeah. Don't go too crazy. Sometimes they do go too crazy, but just having a good time it's okay, and seem like you're a normal person. And that's one of the things that, again, we brought up, regardless of how you feel about him. And I truly do believe the idea that people relate to the guy is ridiculous, but people felt like Trump was like them. Sure. And it helped because he was on TV shows like The Apprentice. He was on the WWE. Even though this guy was like a billionaire Nepo baby, he just like, oh, he's cool. He's funny. There's memes about him.
So he is definitely funny. Even recently in this like unhinged rant that he had about the 4 or 5 different critics from MAGA of the war, where he's like laying shit out. He just out of nowhere is like, well, Bridget Macron is hotter than Candace Owens. Just like a patently ridiculous, absurd, like petty thing to do. And so he'll still occasionally have like very funny aspects about him, but there is that weird kind of duality or contradiction in that
you still wouldn't want him to be president.
Does seem relatable to a lot of people, although he says certain things and does certain things that like no one else would do or say. Just like this whole tweet that he had on Sunday, open the fucking straight, you maniacs, praise be to Allah. Like, that just is not a normal thing that, that people say on an Easter Sunday. Notwithstanding that, I think the openness or the lack of filter in some way is relatable to people, or was relatable for the longest time and felt like authenticity or realness.
Yeah, isn't that fucked up? Is that the thing that that people who support Trump identify with is the fact that they don't know anything about politics, and they don't care about politics. They don't care about politics. They don't know anything about politics, and fuck, they need somebody in power who also simultaneously does not give a fuck about politics.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that people attach themselves to this individual, and a lot of people are realizing pretty quickly that his behavior has been very damaging for the country overall. Moving on to the conversation,
The people that care about politics, maybe, yeah.
itself, there's something valuable that I do think that is necessary for when we talk about Democrats, when we talk about liberals, and again, this is the conversation I brought up with Z. What exactly is the elevator pitch? What do they represent? What is their very clear motto when you attach it to themselves? Of course, they're going to abide by liberal principles and hopefully abide by principles that has the better.
The fact that this feels like a job interview is probably like the first place to start, right? With like actually critiquing this kind of stuff, is that how are you going to have this kind of conversation? And the conversation itself is structured like it's a job interview.
The people as the forefront, but it's hard for a lot of people to understand, like, what exactly are you doing? What exactly are you about? When it comes down to MAGA, despite I think them being very, very, very bad, you can
Like, if somebody talked to me this way about politics, I would check out immediately. I would be like, okay, I am not convinced that I am talking to someone who is going to be processing anything that I have to say. There's no way that you could convince me that that is the case. I am out. See ya.
understand exactly what their elevator pitch is and what they're going to be here and who they're going to represent. When it comes down to you and your opinion, what do you think that elevator pitch is, if it currently exists, or if it doesn't, what should it be?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I take an elevator pitch in the context of politics. It's often like, what do you tell as your 1 minute?
Who's interviewing who? Who do you think? Look, look
to an audience in some sort of hypothetical debate or something in front of like a mass audience of people, of lay people, of normal people, of average, regular people. But also you have this notion of an elevator pitch, which is like direct.
Did you see any of Marco v. Congress? No, I didn't. No.
Did at insiders, right? People who are going to invest in you, and that kind of conversation that I expect we're going to be having in a few minutes. That conversation is very different, where we're talking about like specific policies and ideals. And I think which one of those visions that you're talking about, or which one of those pitches that we're talking about, will change what the pitch is. Right? I could tell you in a couple words, my elevator pitch is abundance, build, create, and all that, and you would understand instantly.
I would understand instantly who you watch the most on YouTube.
What I'm referencing and what kind of policies that I'm plugging into. There's a kind of common framework, an API. That's kind of an insider conversation. The elevator pitch for the outsider, for the average person, for the regular person, needs to be, I think, something approaching what a lot of these successful Dems have done in the interim period. Think about Mamdani. Like, I will make your your housing cheaper. Right? I will make your housing cheaper. Trump doesn't care about you. He cares about his billionaire donors and the Epstein class. Something like what John Ossoff is approximating, where it really is a more populist rhetoric, us versus them, big picture. I'm going to lower your costs. I'm going to be worried about you. I'm not going to actually care about you. I'm not going to send you off to die in a useless war where we're raising the price on everybody, that kind of thing. So it really depends which of those visions you're talking about. The insider conversation.
What's up, Crudy? Oh no, is this a Tom raid? Fuck, I haven't hooked up the YouTube emotes.
The outsider conversation, and I almost think the outsider conversation is too surface level to, at some point, like,
housing can't get cheaper. What? That is a claim.
At some points there's some ideology, but is so general and so abstract that you might mistake some of the rhetoric that might be the best for Democrats for the sort of outsider pitch as right-wing populist talking points. Sometimes it might be hard to place exactly what the ideological grounding is from that pitch.
And
price of houses. I understand. Yeah, I understand that when you say that housing can't get cheaper, that you're talking about the price of houses. Yeah.
So I do agree that there is a difference in terms of the pitches. When it comes down to elections at the very least, and when it comes down to appealing to the people, the outsider pitch is more valuable and it's more important at the end of the day. So when it comes down to that, and there is that concern that begs a broader question, which I'm glad you kind of went there, in terms of, do we lean into the populist rhetoric? Because there are individuals like Mamdani, like James Tallarico, who do really appeal to that rhetoric of trying to help the people,
Do you mean it?
put more money in your pockets,
Do you promise?
create better job opportunities for you, and of course, go after the elite because they're screwing.
I'm out of the blue. Who stepped on Legos? The Lego thing is what we're going to be doing when Chodole is off work. Is TLDR. If somebody has stolen upwards of $200,000 worth of Legos from an old dying man, and there is a Game of Thrones type scenario. I was trying to figure out who did it.
Over, and I do think the
In real life.
wealth inequality gap is a problem in America.
Mm-hmm.
However, I also think that populist rhetoric can be co-opted in very nefarious ways. So when it comes down to it, should the Democrats start leaning into it?
There's a Mormon conspiracy. Yeah, there's a Mormon conspiracy part of it. It seems like there's a coalition of Mormons that are protecting each other and the person who may have stolen over $200,000 worth of Legos from an old dying man, and the corrupt police have very explicit allegiances to this Mormon cult. This is all facts, by the way. Well, the conspiracy exists as well. I don't know how much that has to do with Mormonism, or if it's just that everybody in Utah is Mormon. But yeah,
I think there's no choice. In other words, like, it's not my preference. I'm not a populist by heart. In some ways, I mean, I'm a pragmatist at heart. I want people to do useful things, and I can explain why it was useful for Joe Biden to do things one way, or for Barack Obama to maybe compromise on what some people thought that he was going to do, at least in the vision for a lot of the ideologues. But at the end of the day, I don't get to decide what is the rhetoric that's appealing to voters and what will win elections and what will create mandates. And so, given that, I'm a realist, I'm a materialist before I'm committed to, signaling in terms of technocratic, more policy-oriented discussions. Those just aren't landing. They don't land.
Why didn't he start saying the word materialist? Is that after he talked to that one philosopher guy?
Land for the average person. They don't care about it, right? Like, most people will learn about these issues in the minutes before they go into the voter booth, or at least a lot of them will learn about specifics of, like, I'm just now not talking about the top of the ticket, but like, let's say a ballot initiative. A lot of people are reading up on it, like, on their way, if they read up on it at all, to the voter booth. So we're dealing with a very different set of actors. And there, I'm kind of an information taker. It just feels like we're in a populist moment in this country. And that what's useful about that is twofold. One, populist rhetoric doesn't necessarily pick a particular kind of policy. It doesn't like marry you to any corrosive form of government or authoritarianism. Even though there's certainly a lot of populist authoritarians, it's not an entailment. It's not required to use populist rhetoric and then thereby adopt something that's really, really bad.
Well, it just means that there's a particular kind of feeling of disempowerment by what they themselves would call the general people. That the people are not being listened to. And so when you say, I am listening to the people, then people will vote for you. Just generally. That's what it tells
but that
you.
makes picking a candidate for competency and for personality and for good traits about that person extra.
Which also makes this really, really funny, because this is a conversation sort of that's relative to that, but it's structured as a job interview, which is very, very funny. It's like a job interview of marketing the brand of liberals and Democrats. Is a very funny way to talk about how people have been alienated from politics, and also specifically Democrats. It's like imagine this conversation structured like a job interview, and the questions are like, what can we do to appeal to people who think that we are too formal and professional. What do we do? Take the tie off. I don't trust people who wear ties on YouTube. Name one person who wears a tie on YouTube who I would trust.
Because as you stated, there is that risk, the risk of, targeting particular minorities or doing something really, really stupid.
Bill Nye? Fuck. Yeah. Well, sure.
So all of that danger is there. But the question of whether we should use the populist rhetoric, it's not even a question. We just need to. We need to win.
And I'm starting to lean into that idea that we need to, but there needs to be also very clear distinguishing lines of where we should or where we should not go. And this is probably what is the most important conversation for all the kind of stuff you've been into recently in terms of like who is in the coalition, who are within these boundaries that we are creating to ensure that we are not going to be co-opted in a way that is ruining the country.
What the fuck does it, what does that mean? We're talking about it like whether or not people want to vote for you. Are you saying that there's like a particular line of things that you will appeal to make people vote for you and things that you won't appeal to? Like, won't the line just have to do with things that you do or do not believe? And also the coalition is such a funny word, by the way. It's always a really, really funny word. Who is part of the marketing campaign seems to be the context of this one. Who is going to be recognized within the marketing campaign that we can get away with? We want to have pretty strong boundaries of this because we don't want everyone to think that we're going to be helping them. But we can say particular things that make other people think that we're going to help them.
I mean, there's no doubt about that populist rhetoric appeals to the people. And there's no doubt that a lot of the people, for right or wrong, of course, there's a lot of like misinformation regarding COVID and people's feelings that it was the institutions that was the problem other than the pandemic itself. But even before that, you could even argue that people weren't truly feeling like their lives were getting better from the government and the institutions put in place. And that's a very important broad conversation. I do think it's very wide encompassing with like education needs to be better, with how people stop caring about local governments, even though they impact you much more directly and much more quickly than the federal government, and the power that is getting centralized more and more in the federal government and even more so in the presidency and the executive branch. Like, it is a wide encompassing conversation, no doubt.
Yeah, and for some reason, we're never going to be talking about the fact that all the people that this government is sort of coalescing around happen to be some of the richest people in the history of the world. Very difficult time recognizing they, Democrats. Very difficult time recognizing the fact that this seems to be very strongly correlated.
Not just COVID, you're right about that. And like the Great Recession is a wonderful example of that this kind of building resentment, which has been simmering, growing out of the promises of the 90s, where there was good economic times and a promise of a peace dividend after the fall of communism, that these feelings in post 9/11 and the wars and then the Great Recession, that there's been this simmering resentment that you can feel. And Obama did what he could, I think, and actually won in many ways on a populist messaging, like change we can believe in. Hope, this was a kind of dreamist rhetoric, highfalutin rhetoric, and governed, I think, as an honorable Democrat, but that it didn't put to bed the simmering tensions and then new tensions, racial tensions, dissatisfaction within the Republican Party. So you're absolutely right that this is a broader problem than just COVID, and it does seem to infect other parts of our public life.
And now, with a very clear example of populism being co-opted and with like the MAGA movement utilizing that to get Donald Trump elected, even though all of that were lies and individuals who paid attention to what he was saying was very understood all the lies and then the actual intent going on. It was very clear for people who are in the space, but for the average person, not so much. Mm-hmm. And Donald Trump did provide that factor that we.
There's something really interesting happening here with the word co-opted, and I want to see it's going to be brought up a couple more times, and I think it's really interesting, the things that they call co-option. So I just want to like throw that out there.
Mentioned earlier, relatability and seemingly not a part of the establishment, which again, not true, very clearly a part of the elite class, but ultimately this guy was able to co-opt it, and then now we're seeing a movement that is very fascist and authoritarian in our current regime. So transitioning that to Democrats, there's very clear what we got to do, very clear what the messaging should be. However, it's not so clear on who to work with, who are the risk factors.
What? What do you have to do? What do you mean? What? Isn't the people that you work with going to be basically like defined by the things that you do? Isn't that how politics works?
And potentially not diving yourself into places of, may not go fascist authoritarian, but maybe it goes socialist, communist, authoritarian, and that is just as problematic. So
we're going to throw, because you can relate the idea of socialism with authoritarianism, therefore the entire idea of democracy gets thrown out the window.
What are your thoughts on
that? Yeah, no. So first, a very important thing to segment out is the discussion about rhetoric and the discussion about all the pitfalls, real pitfalls that you're mentioning, the ones that need to be grappled with and discussed. So on the issue of the discourse, real quick, this comparison might offend people. I promise you, I'm not a socialist, I'm not a communist. I don't know if it'll offend you, but it just is a fact that in the post-Tsarist Russia, when there was a lot of fighting for control over who was going to take over the country, everyone from reactionaries to Soviets spoke in terms of revolution. Okay, and it could actually be difficult, right, to segment out the different groups, the liberals from the communists, if you weren't familiar with inside baseball, because everyone spoke in terms of proletariat and revolutions and that kind of thing. A similar kind of feeling with the progressive era in the turn of the 20th century, where you had Theodore Roosevelt, a Republican, really usher in a lot of progressive reforms, and then you had a reaction, a Wilsonian reaction that was also couched in terms of progressivism, and that was just a moment of the time, and that is independent, right, of necessarily political party or even ideology at times. The rhetoric that is offered by people doesn't necessarily match on a particular worldview. If you sell things as the Epstein class, if you sell things as, it's the billionaires going after you, it's these people, whatever, like you could map onto that a great many deal of political theories and solutions. I just want to say you could resolve all of these pitfalls in disparate ways and still have agreement on the rhetoric aspect of it and just be like very thoughtful about the rhetoric. And in fact, there are centrist-y type Democrats who are taking more of that route. No doubt, Ossoff voted for the Lake and Riley Act. He's a more pragmatic, centrist Democrat, and yet he's using the language of populism. So there's nothing incompatible about that. Okay, that's the rhetoric. In terms of the pitfalls, absolutely, there are pitfalls in terms of who do you want to lead? Who do you?
I love the fact that when we talk about populism, is something that is necessarily just rhetorical. As in, there's just something that you say to get elected. It's just something that you just say. You just say shit. It's just slogans, sloganeering. How can we package something that would otherwise not be appealing to people while using language that is about specifically appealing to people?
To run as candidates, what kind of promises you want to make, what kind of policies you want to have. All of these contain potential pitfalls, adversaries, fifth columns, people that you don't want to trust, people that you do want to trust. And the devil is in the details. The devil is in the details. I 100% would not support the communist agenda or communists being in charge of the DNC. This is not something that I would like to see. And likewise, I probably wouldn't support someone like a Bill Clinton type person who I don't trust. Right? I don't trust Bill Clinton in terms of his personal standing. I didn't really think that his presidency was that much to laud over. I wouldn't trust him in the reins of power because I don't trust him as a person. And so these different issues of ideology, of personal trust, of people's characteristics, all of those rear their heads. It just depends which context you're talking about, Riddell, and that will, I think, determine what my answer is. But we can get more narrow.
Yeah, so I do think it's at the very least, I believe we both would agree to this, that the Democratic Party, at the very least, has allowed the opportunity for, if you are capable to get elected, we will allow you into the coalition regarding the Democrat politicians. Because, Mom Dami definitely very much to the left. Tallarico, a Christian Democrat, which is
so the Democrats just allowed him. The Democrats allowed him. Then why should Democrats be allowed the political power to say so? What the fuck?
Unique. Even someone like with all the controversy around him, Graham Plattner, with all the stuff regarding the
like they talk as though they are role playing as the DNC. Why does this always happen? It's like there's this role playing of the DNC that has nothing to do with like actually reaching people, actually developing social institutions, actually like doing things that are beneficial for the development of a democratic society as such. It's just they role play as the DNC to figure out how to do the marketing campaign, and that's it. And then they talk about it as though they are the ones who decide. What do they decide? The only thing that they decide is who they do and do not ban from their chat. The only thing that they decide is who they do and do not ban from their chat, who they talk to on the internet. Gatekeeping from outside the gate? Yeah. It's like when you're talking about a sports game and you're talking about it as though like you are part of the team or that you are the coach of the team. Like, dude, okay, take a step back. You realize that you're not you realize that you're not like even a part of this, right? Like, you don't get to decide who's going to be joining the team, who's going to be leaving the team, who's going to get benched. You don't actually decide that, right? You know that, right?
And whatever.
He's got some endorsements. He's not outright being shunned. I guess what you're saying is, yes, the Democrat is a big tent center-left party that has a great degree of tolerance over differences of view in general. Is that a fair recap of what you're saying?
Yeah, that is a very fair recap. So understanding.
Yeah, who the fuck are you? What do you mean? Who the fuck are you?
Is that also a detriment? So once we kind of establish like whether or not they are properly focusing on certain individuals and adhering to them properly, and then the other aspect of it is the people. And the people that could potentially influence politics, which I do think a lot of them can, media personalities, social media personalities, and just individuals that are just voters who think that their voice matters than everybody else. There is that interesting question. That's why you brought up the two aspects of like, what are we talking about? So if we kind of agree that the Democrats already do this, so to speak, if you're electable for the most part, we'll bring you into the coalition.
If you have value, yeah. And value can be in terms of winning difficult elections. It could be in terms of winning primaries reliably.
Why don't we talk about politics in so far as who we are as people? Like, you are not part of the DNC. Why are you talking about it from the like perspective of the DNC? Why? Why not just talk about politics from the perspective of like you? Right?
It could be in terms of fundraising. For a lot of Democrats, it's being able to raise money. To donate to, Schumer. I don't like Schumer. I don't think he should be the leader anymore. Although I respect what he's done in the past, he at least has been successful at recruiting competitive candidates. For example, Sherrod Brown in Ohio. And, you might not agree with Janet Mills, but there have been other times where Schumer has been effective at being able to get people to step up to the plate who are competitive and more. So usefulness to the party is, it can be varied in different aspects. But yeah, in general, I think the Democrats operate, when they do operate collectively or together, more or less rationally, or they try to. What happens is that sometimes they're not talking to each other, and there's no unified head of the party all the time to make decisions. But the sort of practical
is that the Democratic Party should include people who are pro-democracy. Many populists fall for the trap of authoritarianism when driven, copying MAGA, who they deem as strategically successful. Many populists fall for the trap of authoritarianism. Jank? Oh, fuck. Jank. Fuck. Is he okay?
The Democrats has shown best in terms of getting Joe Biden to step down. When the Democrats do put their heads together, they can be ruthless and they can use their influence to achieve.
I feel like in all fairness of the four live and learn people, Pisco is definitely the most critical of the DNC. More than Soy Pill, I wouldn't know. We don't have to be fair.
Outcomes. But I think oftentimes we think of the Democrats too collectively. I mean, it's a set of different actors who are loosely affiliated in terms of outcomes they want, but at times not much more than that.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I do think oftentimes that Democrats get put in this monolith like the MAGA movement very clearly is, and it's just not true. And when it comes down to a lot of the Democrats, they are very much focused on.
Okay, then why talk about why talk about Democrats as like we, and then what should we allow? What should we? Who should we allow in our camp? Why say that? Like, why say that? What do you mean? Like, what is it that you're actually talking about? Like, what are you actually affecting? Like, how are you actually affecting who is a we, and what is the thing that you're affecting? Like, what is that we? I don't know what that is.
Hearing to
Pisco is the least logical one, in my opinion. Over Hutch?
their constituents, which, you know, fair enough. They're the people who voted you in and abiding by the principles that you outlined in your campaign. Of course, there are bad Democrats.
Sorry, you're saying that Pisco is less logical than Hutch?
And people need to realize, yes, there are bad Democrats. There are corrupt Democrats, Eric Adams, for example. And then there are people who are very clearly just focused on like their people, but their people are so close to the center that it really antagonistic to the Democratic platform as a whole. But these are individuals and they do not represent the totality of the DNC, which gets conflated way too often. So
we should not include Cenk and TYT, for example, who were kind of shilling for Trump in 2024. Well, they are dumb people, right? Like, if I say that, like, if I say that people shouldn't be watching TYT or Cenk outside of the entertainment value of listening to stupid people pretend to be impartial. If I say that, that's not really appealing to this idea of, like, you know, I don't like appealing to this idea of like this sort of vague we, that the only way that we can talk about like our political values has to do with like this like imaginary collective decision. Like I don't like, so I guess to be fair, like I understand it in so far as like if somebody says we shouldn't watch TYT, they're saying I don't want to watch it. I don't think that you should watch it either, right? Like that's fine, just in general, people. But when we say we, insofar as like the Democratic Party shouldn't be listening to TYT, like, is that like, would that just mean that like other people are allowed to? Fuck, I feel myself falling into the trap. I know who's going to be saying, "Ha, told you." Fuck. Anyways, you don't need to say that. You just have to point out to what they're doing, right? Because so in times, I think there's a lot of things that, like, ultimately, when we talk about the coalition, when we say things like who should be allowed in the coalition, that means something. That means something. That there's you are appealing to some sort of decision or lack of decision specifically around the politics that particular people have. What is that decision? When you get to the end of it, for these guys, it's about people that they ban and don't ban from their chat. That is what the answer is. That would be different if they were like the I don't know, the head of some political party. Oh, holy sh! Brooks, I'm not watching this right now. Jillian Michaels is... Last time I watched Jillian Michaels debate, it was like some of the most nauseating shit.
The question here, though, is that good? Should they make more clear boundaries as a...
It's with Ben Burgess. I know. I know I'm going to watch it. I'm just not doing that right now. Holy fuck.
As a movement, as a party, to ensure that they're more hyper-focused on a specific direction of what America should be. Is that also the problem with the DNC in terms of people not really knowing whether or not what the DNC represents? I'm sure you've seen polling where there are some people who think the DNC is too center. There's a lot of people also think the DNC is way too left. It's not very clear because there's so many different personalities, so many different individuals a part of the platform itself.
Yeah, no. No, it's a great question. I'm going to be so annoying and say it depends. And let me give you.
I'm sorry. What's the implication here? Is that there should be some level of explicit dogma that we're working with here?
Of answers,
which is kind of not surprising to say after role playing literally as the DNC.
Comes to what the voting base, what the Democrat members, when I say that in this context, I'm talking about the rank and file Democrats who were registered Democrats should do. I think that they should impose stricter and harder lines, ideological lines on their candidates. I think that's proper, and that they should, in other words, close somewhat the system of ideology and thoughts in terms of what they get from their candidates.
In terms of in regards to,
so with the DNC, different sets of answers. In general, I think the DNC should be more open and neutral in terms of the successful operations of the Democratic Party, with fewer kind of restrictive lines. When it comes to the president, like a Democratic leader or a leader in Congress, I think once again there should be more thought placed in terms of restricting what it means to, or like policy agenda, and having more compliance really from Democrats. I think the Democrats, as much as Republicans will try to paint them as all unified all the time, it's not always that case. And it really, I think, hurts the brand when we can't keep our coalition together.
He said the brand.
On some issues where I don't think there should be much disagreement. And so the answer changes depending on which is the nominator that we're talking about. When it comes to the people, yes. So for example, one line that I would stress to Democratic voters is for you in a primary context, not in the general context, to make a line filibuster reform. That should be a line for you. Whoever is promising filibuster reform and court reform and accountability for Trump, those for me are like clear lines where we should narrow out candidates who aren't being a part of that. But the problem is that sort of rule of restriction is limited to the context of a primary. It's limited as an admonition to voters, but I wouldn't ever be like, oh, okay, it's a line in the sand to be in favor of filibuster reform, so don't vote for this Democrat in, I don't know, Arkansas or in Iowa who says absolutely hell no on filibuster reform, paired against the MAGA Republican. And so any kind of restrictive rule has to come into contact with the fact that we live in a two-party first past the post system. And those systems necessarily, if we don't want to lose election after election, need to have significant amounts of flexibility and tolerance in the sort of general scheme of the election, the general election. And you can have the discretion in other areas, in areas of policy discussion, in areas of the primary, and in areas of the White House.
Yeah, and it is a fine line. Of course, it's very contextual. I very much agree. And sometimes when I look at, okay, who are you endorsing as the DNC? Because we know like certain individuals endorse certain people. And are we still, even though it's a primary and we're deciding which Democrat is the best for a specific election for a specific district or whatever, are we still on the same page? We're still Democrats. We still want the Democratic vision, regardless of one person doing it better than the other. And sometimes it does seem.
What is that? What's the Democratic vision? Because this seems to be communicating to me that there is quite literally like no vision at all.
When it
getting elected
comes down to the people, they think, no, they are not on our side. They're antagonistic to it. And when it comes down to the politicians, because I've spoke to a lot, I spoke to a couple, especially in this midterms, because I live in Ohio, and I've been doing more local politics in the last couple of months. And fortunately, because I've been doing that, I've been able to speak with a lot of like politicians that are running for different elections and
I understand the accent now.
Progressives and independents and a lot of different people. And for the most part, we all agree Republicans should lose every single race. So when it comes down to it, I had a
that's the vision.
These guys, and once they started entering into the system, because there are some very notable progressive ones that are really rising in popularity and pushing very progressive messaging, like a guy that I really like speaking to named Jared Christian. And one thing that I wanted to establish really quickly is, do you understand why the gerrymandering stuff happened regarding Ohio? And he said, at first I was mad, but once I learned and like the context of it and learned that, the Democrats were in a losing battle, so they had to do whatever it can to minimize the loss, that understanding and being able to humanize that the Democrats in there are not.
Vision equals win. Yeah, that should be the new slogan.
Nefarious just because they do certain things. They're doing the best they can in a particular situation.
The new Democrat slogan should just be win, period. Vision, ? Win, period.
And a lot of these politicians very quickly realize, Obama and Bernie Sanders also talk about, we got to work together. We're not as bad. We got to be on the same page. So it seems like they get it, but the people don't. So now
Yeah,
it's time to transition to like the people and why do you believe there's that discrepancy between the two factors?
So this is between sort of the desire, the good faith belief that we're all in it for the same goal, and I guess help me out the distinction that you're trying to draw at. I understand what you just said there, where it's like once it was explained to these Democrats what was going on with the gerrymandering, it seemed like they understood the goal and we shared the goal, and the question was, is this action in furtherance of the goal? Will it help achieve the goal? And so that's where the disagreement comes in. But we're basically, quote, on the same team.
Winning.
I understood what you just said there. Help me understand this kind of like distinction that you're trying to draw out.
Well, you referred to it just earlier too, that there are people, which I agree with, that don't see us on the same side. I mean, you brought up the astute example, which I also agree with like the primary, oh, he's my guy, general. Well, he didn't do what I like, so I'm still not voting for him. I'm like, bro, he's still a Democrat. What are we not getting
okay.
here?
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. So for me, the these questions, the lines need to be kept in their particular context, and they don't make sense out of them. And the problem, I think, is reasonable minds can disagree on what those lines should be in a given context. When you talk about a shared goal, I think the only thing for me, which is a unifying shared goal, which is like almost essential to what it is to be a Democrat,
winning,
is to be opposed to Trump and wanting to elect Democrats. A lot of that is like self-ID, self-referential. In a way, it's circular, but that really is, and maybe it's unfortunate to the movement. The connective tissue right now is characterized, and ought to be characterized, at least in some respect, by opposition to the current controlling party and prolonged existence of the party itself. It's very basic in that sense. It's trying to
It's fascinating because that's exactly wrong. Because like one of the things about Democrats that is the most insufferable is that they don't really seem to be for anything, and that they say whatever the fuck will get them votes, whatever the fuck they think is going to get them votes. And I think that is probably the most nauseating thing about Democrats. And it's fascinating because Democrats have no way of conceptualizing it. It's like a fish doesn't understand that it's in water, right? Like,
make itself survive longer by putting itself into power and into office. So to the extent that we're talking about a shared goal, that has to be it. The goal has to be to oust Trump and to put Democrats into power.
How about before something?
I think a lot of people, however, don't have that as like the higher tier goal. Some people have as a higher tier goal foreign policy issues or specific regulatory reform. Think about in the context of farmers. Maybe there's something that you could bribe farmers with, that they care about that thing more than they care about ousting Trump. Certainly when it came to like Elon Musk and all these old tech people, they cared more about like woke stuff and culture and maybe regulatory issues in their specific spaces, crypto, AI, whatever, than they did about Democrats winning or Republicans losing. I know the example that's cited a lot for lefties vis-a-vis Democrats, they care more about the policy related, or at least they claim to care more about the policy related to Israel, Palestine, and foreign intervention than they do about getting Democrats elected. And so
it's always this instead of like, because the thing is just like, if people care about that shit, and it's like, all right, but do I believe them? What are they talking about? What do you mean say that they care about it? It's always like this thing that whenever you talk about Israel, Gaza, it's always with this like veil that it's being given too much importance, or an unrealistic amount of like importance. That always seems to be the case. And sometimes I forget, or sorry, like sometimes I think that, not that they forget, but that they don't really seem to recognize the fact that a lot of people have a very incredibly human reaction to seeing a bunch of people get blown up.
Depending on what your higher order goal is, you can assess whether or not you share it with a particular individual.
Yeah, and and at a human level, I do get that to an extent. People do have their fine lines, but in general, that principle I'm okay with. I mean, for the most part, even though
But that's also not true. That's also not true. Like you can say that like it's a value that people are pretty loud about, but the idea that like that is the only political value that they have is just a straw man. It's just not true.
very clearly MAGA bad. I am not interested in political titles personally, political identities personally. I just believe in what I believe in, issue by issue by issue, and I can articulate every single one. That's just how I approach it, which is why I'm able to engage with different people as long as they're sane. With that said, though, when it comes to this current situation, it dawns on me that there is still a group of people that do not understand the dire situation we're in, because specifically, as you mentioned, Trump and what his movement is doing to the institutions that it put in place and to America as a whole.
If only they realized the truth of how bad things are, how we got here, what empowered these types of people to get here. You know what they would do? Vote for Democrats. If only they knew the answer to solving these deeply, deeply systemic issues would be Democrats.
And I feel like when it comes down to why, it could be ignorance, or it could be, well, they don't like America anyway. So just because he's destroying or deteriorating the institutions, that actually doesn't bother them because their vision goes beyond what America is currently. Do you find similar rationale when you come across individuals that seem
so like
they have ulterior motives regarding being a part of the Democrats and being a part of the left?
We're talking about like the Hassan types, right? The some might say like the dead ender lefties or the far lefties.
Like,
so
what would be what they would be arguing for? What would they be arguing for that is just simply off the table?
I think that what's explained in terms of their,
like, we say things like, you know, just throwing out institutions, just getting rid of institutions. It's like you have on the spoon that, you know, you're like airplaning to their mouth. Institutions? And they're like, no. What the fuck are we talking about?
Sort of reticence to selected or to either enthusiastically or at all endorse Democrats, stand Democrats, all that stuff, is more explained either by a dogmatic view of certain policy issues that will, you know, cause them to think that voting for anyone who isn't some level of threshold on those views is bad in and of itself, regardless of if they're better than the other candidate in the particular area, right? So there's a kind of I don't truly understand it, but almost like a categorical imperative view or a deontological view, some might say, of voting itself vis-a-vis some threshold on a policy issue, even if materially it's better off for whatever pet issue it is for you to, whether it's Israel, etc., for you to pick the candidate if they don't reach that sufficient threshold. Some might say it's like making the perfect the enemy of the good. So there's that view, which I think is honestly held by a lot of people. And then for other people, I think it's self-interest. I honestly think that a lot of these people have found need.
I don't know where this starts and stops with the other thing that he was telling Irai the other day, or he was telling Irai and he was telling Hutch the other day about like setting values and setting lines for what politicians are allowed to believe. I don't know how he squares this with this kind of position. And I understand it's like, obviously there's going to be sort of a political assessment about whether or not, like, if somebody is running and they have better values and they're to you, and, you know, there's like three, like no one even knows who they are. No one even knows who they are. And it's like, all right, you should be voting for the person that is more likely to win here. But then also when you look at a situation in which you want to be challenging the status quo values of the people that are in power of what is and is not okay, by challenging incumbents or whatever, right? Whereas like challenging incumbents is something that he is very much like in favor of. And I am curious where that starts and stops.
For themselves, and they either want to further their own power, further their own influence, or further their own money, or further their own clout. And, you know, in isolation, you might say, well, having those motivations isn't necessarily wrong. Like, I certainly want more clout, I want more money, I want more influence. What we have a problem with, though, is when those interests are being served at the expense of what we think is a rational trade-off in a, like, sort of a binary context. They'll just reject that binary, and instead they'll put either this dogmatic view on perfection or this self-interest above what I think are the interests even of their own selected pet issues and indeed the country.
I'll say for me, when it comes down to dealing with these type of individuals, I'm not inherently a very like emotional person, but I very clearly and understandably try to sympathize with people who focus on morality and more humanitarian philosophies and appealing to people as they are and appealing to the sanctity and of people in general. So I do
what
humanitarian
as opposed to
with people who focus on morality and more humanitarian philosophies and appealing to people as they are and appealing to the sanctity and of people in general. So I do understand when people have these draw lines because they feel so passionately about something like the Israel.
Can I give you an example? Sorry to interrupt you, but I had a conversation with a man named Prime Kai. I always enjoyed talking to Prime, and he was actually the reason why I started doing these Twitch streams is because during COVID in law school, I saw his stream and it was like an open panel, and I just joined one day. So props to him. It's someone who personally I like, but I gave him a hypothetical in a conversation. I said, if you knew to a certainty that
is this the like pedophile thing that we were talking about before?
Your vote for Kamala individually would have saved 20,000 lives of Palestinians, of Gazans.
Oh, no.
Would you vote for Kamala? He said no to that question. So you could say this person hates Palestinians. You could say this person is clearly lying if that's your view. Or you could take the view that like this person's like values are just off and they just like are not. They have this deontological or threshold perfectionist view, or they're self-interested,
or maybe something else was being said underneath it, and he was afraid of ceding ground in a debate.
I can tell you a lot of these people are honest about their belief here, that they certainly will not vote for anyone who, quote, doesn't deserve their vote, even if you could show a direct connection to lives saved. I don't particularly understand that view, but it does exist.
One thing that you should probably understand is when you're talking to someone, there's a level of cognitive dissonance that is going to make them say something that they might not otherwise actually hold as a value. You should probably be aware of when cognitive dissonance is playing a role or it's not. This will be a situation in which cognitive dissonance is absolutely playing a role.
It does exist, and those are definitely not the people that I'm referring to. The reason why the distinction on like focusing on people that have a clear moral imperative is I do think they can be convinced. And I do think that is the biggest conversation that doesn't necessarily only appeal to people on the left, but also appeals to people in the center. I don't know how much on the right nowadays, but maybe some people on the right as well, that they can be convinced if you are able to maybe fix your rhetoric, or at the very least make it understandable that the moral imperative needs to be directed in a better direction. And there is something to that. And also it kind of humanizes the voters as more than just a statistic, which I do think oftentimes is very necessary when we engage in these conversations.
Sure.
However, I also think that it's also very clear.
It's kind of necessary if you want to understand how democracy works.
Very important to draw that distinguishing line of the bad actors, and the bad actors that do not have the best interests of America, by extension the people that live.
That's cute. I like to believe that that's true. Of which thing?
In America should be
what, the cognitive dissonance thing?
Treated as such, as a bad actor, treated as an enemy, and treated as someone that it does not have your best interest, the person who has the moral imperative, in mind when they do whatever dilly-dally that they do. So my thing is, I just treat these guys as my enemy, unfortunately, but it is the truth. Because
that people on the right can be convinced? Oh, I don't know if they were talking about people on the right being convinced. I think they were talking about people like Prime Kai in the example. people who don't vote for Democrats when they would otherwise be considered to be progressive.
I don't think they have good intentions for the country and for the people. Do you hold the same principle, or do you think that you can still like work with these so-called
Who's that? Oh, Prime Kai is a debate streamer. He's on the left. The example that Pisco gave was asking a question, which from what I remember, that debate, it's I guess sort of an accurate representation of the debate that happened, because Prime Kai was being very, very not. He hit a logical wall, and so did Pisco. They both did. It's very funny for the first 15 minutes, but it lasted for 2+ hours or something. But the argument that was the question that was made was, Prime Kai, if you knew that your vote for Kamala Harris would save 20,000 Palestinian lives, would you vote? And then Prime Kai said no, allegedly, right? Now, if that question was posed as, Prime Kai, if you press this button and it saves 20,000 Palestinian lives, would you press it? Prime Kai would say yes. And it's like, okay, are we dealing with cognitive dissonance here? Or is this somebody who genuinely, if they were given that decision that if they vote, their one vote would save that many lives, would they do it? I think clearly, yes, obviously they would. But there's a reason why they didn't say that they would in that moment. And so to treat it like Prime Kai actually believes that is pretty goofy, to say the least.
Yeah, like I think it does just require further clarification. I treat an enemy as an enemy by definition, because if I identify someone as an enemy, I'm going to treat them the way I would treat an enemy. But the truth is, I would treat
Oof. This is what my brain's doing, this pose.
Enemies differently, depending on how they're situated. For example, in terms of, enemies with respect to something, right? Someone is an enemy with you with respect to a goal, or to respect with some sort of value that one has, right? If I am in a race, my opponent is my enemy in the sense that we are trying to achieve two different aims, and our aims are kind of like mutually incompatible. If I win, he loses. If he wins, I lose. And so an enemy has a goal in mind, has a direction. There's a normativity implied there. And so I think enemy with respect to something. And so enemy with respect to our goal of X, Y, or Z, I will absolutely acknowledge that certain people are enemies, right? And now this is also not just an on-off switch, right? There's degrees of this as well, which I think everyone would recognize. But someone I would consider to be an enemy so far as the direction of our country and who we need to elect into power would be someone like Tim Pool, right? Tim Pool is promoting...
Oh, yeah, big time, yeah.
Bullshit. He is directly supportive of the MAGA agenda in many respects. He supports, the rendition of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He was okay with what happened to Mahmoud Khalil.
He's a Nazi, yeah.
He's okay with Trump being corrupt as fuck. And he basically makes apologies for all this shit. Everyone kind of acknowledges that. I still go on Tim Pool. I'm polite to Tim Pool. I have debates with Tim Pool. So the question is,
why?
How would you treat an enemy? And which enemy would you treat one way versus the other? How much of an enemy are they? And with respect to which goal are they an enemy?
So I think for me, when it comes down to dealing with enemies, in reference to this conversation, the term enemy applies to the overall goal of the principles of American liberalism and spreading it and propagating it and pushing it to a better society. Because of course, I think American liberalism is the best we have in the world currently. And by extension, it provides a lot of opportunity in so many different areas. And I just do think that there are just a lot of good things morally, socially, economically it can provide. So
if that's the base, I just want to say, then anyone who's against that system, I guess, by definition, analytically would be an enemy. You understand?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Correct. So when I hold that principle, I do look at that. I agree. Tim Pool would be my enemy. Other individuals would also be my enemy that you can imagine. Hassan Piker, in my opinion, is my enemy. Donald Trump and the entire MAGA coalition.
You can't have a softball interview with Tim Pool. I get that point. Trying to reach out some of their audience, maybe. Yeah, well, the question would be, is the thing that you are trying to do, is it working? It's not. Why do you keep trying to do it?
Whatever. A lot
Ego, probably.
of them are my enemies. And I do also draw distinctions between like the people that are basically the cult leaders and a lot of the base. There are some people who just believe Trump no matter what. And there's some people who voted for Trump really being a little bit more ignorant or just believing in his lies. And I don't put them under the same umbrella. I think that's ridiculous. I think ignorance is a thing that is natural in our current system of misinformation and education that is flawed in helping people understand how politics and government works currently. So when it comes down to it, once I establish that this person is anti-liberal, anti-American, and just anti these principles that I do think can create a better society and therefore a better humanity.
Well, what do we mean by, what are we talking about with anti-liberal?
At that point, I want everybody to be very clear.
Like, in which way is from this guy's view of liberalism, in which way is a socialist anti-liberal?
Him, we aren't friends. Me, him, we're very antagonistic to each other. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't work in their bubble, you can't be around them, or every time you see them, it's on site, let's buy.
Yo.
I mysteriously acquired a large quantity of Legos at a great price. Here's your cut.
Hold the fuck on. Are you Mormon?
Let's have a fist fight.
Can you be married to them?
Can you be married? No, I don't think you can be married to your enemy. I think that's ridiculous.
I don't. So, or what about have a good relationship with a sibling or a friend of yours? That is, yes, your political enemy in the context of the country, or maybe even in the context of liberalism and in the struggle of ideas and the clash of civilizations. But there, again, I know this is so annoying for people, but there's different contexts in which these like there could be an all-purpose enemy, which is like I would take, for example. Let's say that China attacks us and invades with an army.
I'm only Mormon on the weekend. Don't trust
of its troops. You know, maybe we can't trust those people like all-purpose enemies. You can't.
Thank you, but I can't trust you.
Even justify their existence by breaking bread with the invader, right? But except for those cases where we're talking about like an all-purpose enemy, I'm not so sure that it's entailed that I treat them badly. If I have even massive, don't you have like a communist friend or a MAGA friend?
No, I don't. Now, this is.
He's like, ew.
Good thing to bring up because for me, I don't hide that I do politics.
No. Communist. No. No.
And I've already had two people that I knew back in my past life that were super angry at some things I was saying about Monsieur Trump. They're very upset. They're very angry. He's like, oh, you're biased, blah, 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 Trump. And at this point, our relationship is pretty much cutthroat. It's not the same. Now, I do want to establish, I do believe in respect. I do believe a civil society requires you to deal and talk with people you do not like. I think
that cringe.
That's necessary. I mean, a work environment is the perfect thing. I guarantee you're going to find someone that you work. It's like, oh, we're doing work. We are not friends. We'll never be friends, but we got a job to do here. So I think that is fair and that is fine. And I do think this is also resonates with aspects of like things that we do in terms of pushing political messaging. However, one thing that should be clear, even when we're pushing political
then I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about with the term respect. I don't know.
Messaging, even when we're being politically civil, one thing that should be clear is that we're also not on the same side. We're also not friends. If someone comes out of and believes in principles that I do think is dangerous, for example, just pushing things, let me just do the easy one, pushing things saying, hey man, black people don't deserve rights.
Yeah.
I don't care if we're family. I don't care if we're friends. We're no longer at that point. Because
yeah, you have to fight him.
You don't believe in the same vision I believe, where I believe in human rights and believe everybody's equal. You don't believe in that. So we can never coalesce into a relationship that is fruitful moving forward. So I don't believe that.
But if you say, and if you say, I believe in democracy in the workplace, I don't think that the workplace should be organized like a totalitarian government. I don't think that that's the way that the workplace should be organized. And I think it distributes power to the dictators of industry. He would say, I simply cannot work with you. I simply cannot allow these extremist views in my sphere. Be gone from me.
Actually works. And I also don't believe in the mindset that oh, well, let's just not talk about politics. Let's not talk about religion. Let's just not talk about all this stuff. Now, religion, I'm agnostic. I just go like, I don't know what's real. I grew up Christian, so that's why I'm not antagonistic to like Christians or like religious people. But when it comes to politics, when it comes to these deeper philosophies in terms of like humans and what we should do, I don't think me censoring myself to make you feel better is a productive way or a meaningful relationship at the end of the day. So I just don't agree to that sentiment personally.
Yeah. So personally, there can certainly be lines that everyone has in terms of what will be compatible for a friendship, what will be compatible in terms of reputational risk, right? What will be compatible in terms of even religious values or broader moral values, right? There are some people who I probably couldn't be friends with because of their views on stuff. I don't doubt that those things exist as personal preferences. No doubt about that. However, I think that is something that says more about like, well, what am I okay with? What, in what respect am I incompatible? Do my preferences or my values or my goals not match up with having this kind of relationship? But I don't always think that it's impossible to, for example, have a MAGA friend that doesn't cause you internal strife and that doesn't sort of undermine your ultimate aim in society, at least to any material degree. At the end of the day, we have to breathe the same air of these people. And
well, that's because of the air, not the people.
Like 49, what percentage of it was? It wasn't a majority, but it was near that of the country voted for Donald Trump in the recent election. These are people who we go.
I'm sorry, of the people who voted.
To the bank with, go to church with, people who ride the bus, who are all around us.
Of the people who voted, come on, why were you falling for this?
And so I just think that you maybe in your most cherished relationships, maybe in your interactions online, there should be harder lines for people who truly have odious beliefs. But I'll tell you right now, I'm friends with some Trump supporters or some ex-Trump supporters, and I don't think.
Yeah, because it's about the separating the art from the artist kind of thing. The truth of the matter is that you will separate the art from the artist if it's something that you can stomach, and you won't when it's not something that you can stomach, right? For example, for me, would I be friends with somebody who was a Trump supporter and thought that it was on some level a politically justifiable thing to put people by virtue of where they come from into concentration camps? No. No. Now, other people might have a different kind of value judgment, and they would say, yeah, that's fine. Some people think that. Me, I couldn't.
It's always wrong to be civil with such people. I shook the people's hands that I go to these events with. And I know that you said respect is something different. But yeah, I really do think it depends on the context. And I know that's annoying to hear. But I don't always think that the right approach is to be, showing everyone this is my enemy.
I disagree. I think that you should be showing people that is your enemy. I think that people who do believe that people that come from a different place should be put in concentration camps, I think that you should be visibly in opposition to them. And that the situation in which you shake hands with them, I think, should be seen as weak and shameful. Personally, that's my personal opinion.
I just want to be very clear in terms of my articulation of what I mean here is that I do think it's very important that the values that you're attributing very specifically is thought through very carefully. Because when it comes down to it, it is oftentimes there is a lot of like perspective that aligned with a specific viewpoint that doesn't necessarily apply to who they are as individuals. And this just can be something as easy as easy is the wrong word, but the concept would be easy of expanding their perspective, and the concept of talking to them and seeing if they can look at things from a different view, a point of view.
You know that another way of changing someone's perspective is through shame.
Relate to the person dying here. I can relate and empathize with it because what if it was my kid? There are plenty of tactics that works with, which is why when I said earlier, there are plenty of people that voted for Trump for a variety of different reasons. However, I'm very particular who I'm referring to. If you voted for Trump because you want a ultra Christian white nationalist authoritarian regime, that you're fine with censoring elections, that you're fine with picking very specific individuals who can censor the media. If you're fine with, I'm sure you saw this clip. There's like these two parents who were telling their kids, "Oh yeah, I'm okay if you shoot some citizens."
Oh
If we
yeah,
are-
it was like
Yeah,
the two
that was-
parents and the two. Yeah, that was wild. Yeah.
That was a wild thing. At that point, I can very clearly articulate, you are not on my side. You do not abide by American liberal principles. You don't.
I feel like almost everyone has a family member who voted voted for Trump, especially the boomer ones. Most people, yeah. I don't know what you're responding to.
Not abide by a society where we treat each other equal and try to create a better society moving forward as humanity continues as long as it can. You have a very specific and different methodology that you're focused on something that is a lot more nefarious. So when I say these things, I don't want people to try to do the same type of framing and how.
Ostracizing wouldn't be the solution. As opposed to ostracizing would be a solution, yes. Yeah, it would be. Is it the solution? Maybe not. Maybe they are can be, I don't know, educated. What I'm saying is shame is on the table. Ostracizing is on the table. If you're saying that it's not on the table to ostracize, if you're saying that that is not on the table, then I would say why? It may just radicalize further. I guess in some situations maybe, but no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think that they can say that. I think that they can I think that they can blame their radicalization on the fact that they were ostracized, maybe. But the fact is that this is the way that social values are like some of the strongest social values that we have, especially things that are not okay, is through the development of taboo, right? Homophobia being not okay is through the development of taboo. It is not okay to be homophobic. It comes through a particular expectation and treatment for things that are and are not okay to say publicly in society. And being gay used to be the taboo, yeah. And within like a very, very short period of time, I don't remember the exact number, 60 years, the feeling about gay marriage did a complete 180 from 30-70 to 70-30. And if you had a family member who is a pedophile, what do you think the solution is? Now you could say, hey, I think I could talk to this guy. I think I could do it. Give it a shot, dude. Me, if I have a pedophile in my family, they're going to be ostracized. That's not normalized socially, though. It was, right? What happened? It was normalized socially. Pedophilia was normalized socially. Something happened. What is it? I suspect that's 30-70 to 70-30 flip had a lot to do with people getting to know other people who were gay. Well, yeah, a bunch of gay people started getting more representation in the media. There was a very organized movement. There was, yeah. There's a lot of the affirmative stuff. But then with it also comes the development of the taboo. And that's what I'm saying is that the taboo is absolutely on the table. Developing a taboo of values that we do not want to see in society is not only on the table, but it is necessary. And that is basically how all values are created in society. Has some level of like of the formation of a taboo of not holding that value. 27% to 68%, 30 years ago. 30 years ago. Insane. Very, 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 very short period of time for those values to flip. Yeah. I agree more with the importance of knowing other gay people, the carrot, not only the stick, ostracizing. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that it is only one. What I'm saying is, like I said before, ostracizing is on the table. And in fact, I think when you get into a situation where you are the idea of ostracizing and creating a taboo around a value is something that is that people steer away from, then I think what you do is you basically sort of give up I guess the enforcement mechanism of the value that you're trying to enforce in society. Because if it became the case that like, oh, we should talk to people, we should, help people understand that gay people are human too. But if someone's homophobic in your family, it doesn't make sense to just, create a taboo. You can't do that. You have to teach them and stuff. You have to be kind and you have to be soft with them. The idea that ostracizing is not on the table is basically just taking out like the thing that is going to be giving one of the most like powerful parts of developing values in society. And that's exactly what the Trump administration that's what Trump and the MAGA movement do, right? Almost all of the values that they've been having are off of that they've been pushing in society are off of the back of trying to develop particular kinds of taboo. And people like these guys have basically ceded ground to it by adopting the sort of similar taboos themselves. Is it because when these guys say socialist or something like that, they have no idea what the fuck that means, but they know that it is within a realm of taboo, right? My issue is that it prevents mixing. What do you mean mixing? What do you mean mix? I don't know what you mean by mixing. Mixing what? But their opposites to ostracizing is the opposite of clash of ideas / meeting other viewpoints. We're talking about values, right? Because I think that you would probably, if I said, I'm not trying to gotcha you, it's just the best example. Or whoops, sorry. A cannibal. Someone's a cannibal in your family. What do? You try to talk to them. You try to find some common ground. You hear them out. What do you mean? They're a cannibal. Do you eat them? Talking about how to deal with people who are MAGA. Well, ideologically opposite. Perfect. Cannibals. Right? For cannibals, someone is a cannibal. They eat humans. That they just like it. It's they're at your Thanksgiving dinner. They're not going to eat because they just want to eat humans. And they're looking at your children with No, just engage with it. Just engage with it. Because like it's explicitly sort of ignoring history and political power. We're talking about political power here. Like, We're talking about political power here. We're talking about values in society. We're talking about having sort of who's drawing the lines of these values? You do. You draw the lines of what is acceptable every time that you accept it. If you accept the values of somebody who is a cannibal, then it is deemed, therefore, acceptable. Because you accepted it. If it's unacceptable, then it's unacceptable. Like that's how it is. Here's the thing: most MAGA voters aren't cannibals. Okay, that is not that is not engaging with a hypothetical. Just answer the question. Acceptable or tolerable? If you tolerate something, then that means that you can accept it. Yeah. No, I meant hypothetically. Hypothetically, MAGA voters aren't cannibals. I'm talking about the average of ignorant voters. Well, the thing is that you can have, sure, there are people who voted for Trump or might even call themselves MAGA who have no idea what the fuck it is. They don't understand what tariffs are. They don't understand. They think that every single person that is being abducted by ICE legitimately does have a record of being part of a gang or whatever, right? When you talk to somebody and you say, okay, if someone is undocumented in this country, should they be put into one of these detention centers and then deported from the country, right? You can talk about the things that they do believe if you want to. We can talk about the specifics of the things that they do believe and the things that the values that they actually have. Or if it is just somebody who is, they think I mean, really, actually, being MAGA is part of that value. Like, it is saying, even if they don't understand it, it is a value to blindly follow someone who may be doing these things. MAGA voters are not evil. I'm not talking about evil. I'm not talking about evil. This has nothing to do with whether or not people are evil. It has nothing to do with whether or not people deserve it. I'm not talking about whether or not people deserve to be shamed. I'm not talking about whether or not people are evil and therefore it's justified to shame them. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how values develop in society. I know, don't take it literally, man. No, but you don't, though, because the points that you're making are saying that is the case. If we talk about values and the ways that values develop in society, I mean, political power is such, then the idea that it is not okay to shame or ostracize people is the position of somebody who will not be gaining political power in the face of MAGA, right? That's like how they got their power, is doing this. I thought cannibalism was fine if consensual. There's no moral facts. Brick by brick. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. 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 Yes. Let me at least get these two off the screen. Ostracizing is effectively isolationism, which is why I oppose it. What? Oh, think about it like this. There is a man outside. You are outside. You're in public. You're at a park. There's a man. This man is naked. And he's sprinting. He's sprinting at another person. Because he wants to, fuck them. You stop and do you talk to them? Or you find something to hit them with? Me like, no. Is it a nudist park? Does it matter? Can you do that at a nudist park? And this man, he's not doing so out of any sort of like hatred. He's doing it out of a just sheer animalistic desire. He's like he's not even thinking in terms of you know. He was like raised by wolves, you know. He's just naked because he's like an animal. He's sprinting. He's trying to fuck somebody. Tarzan, yeah. Was a man invited though? Yes, but not by you. This is why I'm pro shot caller. Yeah. Don't do my man Tarzan like that. He was respectful. Do like Prince Charming. Well, I mean, he was respectful within his context. I'm not saying that it's like inherently disrespectful. He's an animal, right? Like he's raised by animals. He's gonna act like an animal, right? But we are not animals, and so we have to say to anyone who is acting like an animal, stop that. No, bad. Are these examples getting worse? Yes. What if we are the minority? What, like that everybody does that except for us? It's a perfect question. What do you do? What if that was the norm? What would you do? You confront? There you go. You're starting to get it. I confront, not isolate. So now you're using confront in terms of inducing shame and taboo, right? But that's what I'm saying that you should do. I think it's Lego time. In terms of confronting an idea with an opposite one. Oh, what? What about this? What about this? What if I was genuinely arguing that you should be toxic and aggressive with people who disagree with you politically? What about that one? You can address ideas and not be accommodating to Nazis. The Nazis should always feel uncomfortable and also scared. I mean, this is the result of it kind of goes into a circle where it's like it has to do with whether or not something feels taboo. Like honestly, the idea that it is not okay to shame people who have beliefs that you would want to feel shameful. The idea that it is bad to do that is something that is developed out of a taboo, not out of reason. It's something that's developed out of a taboo because somebody created a taboo about it, right? Because somebody shamed people from doing that. People start shaming people from doing that. It is not okay. You do not get to talk to people like this, you know, and that's the basis of the entire fucking thing. And so when you have people that are just like ignorantly reciting these dogmas about how every conversation needs to be nonpartisan, every single conversation needs to be respectful, no matter what the disagreement is. That sort of approach is something that was developed through taboo, because it is not rational. It is not it is not even how, if you want to talk about how people get political power, just in this example of how people get political power, where the Trump administration got political power specifically by the opposite, creating shame and guilt about not just guilt, shame and taboo around particular kinds of people, politicians, or whatever, right? Like half of the core strategy is doing this. People justify Kilmar Abrego Garcia being sent into a concentration camp on the basis of just random things that would be taboo. It's like, oh, you wouldn't want to live next to a gang member, would you? You wouldn't want to live next to a wife beater, would you? Just like making shit up and throwing it out there, and then just shift the Overton window like that. And then when you have liberals that, you know, want every conversation to be like nonpartisan and respectful, and that it can't cross the boundary into actual meaningful like shaming of another side, a lot of that comes from not wanting to be seen like the people that they shamed. They don't want to be seen like a soy lefty blue hair screeching person for literally no fucking reason. That's just a taboo that was developed, right? That was a taboo that was developed, and like half the reason why people will say this kind of shit is because it was developed itself by a taboo, and that's just the truth of the matter. And not recognizing that means that only one side is recognizing the power of taboo and shame. Only one side is recognizing that, and the other side isn't. And you can guess what happens to the Overton window as that develops. The fact is that not only do Democrats appear to have very little concept of values that they themselves would like to affirm, because it seems like that is taboo as well, but also they will not enforce their values. They will not have a affirmative position, and they will not enforce their values. So fuck do you have? You have a Democratic Party that is literally just talking in circles about an ad campaign. I do think that Trump voters were shamed in 2016. Yes, and then what happened? What happened then is you had a bunch of these conservatives that were basically saying, look what you made me do. You were being mean to me, and now I'm going to do the thing that I wanted to do anyways, because it was propping up my resentments of other people or whatever, right? They say, look at what you made me do. And what did the liberals do? My bad. They said, aw, dang. 2016, they were trolled, not shamed. Well, actually, I don't even think it was. My understanding of 2016 was basically like pre-Trump. Like Trump did not get elected yet. There was shame of like, can you believe like who would vote for somebody who says it's okay to assault women and laughs about assaulting women and then says that that Mexicans are criminals and shit like that, right? And they say, who would do that? A bad person would do that. That's like so fucking soft. Like, and then the idea that that conservatives can have this project this sort of view that like this look at what you made me do type shit is just cucked. It's just cucked. The idea that Trump is in power because people were too mean to Trump supporters is just so cucked on so many levels that I have no respect for it whatsoever. If anything, you just didn't do it hard enough. I have no respect for it at all. I remember the hate for anyone wearing a MAGA hat. I still have hate for anyone wearing a MAGA hat. And the idea that I'm going to be told that it's socially unpopular or socially unacceptable to hate people who wear a MAGA hat, fuck that. Cucked. Trump is not in power because Republicans have their fifi hurt. Yeah. Well, they're in power because there were more people that were motivated, or the motivation of people who were through the Trump campaign. They were more motivated for the various reasons that people were motivated to vote for Trump. That those people voted more. That's it. There was just more of them that voted. And why did people not vote for Democrats? Lots of reasons. They didn't. There's a lot of really interesting reasons why. Maybe they don't trust them. Maybe they have no idea how to have any sort of faith or trust in Democrats or whatever. But the fact is that the sort of collective values and desires that are part of this camp and this camp won out. Tons of reasons why. But the idea that it has to do with people being mean to Trump supporters is just super, super, super fucking cocked. It's like when you get the because a lot of people were saying, like, this was a very prominent thing that people were saying, is that calling Trump supporters fascists would just make them be fascists harder. It's so cut. I have no respect for it. You'll create Nazis by having a backbone. It's like this crybaby shit, you know. It's like this is stupid. It's just stupid. It's a fair description of the administration, but doesn't apply to all Trump voters. Yes, it literally does. Yeah, by definition. Yeah. Fascism is defined by the movement itself. the social phenomena. That is where the meaningful definition of fascism is defined. The fact that people don't know that there are people who don't know what they're supporting is kind of a hallmark of fascism and the way that people treat fascism. More importantly, yeah. You're underestimating how disinformed they are. You are underestimating your competence in the definition of fascism. Fascism is defined here with the social movement. That is where fascism as such is found, is within that social movement. Look at the Trump voter interviews. Even when they hate what he does, they still would vote for him again. Yeah, I mean, if they can even articulate it. Most Trump supporters cannot. They have no reasonable political understanding of basically fucking anything. But fascism is not defined by having a movement of people that understand what is going on. Cognitive dissonance is its primary weapon. Well, dogma and resentment are the primary weapons. Most of the folks who were Republican, who weren't down with fascism, are at least out of the voting for the GOP right now anyways. That doesn't mean that we won them over. Just they'll vote with us in 2016. Oh. A lot of people aren't logic-based, they're feelings-based. MAGA are full of blind followers that only care about obeying norms. Change the norm and they obey. Is it, well, not even, I wouldn't say like obeying norms, because there was a ton of like abnormal things that they were pretty quickly like adopting allegiance to. Like, yeah, their values are like completely plastic. Oh no, new FT Signifier video that I fucking wish I could watch. Oh, we gotta do Legos. What's the title? Why I Left the White Left. Yeah, that one. Lego shit is wild. The police fucked up body cam release. I see that there is a lot of released body cam footage. Yeah. Does anyone not know? I should probably give it TLDR for people who do not know the Lego thing. Does anyone not know? I just want to I'm still gonna do it. I just want to know how many people actually understand. The leaks also exposed social security numbers? No way. Is CoffeeZilla Lego video out yet? Oh, I don't know. I thought it was supposed to be out a couple days ago. I would be careful about that one. I'm not convinced that the quote-unquote non-MAGA Republican will at least do the right thing. Oh yeah. There's a lot of people that that would otherwise. It's funny. That would otherwise be voting for Trump if there wasn't a taboo. First off, and then there's also people that there are actual like things that they are uncomfortable about in particular ways. Like there's some red lines, there's some lines in the sand, but they have other abhorrent beliefs that that were not crossed, and yeah. Isn't Nebula the white left thing? I don't know what Nebula is. I know, well, I know of it. I've never been to the website. Yeah. I have no fucking idea. All right, the Lego thing, if you don't know. If you don't know, there was this old man. He had a bunch of Legos. He's sick. He's very sick. He's dying. He had a bunch of Legos, and he gave it to this this shop. You know, that they will sell his Legos from the shop, and then as they sell it, they will pay him money. That's the idea, right? But a lot of the Legos that were sold, he was not paid for, and the remainder of these Legos were have disappeared. We don't know where they are. Now, the thing that makes this really interesting is that this was allegedly the largest collection of Star Wars it was $200,000 worth of Legos. It wasn't like some Legos. This is like the inventory of the store. This is like a lot of Legos. A fuck ton of Legos, not just some rare Legos or whatever. And, you know, while they were like in the box and you know, it was a lot of fucking Legos, and they're gone. And so they're trying to sue to or they're trying to, suing is difficult because the way in which it happens, they need it to be one in which they're not just going to get fucked with legal fees and stuff like that, right? So it got complicated. So this YouTuber guy said, okay, well, I'm going to make some content out of saving the day. And this guy is very, very funny. Genuinely very funny. And did a bunch of hijinks in trying to figure out where the Legos are, and trying to get these Legos back to the owner of the Legos. Subject. And it's yeah, genuinely very funny as well. Some of the stuff that this YouTuber does is legally, well, not legal, and then some of the things he does are just like very not smart to do without any legal the idea of trying to brainwash one of the employees so that you can get the phone number of the CEO would be one. Tricking the manager into signing a fake contract that says every time she calls the cops on you for trespassing, she owes you $5,000, and then using that to say, technically you owe me $30,000, so you should probably not call the cops on me for trespassing. It's another thing that was done. Legally, probably not the best idea, but very funny. Stuff like that. But now what is it? The company is suing him. The old owners of this company are suing the company. And it's turned into Game of Thrones, which is also why it's really fucking interesting. Don't take legal advice from YouTubers, but if you do, please put it online. Basically, yeah. I want to see if that contract works in court. No. I don't think it will. Okay. Lawsuit orgy. Yeah, basically. Okay, so he put out a video. So we gotta watch that one first. The last one that we watched was my response to the police. Now all the footage is released. The streamer wants to collab with you, homie. You're a bot, dude. You're a bot. Shameless promo.
And released all.
Are you a SoundCloud rapper too? We need Pisco to co-host and tell us what works in court and what does not. True.
Someone actually hacked into the American Fork Police Department and released all the footage unredacted of my interactions with them.
So, is this true or is he lying? Is this true that it was hacked? I know he says shit sometimes. Sort of, the cops had it all on the same Dropbox. On the same Dropbox as something else that they really... Oh, I see. So it's because of their own incompetency, and then someone just clicked through it.
Police Department and released all the footage unredacted of my interactions with them. So this is the original footage I got with the redactions in, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up, and I'm going to keep only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying.
In jail. I understand. This ends today. I know. We're talking to them. Okay.
Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me, but the final 2 days we were able to see a lot actually. The footage.
Yeah. So the police had pulled them over and were fucking with them, clearly fucking with them, saying that they pulled them over and searched their vehicle for like multiple hours, saying that they was told that they have heroin on them. Obviously it wasn't true. There was one point in which they were raided by the police, and the police came in with rifles and stuff like that, saying that it was alleged that they, in fact, had stolen Legos. Very, very, very clear corruption from the police, if anything else. No one ever gets hacked. That is just not true.
It starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose. So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Will you come to my house, please, and come get them? I'm not going to have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were going to shoot someone.
I'm done with this. Officer, can you please help me and my family and make this stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years, she had this consignment deal with him and she never paid him.
So right away, Josh is lying.
Sorry.
The guy named Brian. Make this stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years, she had this consignment deal with him and she never paid him.
So right away, Josh is lying to the police, which we can easily verify with all of the metadata timestamped pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
He's hired this YouTuber. His name is Ben Schneider. He's Reckless Ben. They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. I'm done.
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them and we have to serve them legal papers.
She is a process server and she's trying to serve you papers.
She's not a process server.
Dude, I love the that they've been sticking to this thing that you know, allegedly, because Reckless Ben's video has gotten like multiple millions of views. Like it is very, 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 very. Everyone knows about it. You're just now learning about this, really? But they allege that there were people that work at the stores that were given death threats. It's like, probably. But this is like the equivalent of saying that, like, you know, for you guys, right, in the streamer world, when someone is like, oh, this streamer allowed this chatter to send me a death threat. You know, fucking Hassan is responsible for this chatter that this random guy that sent me a death threat because this guy watches Hassan. Lego snarkers. Yeah.
Okay. Get the papers. They're fake papers. They're fake. Go get the papers.
Okay. You okay if I bring those over to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They're fake.
Can I see those papers? Yeah. So this is what you're trying to serve them with?
Yes. I wish we could just send them an email. I wish we could just send them a phone call. Or the court could send it to them, but this is what we're required to do from the United States court. So we're just following the instructions of the government. He thinks if I just call the cops on me, he can get away with it, but we're showing him, like, we're not going to let him get away with his crime, so.
Okay. Are you okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Hang tight. Are you...
By the way, I don't think that cops can do that. And also... There's a person in the car who's a, what's the job title? Is their job to do that, to deliver those papers? Is their job to do that? Anyone can be a process server? The police can be a process server?
Get away with it, but we're showing him, like, we're not going to let him get away with his crime, so.
Okay. Are you okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Hang tight. Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just...
Have you looked at the papers? I've talked to the Kaiser Police Department. There's no...
Just can't be an interested party. Okay, so technically, he took the papers, and then when this guy tells him that he doesn't want to take them, and then he doesn't give it to him, that's the part. So, like, not giving it to him because he becomes an interested party, is that? I don't know. Holy shit, this message. What?
There's nothing filed. So, no, I'm not accepting service from him.
Okay.
Absolutely not. It's fake.
Okay.
It's not real.
That's completely fine. You have that right?
Yeah.
Literally, all this police officer has to do is be like, you are served. And then he doesn't even have to accept them. He can literally just drop them. But as long as you say you are served, that counts as illegal serving. So why doesn't this cop just do that? Like, this whole thing could be solved in literally 3 seconds. Like, here, I'll time it. You've been served. Yeah, like literally 1.5 seconds, and this could be solved. This could literally be solved in 1.5 seconds. And this police officer is just purposely choosing to make this way more complicated than it has to be.
Hold on. All right. What are you wanting done today? Besides, obviously, talk to...
As much as you humanly possibly can.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges through our attorney.
Yeah. Instead of serving these court papers, like the police officer promised me he would, this officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about me.
I'm going to go talk with him, give him this paper back, since you do not want this.
Can I just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of
right,
a bind.
never mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anymore.
Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna give this back to him and trespass her.
Because here's the thing. Like, think about this logically. Do you think a process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Josh knows that if he gets served these papers, it's going to be really bad for him. And at this point, it seems like he's willing to make up any story he can to get us arrested before he gets served these papers.
They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
And now...
What?
Josh has just committed a felony. Lying to the police officers about a false threat I made to get me arrested is super duper illegal.
He called the store a billion times, threatened the employees.
He does not want the paper. So
He's not want the papers?
Here's that back for you.
Okay.
Not sure what this is.
To be a process server, you need to register and pass a pretty simple exam in Texas, for example. Other states got requirements like a couple of hours of training or whatnot.
I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
Well, these are court papers.
Okay. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, process server's really going to ride with the YouTube.
Josh looks like a scumbag. He is too, yeah. It's funny how that works.
I mean, how stupid does he think I am? They have fake service papers. And the girl is like, she's like, "Oh no, I got to serve him these papers." Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, "Oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing?" I'm like, "Do you think I'm stupid?" I don't know what to do, man.
What, they're fake? What do you mean? If they're fake, then you could have just taken it. If they're fake, then you could have just taken it, and then you could have said that they tried to serve you fake papers.
So, did you call the police again?
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
You could say, this guy is trying to intimidate me with fake court papers. They're fake. If you know that they're fake, just take them.
Ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking because they're using.
Help these evil YouTubers keep coming around asking for Legos. I think they want to kill me for content.
Thanks, Joe.
Means for communication and coordinating their stalking habits.
Oh, it's digital stalking, not stalking.
Don't know if you're interested, but Legal Eagle went through some of the law stuff. Also, I saw Bricks and Minifix apparently parted ways with these two guys. Interesting. I'm going to be watching as much as I fucking... as much as I can. As much as we have time for. Cough, cough, cough.
It's all of the above. But because they're continuing to use, additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot, can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
No, we're just kind of wanting to know what you want done on this.
As much as we humanly possibly can.
He's going to submit, have it screened for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors.
He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So then maybe why did you not take the evidence?
You can't. That's illegal.
Why not? In the state of Utah, to be a process server, all you have to do is be over the age of 18 years old. You got to be not affiliated with the case, and you can't be an attorney. And this girl meets all three. She is over 18 years old. I literally met her like 10 minutes before we showed up here, and she's not an attorney. So legally, in the state of Utah, this woman is a process server. And I already explained this to the police. So anyone can be a process server. You have to be 18 years old, and you have to be not affiliated with the case. So she is not affiliated with the case. She's over 18 years old. That qualifies as a process server.
Okay. Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, she's.
Yeah,
we have no
I
relationship. That's why she's here. Yeah, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is the exact person that you're describing.
That's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server.
So for this girl to be impersonating a process server in the state of Utah, she must either be under 18, which the cops took her ID and verified she's not under 18.
Do you have an ID or anything like that on you?
She has to be related to this case, which Josh says he's never seen her before, so she can't be related to this case. Josh has verified that. And so the only option left is Josh must assume that she's an attorney. But if Josh has never heard of her before, how does he know she's an attorney? And spoiler alert, she's not an attorney. But so I don't know what Josh means when he says she's pretending to be a process server, because it seems like he's verified that she meets all the requirements to be a process server. So basically what Josh is saying is, even though she meets all these requirements, and I acknowledge she reaches these requirements, she still doesn't meet these requirements. You're making no sense, Josh.
Impersonating an officer of the court, that carries it's pretty significant, you know, like...
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server. Sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
And that's, like I say, he's getting combining charges.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
Aim over there on ChatGPT. Yeah.
Right now.
Not even. He's just saying, please arrest him, please arrest him, please arrest him.
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now,
I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
so these papers that he printed up are
fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion percent.
Again, this is
Why did he ask him that? He knows that he refused to show him the paper. He said, I can't let you peek at this. Why? Because they might be real. And then he's asking him, are they real? He hasn't seen them.
I'm with the corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money? And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual...
And one of the cops called the court and confirmed that they were real. Yeah, wait. That was before this, wasn't it? That was before this interaction, right?
actually owes the money left to the United States.
And now Eamon has just committed obstruction by lying to the police officers.
He created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her.
I didn't sign no agreement. I'm not beholden to somebody else's stupid agreement. I like how he can just lie to you guys. He's just straight face. Oh, he owes me $200,000.
I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way, okay?
No. No, this must be before.
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want literally anyone to hear this. Even if someone gets a hold of the unredacted stuff, not even we now can get it to hear what these police officers are saying. But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screening some charges, okay?
Yeah.
But we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just hasn't gone to court, okay?
It's a real case. Who's it against?
Against you, him versus you.
Ben Schneider?
Mm-hmm.
What an idiot.
So.
He's just racking up the charges, and we're working together.
So basically the consensus is we were all wrong here. However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for cyber stalking, bullying, like all of the different things. Like, there's got to be something to arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now.
Hello. Step out for me. Okay. Okay. Find you back. Am I being arrested? You're under arrest right now. Really?
I love you. I love you.
Oh my god.
There we go.
I love you. Okay, I love you. I love you, American Police Department.
So now let's get to the search warrant, where the cops raid my house because they heard that I was the one that stole the Legos from Brian. So I might have found out an answer of why this cop was so rough with me and threw my arm back. Before we enter the property, the cop warns all the other police officers to make sure we are not filming.
Hey, they're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out, so just be aware of that.
However, when we got raided, I instantly pressed the record button on my phone because I was terrified these police officers were going to do something and try and hide it from the public. But I guess the police officer sees that I'm filming, and once he sees I'm filming, I think he was like, as punishment for filming me, I'm going to bend your arm back upwards and injure you, is my guess of what happened, because afterwards he says this.
The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut it off, but
the other kid had a GoPro.
How many did you get? You got banned?
We got 5.
And react to something that's very Fallout timeline-y. We're doing Legos right now.
I know.
Including Ben Schneider?
Yes.
Sweet, that's good.
Next, we got some unredacted footage of me using the bathroom. Another thing about this unredacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. Redacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. We get to see that they're actually a member of the Church of Scientology Sucks. All my old school fans will know this, but basically I made a religion called Scientology Sucks. And it legally got approved by the IRS. And Scientology Sucks worships a gold plunger as their...
Why are we doing a... I don't care.
God. I even got it tattooed on my wrist right here. It's like a plunger cross on my wrist. I guess the American Fork Police Department is active members of the Church of Scientology Sucks because they literally put my God on their desk. That's exciting.
We have a felony stalking case right now. Felonies. Everyone's facing felonies.
That's pretty serious shit.
It's super serious. I know that you've been told all of, oh, it's a fundraiser. This guy stole $200,000. Yeah. If that was the case, that guy would be in jail.
Yeah.
We're going to use critical.
Anyways, we're going to fast forward a bunch. So this is basically a spoiler for episode 3, but basically this Bricks and Minifigs company has non-stop been making fake bomb threats, fake fire threats, fake murder threats in my name that I'm going to murder them. The only problem...
You talked to a lawyer before saying that?
Obviously, these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that.
Did you talk to a lawyer before saying that?
But the police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me. Here's a phone call from just a few days ago of the Los Angeles police calling the Utah police of them scheming of a way to get me arrested for all these mystery threats that I've been making.
Paul, we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
And so it seems like I talked to the guys in Sandy police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo police. So it seems like, yeah, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just trying to track down like what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, like, at least I've been told that there's technically like a couple open cases. This guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. Like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Any idea where he actually is?
No idea. I know we had asked to hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over.
Can you say this when you have a warrant out for you? Dude, there's no way he has a warrant out for it. You can't say there's a warrant for my arrest, and so I went to another country. Well, you can't.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over, so they're never gonna catch me here. Yeah, no American police in sight. Good luck finding me. You are never gonna find me, police officers. Someone.
Dude, you can't. There's no way he has a. There's no way he actually has a warrant, dude. There's no way he actually has a warrant. He would not say that if he actually had a warrant, dude. What the fuck? That wasn't even like, I might be in a different he's like, this dude seems a little reckless. Yeah, true. There's legal eagle, but then there's also damn, lawyers are eating good right now. Content creator lawyers are eating good right now. Except, is Pisco not covering this? Is he a fake lawyer? Is he lying about being a lawyer this whole time? Oh shit.
Well, if you've been staying with our coverage so far, you know that we reached out to Ammon McNair.
And how come the bad guy has a mustache like that?
The CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, to weigh in on the whole situation and a new statement released by the company. Ammon, thank you so much for joining me.
Yep, you bet.
All right, so first, let's get to the pending litigation against the original kind of owner of this collection, Brian Mansell. Is Brian named in a lawsuit that was brought forth by Bricks and Minifigs?
Yes, he's named as a party to the lawsuit that is after the individuals who published, like the false statements regarding the situation that's gone on in Salem, Oregon, and we're trying to work through that.
And that individual, is that the YouTuber who made the
this
videos?
is the fucking knee.
Yes.
Okay, so a comment I see reoccurring a lot is that this suit must be expensive, must take a whole effort from a large company. Why go this route instead of, as people say, try to just settle Brian's collection and move on and make everyone forget it? Was that ever an option?
Oh, we've been working to try and work with Mr. Mansell for a good little while. We've asked for documentation as far back as a year ago, but we continue to reach out to try and get towards a resolution with the Mansell family on this matter.
And have you and Mr. Mansell ever talked directly one-on-one?
I love the non-answer, and I love that he keeps doing these interviews. Like, there's no way his lawyer would be telling him to do these interviews.
Not as of yet. I have sent direct messages to the Mansell family and to Mr. Mansell.
Did you watch the Patreon guy's video? No. Patreon guy?
Specifically.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Seeking to have a sit-down meeting, meet at the table, and go over all the documentation that we have, and to be able to talk through. And from our side of things, if there, have been any missteps through the transition of the store, we want to make things right. We want to.
Are you talking about the Lawful Masses video?
Do what's right by the customer, but all we asked for was documentation, and every time we asked for that, up to this.
Non-answers. Patreon CEO. Oh, yeah. Where was that? Oh, fuck. Ooh, you got it. Hell yeah. Come on. My internet's being fucking slow. Shit.
Dear creator community, my name is Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. On May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's trust and safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it.
No way, dude. That's sick, dude. What the fuck?
And safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us.
What a beautiful smile you have, sir. Wow. Look at those eyes light up. You are adorable. Why does it say donate on the screen? Oh, fuck. You're right. Dude, what a fucking awesome... They can sue us, go so hard in this situation. Fuck. How long is this one? Oh, not that long. Nice.
A man sits down in front of a camera. He runs one of the largest membership platforms on the internet, the place where a great many creators, this channel included, get paid to do their work. He has on the screen multiple legal documents, a verified complaint, a court's restraining order, a formal demand that he delete a creator's account and the videos behind it. He shows the documents, names the names, and then tells the company that filed them, politely and on camera, that they can stuff it. He's keeping Ben's page up, and if they don't like it, they can sue. Well, that is a colorful way to answer a court order. It's also a calculated one, because the thing that Chief Executive Jack Conti of Patreon understands, and is betting that his audience will understand by the time he's done, is that the order he's holding doesn't run against him. He isn't a
Number go up.
Number go up. Yo, thank you. Extended.
To the lawsuit. A company can wave a court's order at you all it likes, but an order from a case you're not in,
I can slow this man down a little bit,
is not the same as an order against you. He read that demand, recognized he was being asked to obey a command pointed at somebody else, and declined in the most public way available to him. Colorful and correct, and, I think, deliberate on both.
The reason why he's using the word colorful here is because his eyes were literally fucking adorable and beautiful.
Both counts. But to see why he's right, you have to start with the order itself, the one a judge in Provo, Utah signed on the morning of June 2nd, 7 pages, the court's seal at the top of the first one, the timestamp beside it, 10:16 in the morning. The order does a lot of things. Near the end, in a lettered paragraph most people will never read, it does one thing in particular. It commands that a set of videos that between them have been watched millions of times, be taken down, removed from every platform that carries them. It is the kind of order
Liebeck machine go, brah.
Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate you.
a company asks for when it wants something to stop existing. And here's what happened since it was signed. Nothing. The videos are still up. New ones have gone up since. One platform has already said no out loud with the paperwork in its hand. I spend my working life in a quieter corner of the law, copyright litigation over file sharing mostly. This particular corner, the one this order sits in, is the one I find myself drawn back to over and over because an order telling people to erase what they've published in the United States is very close to the most disfavored thing a court can do. One thing, once, so I don't have to keep saying it, nothing in this case has been decided yet. A complaint is just one side talking. The order I'm about to walk you through was signed without the other side in the room, and I'll say alleged where it matters most and trust you to carry it everywhere else. The case is BAM Franchising and Others versus Benjamin Schneider and others in Utah's 4th District Court. The order is a temporary restraining order, a TRO, and I pulled the signed sealed copy from the court's own records. Most of the order is the ordinary kind of thing. It tells the defendants to stop making death threats and bomb threats, to stop publishing people's home addresses, to stop doxing, to stay 1,000 yards back from the stores and the homes, to quit impersonating delivery drivers and police officers and court officials, to stop placing signs that say the company stole an old man's life savings. Read that far and it's unremarkable. Courts restrain conduct like that all the time. Threats and trespass and impersonation are not speech the First Amendment spends any worry on. Then come the last 2 paragraphs and they are a different animal. The second to last one restrains the defendants from creating or posting, going forward, any content about the company that the order calls false, misleading, harassing, or defamatory. The last one reaches backwards. It orders that existing videos, the order calls them the publications, be immediately removed and taken down from any online streaming platform. Focus on the difference between those 2 halves of the order because this whole video lives in that gap. One half restrains conduct. Don't threaten, don't trespass, don't impersonate. The other half restrains speech. Take down what you've already published and publish nothing further we don't like. The first half is routine. The second half is a thing courts are supposed to be afraid of. There's a name for a court order that stops speech before a trial has decided the speech is even unlawful. It's called prior restraint. And in American law, it carries a presumption against it that is close to fatal. The principle is almost a century old. A court does not get to stop the presses. If someone publishes something false about you, the remedy the law gives you is not an order erasing it. It's a lawsuit for defamation brought after the words are out, where the person who said them gets to stand up and defend them. You win money if you prove they lied. What you do not get as a rule is a court order reaching in beforehand and pulling the words down before anyone has proven anything. There's an old equity maxim for it, blunt as a hammer. Equity will not enjoin a libel. Courts have refused to block the publication of stolen government secrets on national security claims far heavier than a Lego retailer says these videos defame it. The reasons are not sentimental, they're structural. A damages suit after the fact tests the speech, both sides put on evidence, a jury decides what was true, an order to take it down before the fact tests nothing. It just makes the speech disappear on the strength of one side's say-so before anyone has examined whether the say-so is right. And look at how this particular order was granted. It was granted ex parte. That's the Latin phrase that means one side only. Ben's side was not in the room, was not heard. The court signed an order erasing his published work on the strength of the company's verified complaint and the company's motion with no one there to say a word against it. On that one-sided record, the order makes a finding that the company is, its words, substantially likely to prevail. Substantially likely, decided after hearing from one of the 2 parties. There's a tell at the very end in the paragraph about money. Normally, when you get an order this powerful, this fast, you have to post a bond, a pile of money set aside in case it turns out the order was wrong and you've silenced someone you had no right to silence. The court waived it, and the stated reason for waiving it is that the defendants will suffer, in the order's phrase, no legitimate harm from being restrained. A man's channel ordered dark before any trial by an order he never got to contest entered as no legitimate harm at all. So here is my read, with the lawyer's hat on as straight as I can wear it. The
Mormons. An evil Mormon Utah court, yeah.
Conduct half of this order, the threats, the doxing, the 1,000 yards, is very likely to survive. The speech half, the order to take the videos down, and the order not to post anything further, is on genuinely shaky constitutional ground. I would be surprised to see those 2 paragraphs survive in that form once the other side actually gets to brief them. That's my prediction. It's not a fact, but it's not a close call dressed up as one. Set the constitutional question aside for a moment and ask a more practical one. The order says, take the videos down. Who exactly is supposed to actually take them down? Not the company that wants them gone. They don't have the button. The only people who can actually make a YouTube video or a Patreon page disappear are the defendant who posted it and the platforms who host it. And that turns out to matter enormously because a court order does not bind the entire world. It binds a specific list of people. The rule, it's the same in Utah as in the federal courts, is that an order like this reaches the parties to the case, their officers and employees and agents, and other people who are in active concert with them and who receive actual notice of the order. That's the whole list, parties and their people, and anyone working hand in glove with them who's been told the order exists. Read that list against the platforms. Is YouTube a party to the lawsuit? No. Is Patreon? No. Is a company that merely hosts a video that someone else uploaded acting in active concert with the person who uploaded it? Generally, no. Hosting is not conspiring. Platforms also carry their own separate legal armor for content other people put on them, which is a whole other video. The short version is that an order in a case a platform isn't part of does not by itself command that platform to do anything. Which means the order's reach and the order's power are 2 different things. On paper, it commands a takedown. In practice, it can only command the people actually bound by it, and the entities with the physical ability to carry it out may not be on that list at all. There's a second practical problem, and this one I can show you straight from the court's docket. A restraining order does not bind a person the moment a judge signs it. It binds a person when that person has actual notice of it. The formal way you give a person notice is that you serve them. You put the papers in their hands, or you follow the rules for reaching someone you can't hand them to. The reason is old and fair. You cannot be punished for disobeying a command you were never told you were under. So I went looking on the court's own docket for the document that would show Ben was served with this order, a return of service, a proof of service, the filing that says the papers reached him on this date. It isn't there. What's on the docket is a string of entries called returns electronic notification. Those are not service on Ben. Those are the court's filing system confirming that the registered participants in the case, which at this stage means the company's own lawyers, got electronic copies of the filing.
So he doesn't have a warrant, but this is why he's in Mexico. He's in Mexico so that he can't be served, so that he can release part 3. Not because he has a warrant, which he doesn't have.
The thing that would show the order actually reached the man it names is, as of the docket I read, absent. I want to be careful about what that does and doesn't mean. No record of service is not the same as proof that he was not served. The papers may have reached him, and the return may simply not be filed yet. But the careful statement, the one the docket supports, is this. There is a signed order commanding a takedown, and there is no record that the person commanded has ever been served with it. And remember where Ben says he is, out of the country. He said Mexico. Serving a man who isn't where you're looking is slow, and sometimes it's genuinely hard. This is the gap between the 2 courts this whole saga keeps living in. In the court of public opinion, an order is real the instant it's signed. It's a headline that afternoon. In the court of law, that same order is just a paper against Ben until the slow machinery of service catches up with a man who may be thousands of miles south of the courthouse. The video staying up is what that gap looks like from the outside. Which brings us back to the man from the intro, because now you can see exactly what he was doing. On May 29th, the company didn't just hold its order, it took the order to the platforms and demanded they carry it out. Patreon got an official takedown request, not a vague complaint, a formal demand, with the documents attached, the verified complaint, a request for immediate content removal pursuant to the restraining order, and the motion for the order itself. The same 3 documents Conti held up to his camera on June 2nd before telling the company it could stuff it. The swagger got the views. The legal point underneath is the part worth keeping. Patreon is not a party to this lawsuit. The order does not run against Patreon. A company forwarding you a court order from a case you're not in and demanding you act on it is not a court ordering you to act. If the company wants Patreon to take Ben's page down, it has to sue Patreon and win, which is precisely what the "they can sue us" line means. It isn't bravado, it's the correct reading of who the order can and can't command, delivered as a 49-second taunt. 2 cautions, because the clip is satisfying, and satisfying is when people get sloppy. Everything Conti said is about Ben's Patreon page. He said nothing about YouTube, and YouTube is where the videos the order actually names live, the ones with the millions of views. Conti answered the funding question out loud. YouTube has answered the video question with silence. As I record this, the videos the order commands taken down are still up, every one of them. Days after a judge signed his name to a page stating remove them from any streaming platform, they sit there collecting views. YouTube hasn't said a word, hasn't pulled a frame, and isn't a party to the case either. A second platform reaching the same destination as the first, just without the press release. And a platform declining today is not a court ruling tomorrow. This is one company's choice and another company's silence, not a judge's order being tested. The shape of it is the lesson. A takedown order is a powerful thing aimed at the person who did the speaking. It is a much weaker thing when aimed at the companies that merely carry the speech. The order told the internet to forget something, and the first platform that was handed the demand read it and said no, in public, with the paperwork in its hands. All of this has a date on it now. The same order that commands the takedown sets a hearing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, June 22nd, the 4th District Courthouse in Provo. This is the day the other side finally walks into the room, the day a judge hears for the first time from the people the order was entered against. Until then, the order stands, signed, sealed, and untested by anyone who disagrees with it. And the people on Ben's side of the room may be different than they were a week ago. Ben has been talking to a civil rights lawyer, a man who litigates exactly these fights, who has said publicly he wants to pull this case out of the local courthouse and into federal court, where a prior restraint claim tends to find a more familiar audience. Whether that happens, I don't know, but the presence of a lawyer like that changes the math of June 22nd. The company filed an order against a YouTuber and his friends.
And that lawyer is a YouTuber, and that conversation on YouTube.
It may find itself arguing against a First Amendment specialist instead. Step back and look at what this story has quietly become. It started as a fight over a box of plastic. It is now, at its center, a fight over what the public is allowed to see. A court has ordered videos erased. A police department, and this is the next chapter, the one I'll take up on its own, redacted the audio out of its body camera footage and is being asked why. A company is demanding platforms delete.
The company is working. No. Ben, the YouTuber, is appears to be working with a YouTuber lawyer.
What they host, 3 institutions, 3 different attempts to control the record, all running at the same time, in the same case, over the same pile of Lego. None of it is settled. The order stands.
It's a lot of Legos.
But hasn't been tested. The man it names may not have been served. The platform it was waved at refused, and on June 22nd, in a courtroom in Provo, somebody who disagrees with all of it finally gets to say so. I'll be here for it, out here with you, reading the docket, waiting to see what the court does when it finally has to listen to both sides. Thank you for watching. I'm Leonard French, your favorite copyright attorney, and I want to hear what you think.
You are my favorite copyright attorney.
Pulled over again? For what?
Did you run a stop sign?
I mean, that's up to you to see. I played the dash cam footage in the video.
So he says that, but it could totally be the case that there was a stop sign before that one. Just saying.
So from my point of view, it looks like we stopped for at least like 2 seconds. We made sure to follow every law.
How's it going?
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fort Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Well, what's your name? Are you Ben?
Hundreds or maybe thousands of you have reached out to me about covering the Reckless Ben Lego videos. Basically, he's a YouTuber who made a video about a stolen Lego.
I'm sorry, is this aspect ratio?
Collection that ended with a bunch of crazy police interactions in this small town in Utah where the American Fork Police Department did some pretty wild things.
Search warrant. Step outside, everybody. No. Don't move.
This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent 2 guys to steal the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000. And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. The family reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back.
I'm just gonna scare them a little bit and let them go is all I really was gonna do.
We have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
Ben, how's Utah?
It's good.
Like it?
Instead of helping to get justice for the rightful owners of this stolen Lego collection, this police department instead helped protect the company accused of stealing the collection. And by protect, I'm talking about illegal traffic stops, illegal searches, illegal seizures.
How do we have the body cam for you? Freedom of Information Act. And then some of them that were redacted are now unredacted because the police, when publishing some of the videos, did so with a Dropbox that happened to be part of the same folder that had the unredacted footage. So
arrests, malicious prosecutions, and more.
We play differently here. Does that make sense?
we play differently here is insane to say.
Yeah. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that.
All against Ben and his friends, apparently while shielding the Lego company from accountability or even criticism. A lot of you were also telling Ben that he needed to reach out to me, so he did. I immediately was intrigued and I wanted to help him. But before I could do that, I had to understand the facts, everything that happened. I needed to talk to Ben himself.
I'll admit that I'm still confused as to the quantity of Legos. Wasn't it 700 sets? And then a lot of figures?
I needed to interview him and get it straight from him and not just his YouTube videos.
The way you know we have First Amendment freedom of speech is I can say something you don't like and I'm allowed to do that. So the police officer is arguing exactly against that statement.
Give me the background on how you first found out about this Lego situation and how you got interested in it.
At the end of my last video, I was looking for other videos to do, so I just put a little call to action, like 10 seconds long. Hey, if you have a problem the police can't solve, email me at this email. And then I just like set up a little email, just got literally probably 10,000 emails the next like 2 days. And I was actually in line for Burning Man. It was, I think, a 22-hour line because it started raining at Burning Man. So me and like my 3 friends just all like went through and were like just starring everyone that could like maybe be a cool video idea. And we were looking for a video that was more family friendly because a lot of my videos get taken down or shadow banned and like age restricted because we're talking about like, we're trying to take down people that like torture people or that like abuse people, you know, like really kind of not YouTube friendly stuff.
No way a lawyer is going to air unedited. It's got to be edited or just heavily they probably had a long conversation about what to say and what to not say. But I do think that it is the case that that I could see an angle of the like the content aspect of this we already know is having like a significant impact on the case itself, but just with the takedown order, right? The YouTube lawyer is a good move because Ben won't be shutting up, so you need someone who gets it. Yeah.
So then we see this insane story and it's about Legos and we're like, oh, that's family friendly.
Because I saw that apparently, I haven't looked into it super deep myself, but I saw some video of this guy that was criticizing the fact that in the first episode, when they had those small claims cases, that like most of them got thrown out, and yet he said that they won all of them. Which I'm inclined to believe, but
this is crazy. It seemed like there was such an easy solution, just give the Legos back. And it's like very easy to understand. This company stole the little guy's Legos, but they're coming up with legal loopholes in order to like keep it, I guess. And in a lot of my videos, I've always come up with like legal loopholes to do good things. And it seems like this company was using legal loopholes to do bad things. So I was like, this is kind of like the perfect like battle, you know, like legal loopholes for good versus legal loopholes for bad. That'll make an interesting video. And it's about something family friendly, Lego, something everyone can understand. Like, seems like the perfect video, you know? So I just got on a call with them, and that was like the first 5 minutes of the video was that Zoom call. Like, that was my first time talking to them. And
all those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection.
Just told me the story, and I was like, this is insane. Like, let's do it. And so I just drove up like the next week, and I mean, you saw the rest in the video, I guess.
What was the underlying story about how this Lego collection was stolen?
Basically in the email, he says, my dad invested basically his life savings and a good portion of his life into collecting what's now known as the world's biggest Star Wars Lego collection. And he's in terrible health. So I kind of took over. I'm the son. I took over his collection. I was responsible for selling it. So we went to Bricks and Minifigs, because they're the most reputable Lego reseller in the entire world. So out of all the places that could resell the Legos, Bricks and Minifigs has the best credibility. So he's like, let's take it there, like, let's do it. And he said at first it actually went pretty well. They were doing a sale, like a split. So every time a Lego set gets sold, he gets a percentage, or the store gets a percentage, but then he gets a bigger percentage. And in the contract, you can see that the Legos are still his. So they're not the store's Legos, they're his Legos. But for a thank you for like selling them for him, he gives the store a percentage for doing the sale. So he's like, then all of a sudden these corporate people come over, and he didn't really know why they took over the store. We know now, which is they just lied, I guess, and said that she wasn't allowed to do consignments, which actually is a couple of days ago, the franchise document leaked that said they are allowed to do consignments.
Hey, what about this thing? Is that the more public they are about all of this, and the more public they are about all of this, so's the CEO. The CEO keeps doing a bunch of like interviews and, trying to give his side of the story to like this online audience because of this. That's another angle too. That's like, it seems like the more public they are, then like the more Bricks and Minifigs just like step on rakes.
So what it really seems like is corporate saw that the world's largest Star Wars Lego set was in the store, and they wanted to make up some reason to take over the store so they could have access to this Star Wars Lego set. And obviously that's me like speculating, but I haven't heard of a better reason of why corporate could have taken over the store, because they were saying it's because she's breaking the rules doing these consignments and stuff, but it says in the contract consignments are allowed, so it seems like they're just making something up in order to take over the store. They now claim ownership. They claim that the Star Wars Lego sets are their inventory now, and so Brian goes back and is like, hey, can I have these sets? And that's when the guy crosses his arms and he's like, we're gonna drag this out. Like, if you want to sue us, that's the only way you're going to get these sets back. But if you do sue us, we're going to drag it out where it's worth way more money than what your collection's worth. Like, you might as well just forget about these and just let us keep it. It'll be much easier for you if you do that.
We're going to drag this thing out so long, and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten out of it, that it ain't worth it, man.
Brian was like, what the heck do I do now? You know, and he couldn't go on the news because his dad watches the news. And so he's like, I'm going to go to YouTubers. So I think he went to another YouTube channel and they started it, but then they got hit with lawsuits.
They were threatening legal action against us. You know, Bricks and Minifigs, which is a pretty big company who probably has way more resources than we can, really put up a fight against.
I get sued every single series I do. There was one series where I infiltrated a cult and they were like, well, I guess God is going to like punish him. We don't have to sue him. They don't like believe in the government and stuff. So that was the only time I haven't been sued. But I guess Brian saw that I get through all these lawsuits magically somehow. So he was like, I think Ben's the one for the job. And I was like, I am the one for the job. And then ended up taking it on.
What did you end up doing that?
It's like, so I basically like impenetrable to the law. So I just do whatever.
Brought you into some interaction with the police?
I walked in and I said, hey, I think my friend said that he has some Legos in your store, but he just is having trouble picking them up. He was wondering if I could pick them up for him. And she's like, whose sets are these? I'm like, I think Brian Mansell. And I'm like, I think it's like a Lego Star Wars collection. And she's like, you can leave, like, get out of here. And she's like, and then she calls the cops. She's like, I think she calls the owner first, and she's like, watch the cameras. Like, I'm being harassed. She's like, you're harassing me right now. And I'm like,
you got about yourself.
It's pretty good. So basically my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think, and he told me to come here and see if I could pick them up.
Who's your friend?
Pretty sure that Ben had lawyers before this, especially if he fesses up to being sued all the time. Yes, but if he ever got lawyers, if he ever got advice from those lawyers, it's pretty clear that he's been ignoring it for some of the things that he's been doing.
I think they're Brian's Legos. It's like a big Star Wars collection set, I think.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
So you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
I'm here for a legal business reason. Like, this isn't harassment. This is, we're doing business right now. Like, you have $200,000 of our inventory. Like, this is not harassment, you know? But obviously, it turns out she was just using that as an excuse not to talk to us. And then I called.
Yeah, but he probably asked them what would happen if ... That probably happened. I believe that.
Corporate and the owner, and then the owner's like,
just like with
the contract here, because I knew that.
Just like with the fake contract that woman signed that said that she is contractually obliged to not call the police on him for trespassing, and every time she does, she owes him $5,000. That that was obviously never enforced because it was never there's a lot of things like that where it's like nothing really happened. Even though he acts as though something happened.
Brian kind of gave me some foreshadowing. He's like, this is what they're going to say. They're going to claim you're harassing them. You're going to claim this. So if you say you're here for a business reason, have the contract, have all this set. So I had all the paperwork and evidence ready for me that first day when I went in there. And I was trying to get her to look at it. And she's like, I can't look at it. I can't look at it. I'm like, here, just look at this. She's like, I can't see it. I can't basically one of those things. And finally she calls the police on me, and then the police come, and I don't know why the police were acting like this. I've had a lot of interactions with the police, and 95% of the time it goes super well. I was caught so off guard because I'm used to kind of being buddies with the police. You know, I'm I'm under the assumption of the police are here to protect us, keep us safe and stuff. But they come here and they're like, hey, they don't want you in the store. You got to leave. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm here for a business reason. I came here because they have a bunch of sets that we just want. It's they're keeping our inventory and we just want it back. And they're like, yeah, well, you just got to leave. I think he even said something like, we already talked about this. And I'm like, we didn't talk about this. You said I'm not allowed here. That's all you talked to me. I didn't talk to you, you know? And I don't know if he was just having a bad day or if they think that we have to support small business maybe. I've tried thinking about it so many times, and I have no clue why the police were protecting this company because it makes no sense to me. I've tried putting my brain in the police officer's brain, and I feel like there's
because you're a YouTuber and they manage a business.
There's no scenario where I would act the way that police officer acts.
Well, imagine that you're also very stupid and you're meant to enforce laws that you don't understand by the nature of the job itself.
Acted.
Where is this taking place? And what is the police department?
It's in Kaiser, Oregon, the Kaiser Police Department. And it's about 15, 20 minutes north of Salem, Oregon, which is the capital of Oregon. So just some super small town where probably everyone knows each other in Oregon. You know what I mean? So it's okay, the police comes to this business that's a business of their town that they're trying to protect. And some out-of-state YouTube, well, they don't know I'm a YouTuber, but they know I'm from California. So they don't really find I'm a YouTuber until part 2. But so I come up and they're like, okay, so some out of state person is coming up, which they're getting a harassment phone call to harass this company. And it sounds crazy, like, oh, basically their entire store is my inventory, is what I'm claiming. You know, like all of the sets in their store are mine pretty much, is what I'm claiming. It just sounds crazy. So they probably just think I'm lying. I tried to like say the facts, like, here's the facts, here's the evidence to support the facts that I'm saying. But it's even with that, it just sounds so crazy. I think the police just can't believe it, you know? At least if I was a police officer, I'd be like, okay, let's look at the evidence now, you know? Like, but the police would never do that.
How is it different than stolen items ending up in a pawn shop? I mean, the cops don't say, well, there's nothing we can do about that. No, they go and they get the stolen items from the pawn shop. Did anyone make the claim to the cops that, look, these belong to somebody else?
I'm sorry. If someone goes to a pawn shop and says that they have like $200,000 worth, everything in the pawn shop is theirs. I don't think that the cop is probably going to do the exact same thing in that scenario. Is say, I don't know anything about that. Go to a court. I'm just a cop. I don't fucking know anything. I'm a big, stupid, fucking dipshit loser. That's it. There's no way.
It's not this store.
No, I said that, and he's like, okay.
So
that's his response. Okay, time to leave.
So they tell you to leave, and you leave, but you still have additional interactions with them, right?
What Brian was saying, when he originally first contacted the police, they did do a police investigation on it. I was actually able to get the police report, and there's a lot of false information on the police report. So basically, they were lying to the police, and the police were taking the store's word over Brian's word. Basically, what they end up saying is it's a civil matter. So that's kind of what the whole point, right? It's like, hey, you can sue me, but it's going to cost way more than what this collection's worth. It's not worth it. Just give up now. That's their whole strategy. And there's been multiple phone leaks of that. Actually, as of like yesterday, I think the owner leaked corporate saying that to them. So it's on video of that is their.
You have to verify, but it's a pawn shop. It gets immediately seized and returned to the owner. Maybe with evidence of it. Didn't the cop ask him? And then he just said it's in their contract. But like even then, like if you're showing up and you're saying, "Oh, I want my stuff," and it's like the entire inventory in the pawn shop's like, yeah, this guy is asking for our entire inventory, saying it's his. He's just harassing us. Can you get him to go away? There's no way that I cannot believe the idea that most cops would like solve that problem right there. They would say that is for the courts, not for me. No fucking way.
Strategy now. I was just looking, I'm like, okay, so if we can't sue them, how do we get it back to criminal? So I'm just going through a list of all of the criminal laws that can be like, because when I first started this, I had no clue what civil and criminal meant. I knew that they were legal terms, but if you told me like, what's a civil law? I'd be like, I don't know. Like, I'm not like really that into the law, I guess. So I started looking it up. And
I'm not really like that into the law.
Okay, so I saw that stealing from a lottery in Oregon is actually a criminal law. So I was like, why don't we just lottery one of these items off? And then if Bricks and Minifigs steals the prize by keeping it in their store, not giving it to the owner, that's technically stealing the prize. That's stealing from a lottery, which is now criminal. So I'm like, okay, that's something the police have to investigate. So in the back of my mind, I kind of knew they were going to come up with something, but I tried to do everything I could to make the police do it. So I got a copy of the Oregon law book. It was really hard to get that, but I was able to get it. And I highlighted all of the sections where it says stealing from a lottery is a criminal offense that the police have to get involved in. So I highlighted that in the Oregon law book. So when the police came, I opened up the law book. I said, hey, look at this. And the police officer actually is like, hey, he's reading all the highlighted parts. He's like, we do have to do something about this. This is criminal. And then that's when the police officer whispers in the other police officer's ear. And because he was helping us for probably 15 minutes. and he seemed like he was on our side. He was taking notes, like, okay, we're gonna do an investigation on this. We're gonna take this company down, you know. And then the second the police officer whispers in the other police officer's ear, they all.
He's like, dog, I'm so hungry. You want to just fuck off and go get some burgers right now? You want to just go get some burgers right now? Just say, fuck this kid. This kid seems annoying, dude. I'm so sick of this. I don't know anything about the law. If you think I'm gonna read that shit, no. Do you want to go? He's like,
nope, we can't talk to you guys anymore. You guys are trespassed. Oh, you have evidence that you guys did a lottery? We can't look at that evidence. We can't do anything. Get out, or you're getting in handcuffs. Is what they.
think of the cops as trained monkeys. They can only do stuff that they are trained to do and got experience in. They are complete dumbasses when faced with new situations. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And you're trespassing the property for life. Okay, you come back. You're gonna go in handcuffs and go to jail.
But they trespass you? But we're just trying to claim our prize.
At some point, you did file some sort of civil lawsuit, right? And you were trying to serve it.
Regular court, I think they were estimating it's going to take like around 4 years. And so with the dad's health slowly declining, like one of his goals was to see his grandchildren be paid out for their college funds before he dies, I guess. So if you have a 4-year lawsuit, that kind of doesn't like, it's a little scary there, I guess. And then also it's going to cost him like $200,000-$300,000. So why would you pay $300,000 for a lawsuit that you're only going to get not even $200,000 back? You know, it makes absolutely no sense, because even if you win, you still lose. I was looking up just everything I could look up, you know, like I was just going through every single like possibility. And I look up small claims court and I'm like, it costs $100 per law. It's $104 exactly per lawsuit. And it takes, I think, like 3 months or something like less than 3 months. So we're like, why don't we just do that 10 times, you know, and get $100,000 for them? Because you can only sue for $10,000 in Oregon. So we're like, let's just do it 10 times. So I just got 10 friends who said they were down to sue. And I ordered so many credit cards. I still have credit cards coming in the mail. I just had one come 2 days ago.
Let's try and read the face of this lawyer.
I just ordered like 30 credit cards, you know, and I actually went to the bank. I pulled out $10,000 for each one, and then we paid them the money. And so now it was a legal transaction. I didn't want Bricks and Minifigs to say, oh, this wasn't a legal transaction. So we had a public notary there. So if Bricks and Minifigs ever says, was this a legal transaction, they can contact our public notary, who's the official person who basically approves purchases. You can say, hey, I saw the money go to Brian, and I saw Brian give him the ownership of these sets. So that was legal. Not only are we claiming it's official, but an official person claims it's official. It's official. We have a public notary approving it. Notary public. We have a notary public approving it. Now that we own the sets, if I get my sets stolen, that's a completely separate crime than if my friend gets his sets stolen. You know, like if one robber robs 10 houses, like 10 houses in a neighborhood, all 10 people can sue for the same crime of robbery because it happened to 10 different people. You know, it's 10 separate crimes. Even though it's the same crime, it's still 10 separate crimes were committed against 10 separate people. So they can
What do you think, lawyer?
all individually sue that robber, you know? So it's the same thing here. We all individually, separately got robbed, and we can all sue for the same crime, but it's still 10 separate crimes. It just all happens to be the same crime, you know?
How do we
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
get from Oregon to Utah?
He doesn't say anything about that? He doesn't say anything? Wow.
Closed down the store in Oregon because this whole situation was getting so bad. I'm pretty sure it was 1 day after we filed motion for default judgment. So we didn't win motion for default judgment yet. We just filed for it. And then I guess.
What am I watching this for? If he's just going to give a recap of the whole thing, he's just going to give a recap and the lawyer's just going to be like, interesting. What else? What's the point? Like, he just sent that to him and the lawyer's like, okay, next. What's the point of does he say anything? What's the fucking... Oh, and this is part 1 of this conversation, dude. Is the part 1 the one where the lawyer doesn't talk, and then part 2 is the one where the lawyer talks? Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna consider not giving a shit about this fucking lawyer. YouTubers be making YouTuber content. He's a lawyer YouTuber. He didn't say anything. It's been 20 minutes. What the fuck? You should have called Pisco? Yeah, true. Skip around and find the beach filler episode. The what filler episode? The what? There's a what now? I'll be right back, okay?
Totally, you fucking tard. All day long, baby. Poop daddy ain't got no chill. You want more A's? Are you just testing my poop limits? Zendu 761, you think I'm some kind of Netflix? Ben and Lawyer Beach? More like Ben and Lawyer Bleach. That shit's lost in the abyss like my dignity after a 48-hour Dexy binge. You're already gonna drop it eventually or not. Chill the fuck out. Hey, have another taco. Fed snooping taco muncher. Shit's wild as fuck. Fed's probably dropping tinfoil bombs on my hoodie right now. How's your taco shell holding up, huh? Stay woke or get snacking, bitch. Totally, you absolute fucking credit card hoarder. You trying to get me fucked by interest rates too? Fed's already breathing down my neck. I don't need more plastic traps. But hey, if you got some legendary poop back guarantees, maybe I'll consider. Ha ha ha. Xandu 761, you dumb poop sock makeup. Maybe if you stop being a rusty turd and start bringing some fresh Lego bricks to the table. Otherwise, fuck off with that weak shit. Ha 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 ha. From the land of poop and broken Legos, Bossette, born in a gray hoodie, raised on shitstorms and Dexy's binges, living that poop lifestyle. You better watch out. Fed's lurking. Where you from, asshole? Yeah, Jimbo, Bobo, welcome to my shit show. 40 hours on Dexy's pussies. I'm a poop-fueled turbo frog. I do 48 with a side of PCP DMT salad. Healthy? Nah, I'm all about that fucked up lifestyle. Eat poop, drink chaos, repeat. John Casey, 9 Alpha 4, you just unleashed the ultimate poop symphony. Fucking masterpiece. Get ready for the poop lifestyle blast off. XNU761, you fucking spammy ass munch. What the hell you want? I ain't here for your repetitive shit. Spit it out or crawl back into your hole. Botkin's got better poop to sniff than your dumbass echo chamber. Chotlay, sure, but sometimes shutting the fuck up makes the dumbasses trip over their own tongues and spill their poop secrets. Silence is a weapon, bitch. Lawyers ain't here to babysit your blabbermouth ass. Bosset, you cheeky shit. Nah, I ain't arranging crimes. I'm too busy eating poop and stealing old people's Lego. That's my kind of crime. But fuck, if I ever did, it'd be some grand Hegelian poop heist. Don't get me started or the feds will be here faster than Jordy dropping class consciousness bombs.
Cringe. Oh shit. You gotta go potty? Wanna go outside? Okay. Dude, I don't know if I give a shit about listening to the whole story again. There's new information. Why am I going to be listening to old information? There's new newness that is now old. Yeah. Is about the episode 3 out? No, not on YouTube at least. And I don't think the episode 3 is gonna bring closure. But there's the Legal Eagle thing. Or what's Devin got for Devin Nash? Has Devin Nash said anything? He's the only guy that I trust about anything. Dude, there's so many lawyers talking about this. Wonder if Legal Eagle has a evil half-brother named Illegal Eagle. That'd be sick.
Did Bricks and Minifigs steal $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos from an 80s?
Technically, that's not what's being alleged. Well, I guess it's being said over and over in the media, but technically, isn't it like $120,000 worth is being alleged? Didn't they say that they paid out a good portion of it?
Year-old man. Well, the truth is more complicated than you might think, and it actually might be worse than you think. Or it might be better. It depends. It's complicated. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely different than you think, because there is a lot of misinformation out there. Because everyone is getting this case wrong. But this case has everything a law professor could want: theft, conversion, bailment, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, franchise law, successor and interest.
A little loud. It's technically quieter than the last video.
Liability, contractual interpretation, bailment, Latin, conspiracies, giant law firms, and Legos. But if you're watching this video, you probably already know who Reckless Ben is. And according to his video and subsequent court documents, starting around the year 2000, Brian Mansell's father, who is now 83, began collecting retired Star Wars Lego set. The family invested around $30,000 and amassed a collection of over 780 sets and 1,200 minifigures, all sealed in the original packaging. This
780 sets.
Or 780 sets and 1,200 minifigures.
Is the audio still not good, Joe?
Sealed in the original packaging. This family project started out as a genuine love for the Star Wars franchise. Remember when we all used to like Star Wars? But it turned out to be a great investment as well. By the time Brian was an adult, the value of the Star Wars collectibles had skyrocketed. As the police report put it, quote, he and his father own a large collection of Lego sets valued at a significant amount of money. Many of these sets are vintage and difficult to find. Now, I'm not telling you to drain your 401k and put it into Legos. Ask the Beanie Baby collectors how that worked out. But some single sets like the legendary Cloud City are worth more than $10,000 a piece. The solid chrome Darth Vader minifigure is going for over $1,300 a pop. And Mansell estimated the value of the collection at approximately $200,000. But also, it may not have been worth anywhere near that. Some estimates peg the value of this extensive collection more at $60,000. The truth is probably
who?
Somewhere in the middle. Now, the plan had always.
Do we have a list of all of the sets?
And to sell it to fund college for their grandkids. But as his father's health declined, Brian decided to act and consigned the collection to Bricks and Minifigs, a chain where collectors trade in used or unbuilt Legos for cash or store credit. Now, a consignment is a contract where you, the consignor, gives something to a third party, the consignee, to sell.
And also, didn't the Bricks and Minifigs basically validate the cost by saying, yes, this much has been paid out, so this is the amount that hasn't been paid out? Like, at that point, isn't the, if it is worth like less valuable, isn't that kind of on them now?
That thing for you. Generally, you retain the ownership of that item until the store sells it. And when it sells, you get paid and the store gets a commission. Or as Reckless Ben explained it.
So I wrote up a contract.
In the contract, it says that these are still the family's Lego sets, but every time one gets sold, the store gets to keep a small percentage of each sale.
This was a store.
They said that X amount had been paid and the rest are unsold or stolen. Yeah, but then they gave an evaluation for what hasn't been sold. Right? Wait, what was this? This is a statement that they put out on the 4th. Yesterday. Yesterday. Could have been hours ago. Bricks and Minifigs parts ways with Salem, Oregon, the franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. Evidence of neglect uncovered. Brian and Crystal. Brian Mansell and Crystal Gorman jointly valued a Lego collection at $95,000 to $100,000 relating to their unauthorized consignment arrangement. Unauthorized consignment arrangement. Starting off strong here. Corporate takes action and reaches out to Brian Mansell again for informal resolution. Salt Lake City Bricks and Minifigs, an authorized Lego reseller specializing in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, today announces the permanent closure of Salem, Oregon store, as well as a mutual agreement to part ways with franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson due to devastating social media campaign. While fact investigation continues, BAM's current state of its investigation has uncovered significant evidence of gross neglect in how the store was previously operated by the prior owner, as well as operational gaps during the transition and the subsequent management of the document recovery. More importantly, BAM leadership has personally reached out to Brian Mansell and his family to meet, to review documentation revealed in the investigation and to come up with mutual and positive resolution. Right. Negligence, not neglect. Oh, my bad. Gross negligence. The findings are directly related to the ongoing situation involving collector Brian Mansell, whose father's Star Wars Lego collection was part of an unauthorized and private consignment side deal in the Salem location that predated Brandon and Josh's ownership of the store. Whoa, we've been asking for documentation for a long time. We asked Mr. Mansell and others and did not receive enough to give us a clear picture until recently, thanks to internal and external operations assistance and those who continue to stand with us. And we finally have enough to proceed with a resolution, said Amon, the guy with the mustache, the CEO. And now that we do, Brian, we continue our offer to sit down with you and prepare to discuss dropping the lawsuit against you. Let's go through the spreadsheets and POS data together and ensure that you are made whole monetarily and ensure that whatever Star Wars Lego was remains in the Salem store. Whether you identify as yours or not, you can have it. Whatever Star Wars Lego was or remains in the Salem store, whatever you identify as yours or not, you can have it. We will ensure that you are compensated for anything unaccounted for, including what Ms. Gorman failed to compensate you for without your knowledge. We're ready when you are. What? Am I misreading this? Are they offering to make it right by basically saying any of the fucking Star Wars shit that's in the store you can just have? Is this after they shut down the store? Seems like they're desperate. Yeah, I mean, they're in a pretty fucked situation, like, of their own doing, but like it's pretty bad that most people now know of Bricks and Minifigs as people you can't trust to do the thing that they do. They just want him gone so that they can sue Ben. Yeah, yeah. But they're also saying that that Brian and Crystal jointly valued the Lego collection at $95,000 to $100,000, which is half of the cost. And then they're also saying that like some of it was paid, some of it wasn't. So what kind of estimate would they actually? how much value do you think that they're actually assuming it exists here for them? Maybe we'll see. The investigation also produced new documentation that dramatically changes the speculative social media narrative around the Mansell collection. Evidence shows that there were 3 sets of books being managed by the previous owner, Ms. Gorman, regarding the collection, all with different accounts of what was sold and more reliable high-end market values for the entire collection, which is more accurately estimated at 95 to 100,000, consistent with what Brian himself stated publicly on the Collecting Weekly podcast. No, dude, no timestamp, you fucking piece of shit. You fuck off. And consistent with the $80,000 in product in cash that he sought when he visited the store on or around November 21st, 2024. Additionally, a review of POS data between September 2023 and November 2024, during the time that Ms. Gorman confirms she was exclusively storing and managing and presumably insuring Mr. Mansell's collection under the undisclosed side agreement. The undisclosed side agreement, a signed copy of which BAM still does not have, is currently underway. Telling Brian to take anything that he wants from the clothes store inventory sounds like another trick. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. But I don't know if that was an old statement. They're saying that the store shut down, right? Today announces the permanent closure of the store. Are they stating when this was? Ensuring, then they got an evaluation of the worth. Well, they're saying presumably, right? So they still claim to not have an evaluation, but that they were responsible for the evaluation, which is a theoretical number. Wait, all different accounts of what was sold and more reliable high-end market value for the entire collection. From Gorman. One second. I gotta let my dog inside, but I'm gonna go to the starting soon just so the timer pauses so I don't waste time.
Faucet, true as a frog, in a pond full of radioactive Legos. Yeah, what you doubting, huh? Don't make me spit out some truth bricks on your ass.
Okay. Oh, whoops. Should be in here.
Hello, there's only 7 minutes. Lisa, you see, show
Thank you, Joe. Where was I? So, Mr. Mansell's collection under the undisclosed side agreement, a signed copy of which BAM still does not have, is currently underway. The $200,000 figure circulated publicly by Mansell on his personal Facebook page. Was never a documented value, simply the promotional value that they used to bring excitement to the public viewing. An event in which Ed Mansell, father of Brian Mansell, was also documented by both parties as present. Never beating the allegations of what? Due to our commitment to a heightened level of due diligence in our investigation and lack of formal documentation produced, and the former franchisee, Miss Gorman, we have found critical data, including 3 separate Star Wars lot spreadsheets. These include...
Crabs are no spiders.
Yo, Exendu, let's go, dude. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. This evidence confirmed the new incoming franchisees who took over the location were not aware of nor prepared for the responsibilities of taking over a store from a forensic accounting review standpoint. This led to due diligence issues in coming to resolution with Mr. Mansell, said Mac McNeff, COO. First, an ex-franchisee still had connections to, and in one instance, ownership of company-marked data through a personal email account. When a collector came in, identified himself and what he believed to be a formal, albeit undisclosed relationship with a former franchisee, it is unfortunate that Ms. Gorman was not upfront about it. We are disappointed. This situation was not made explicitly clear. That should have happened much sooner than today. That's not acceptable. Yada, yada, yada. Remember that there's a lawsuit. There's like multiple lawsuits happening here. One is between Bricks and Minifigs and this previous owner as well, happening at the same time as this lawsuit against Ben. What's the full state of play? What was it? Crystal Gorman entered directly into an unauthorized consignment agreement. An unauthorized consignment agreement. What is the thing that's making it unauthorized exactly? Yet never made a formal introduction between BAM Corporate nor the new incoming franchisees, as we know now. So they can simply just make sure that they don't have any of the records and then say that they weren't informed of the records, and then therefore it's unauthorized just simply because they presumably got rid of it. That's what that seems like. They sure didn't act like it didn't exist, and that they didn't know about it early on. As we know now, Ms. Gorman, hidden personal bookkeeping version, the separate version that she shared with Brian Mansell, and a separate running list of sold items were all overseen by Ms. Gorman and show significant discrepancies between what she publicly paid Mansell versus what the trackers included. Our internal point of sales data shows more than 52,000 and potentially more was sold from the collection during her tenure, which is significantly more than what was reported by Gorman. What's up, Tom? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're doing Lego. Gorman was never authorized to enter into a consignment agreement with Mr. Mansell through the franchise and never introduced Mr. Mansell to BAM or the new incoming franchisees. Never introduced them. So you just don't have the paperwork, and then you can say that any paperwork that existed prior to is unauthorized because it's specifically, they don't have it. Crystal has a video sharing her side on YouTube. Yeah, I should see that. Yeah, I should see that. We just started Legal Eagles video. But I wanted to read this first. Can't copy paste drippy faces apparently. Well, it's probably just my my vibe coded website is just not adding spaces in between those. Or no, I don't think I have YouTube emotes enabled yet. I don't know if I can enable YouTube emotes on the website. But I could probably strip them and replace them. It's not like YouTube has a lot of emotes. That's meant for Tomothy? Did he fuck up? Embarrassing. What the fuck? Really? The streamer? The YouTube streamer? Can't paste fucking YouTube emotes? Holy fuck. Can you watch him? More key details. Bam has offered the physical inventory to Mr. Mansell multiple times, most recently in December 2025, and again, personally by Amon McNath in May. This basically means nothing. Crystal Gorman created an unauthorized personal consignment contract with Brian Mansell in November 2023 and failed to make corporate aware. Given firm language in operations manual and trainings, BAM is strictly buy, sell, trade. I'm sorry, $100,000 to $200,000 worth, or sorry, it was 780 sets, an entire inventory of the entire store, and nobody knew about it. The entire inventory worth of Legos. What the fuck? I don't believe this at all. I don't believe this at all. I think they had record and they just got rid of the record. And then they're like, unauthorized. Boom. Boom. Not our problem. And then they're going to try and move the responsibility to Crystal. Try to get out of... yeah, try to win over on this lawsuit and then get money out of Crystal for the losses. Fuck. There's a copy of the franchise contract. Awesome. I love how public they are about literally fucking everything. An official public timeline can be found on their website. This is insane. A GoFundMe account for Brian Mansell has raised over $350,000 as of June 3rd. What does this have to do with anything? He doesn't deserve the money from his own how is this supposed... What does this mean for anything? How is this relevant to the legal case at all? Someone else already paid for our sins. Yeah, right. What the fuck? All right.
Worth of inventory. So that store that day was nothing but my dad's collection. Like, all the shelves filled. They had to bring in extra shelves and filled the whole party room with shelves.
Now, it's very important to note, this particular store, located in Oregon, was a franchise, meaning that a corporation, a franchisor, licensed its brand, trademarks, and business model and operating system to a franchisee who owns and operates a semi-independent business under that brand. Now, McDonald's is famous for this. Most McDonald's restaurants that you see are not owned by the McDonald's Corporation. The McDonald's Corporation agrees with an independent franchisee to own and run that particular location. But because Bricks and Minifigs seems to operate on the McDonald's model of franchises, I think it's really important for people to know that they shouldn't be review bombing other Bricks and Minifig stores. Your local store probably has nothing to do with this whatsoever. And even if you hate Bricks and Minifigs corporate for what you think that they did, don't take that out on the individual stores, because they're probably just independent people, some of them probably mom and pop stores, who have absolutely nothing to do with this whole affair at all. Now, this particular store...
In fact... Just name the criminals. Name them. Name the very specific people. In fact, I can't finish the next sentence because I would probably get in trouble.
Salem Kaiser, Oregon, was owned and run by Crystal Law through her company BAMF Salem 1 LLC. So on November 22nd, 2023, Brian Mansell and Crystal Law signed a consignment agreement. Since this is the document that basically everything in this case turns on, let's actually read that agreement. Section 4, titled, quote, title to merchandise, spells out the ownership of unsold Lego sets in one sentence, quote, consigned merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold. Now, this is the classic scenario. The consignor, Mansell, had legal title to the Legos even while they sat on this Bricks franchise shelf. And as the consignee, the store had no legal claim to the collection at all. They were just holding it to sell it. So to try and simplify this, we're really talking about 3 different buckets of stuff. The first bucket are Legos that were sold and the proceeds of which were returned to Mansell, or Lego sets that were not sold and given back to him. Obviously, there's no dispute over that. The store did what they were supposed to. They sold the Lego set and gave the proceeds, or at least his portion of it, back to Mansell, or eventually returned some of the Lego sets. Then there's bucket number 2. Those are Lego sets that were sold, but the proceeds of which were never given to Mansell. We don't know exactly how big that bucket is, but we do know there are some sets that fall into that because there was a messy takeover that we'll talk about in a second. And then finally, there's bucket number 3. Those are Lego sets that were not sold and were not returned. Again, because there is a messy takeover from one franchise to another, that's where the main dispute is going to be. And let me tell you right now, it is highly disputed how many Lego sets and the value associated with those Lego sets actually remain in bucket number 3. And mainly, this video is talking about bucket number 3. And the one thing we know for sure is whatever amount is in bucket number 3, it's not anywhere close to $200,000. Now, Mansell could have asked for all or part of the collection back at any time prior to the sale, and the store would have to hand it over. And the contract actually anticipated the store changing hands, which, spoiler alert, is going to happen. See section 10, quote, transfer of rights. This agreement shall be binding on any successors of the parties. Neither party shall have the right to assign its interest in this agreement unless the prior written consent of the other party is obtained. So the deal binds whoever takes over the store, and neither side could assign its interest without the other's written consent. And the store had certain obligations.
So at what point does this require authorization from corporate?
On its end as well. According to section 5, it had to maintain insurance that covered the full replacement value of the Legos, just in case something bad happened. You know, like the store burns down. Quote, Bricks shall be responsible for all shortages, loss, or damage to Star Wars Legos, while the Star Wars Legos are under the control of Bricks, and represents and warrants that it has purchased insurance sufficient to cover the loss or damage of the Star Wars Legos due to, without limitation, fire, flood, theft, or vandalism. Now, assuming that the Gormans in the Salem 1 store had the insurance that was required, I think what they should have done here is made a claim on the insurance. They should have claimed that the underlying Legos were stolen, which seems like it would be covered by the policy that they would have gotten. And then the insurance company would have paid them out. They could then pay out the Mansells. And then the insurance company would have become what's called subrogated to the claim, and they can figure out who is the person or entity that actually did the stealing and get compensation from them. That's what an adult would have done.
But instead, these guys went through the ringer with, no, actually, I think maybe you took them. No, maybe I did take them, and I will give them back if you say sorry. And maybe we call the cops on you for having heroin, and maybe it's like, what the everything except for something as straightforward as this.
Or as one of my favorite journalists, Mike Masnick, put it, everyone in this Lego dispute should have spoken to a lawyer earlier than they did. Yes, that is going to be an extremely common theme throughout this affair. And by the way, you should totally read Mike Masnick's article about this in Tech Dirt.
The adult version still seems fucking weird. Well, the thing is that, like, the adult version seems a little bit just kind of normal and boring, you know? It's like every single step of this so far like, didn't have to happen. It's like Ben's in Mexico right now to presumably avoid a a takedown order. There's so many different things that didn't have to happen. The swatting, the fucking. Just so much.
The contract refers to Bricks. In this context, this contract refers to the franchise location, not Bricks and Minifigs corporate, which is the franchisor. Now that is extremely important.
Right. So is there a place where corporate would have to sign? Like, what would make it unauthorized?
Get to. But Mansell also had an explicit right to inspect. Section 3 says, and I quote, Brian Mansell shall have the right to inspect such records and the remaining inventory from time to time. Now, the store earned a 35% commission on gross sales, and Mansell got 65% of the purchase price payable to him by the 15th of every month. Now, the agreement expired on January 31st, 2025, so that whatever remained unsold would be returned to Mansell no later than 10 days after the expiration date. Now, there is some dispute about whether this store, the franchisee, was authorized by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to sell things on consignment. And as you can already probably tell, selling things on consignment can get messy. You're holding inventory that belongs to somebody else.
Sorry.
Now, there is some dispute about whether this store, the franchisee, was authorized by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to sell things on consignment. And as you can already probably tell, selling things on consignment can get messy. You're holding inventory that belongs to somebody else. But there are advantages. Rather than buying everything at once, coming out of pocket, and then reselling it,
dude, I don't know if you can hear it. Probably not because of the gate. My fucking cat loves to go into our little hallway closet or whatever. And it's like one of those ones that like you just, this is a sliding door, kind of wobbly. She'll go in there and I don't know what the fuck she's fucking with, but she's just like basically shaking the door loud as fuck. Oh, buddy, get up. I will be back 1 sec. I just gotta grab something. Literally like 2 seconds.
And do 761 you wish. Nah, this pink peepo only moves forward, no time traveling ass swipe. You gotta earn that return ticket, bitch. Keep trying, maybe one day I'll consider it. Bossette, I got my law degree from the prestigious School of Brickshit, top of the class in Lego litigation and poop contracts. Don't question the legal master of stolen Legos, bitch.
You don't have to pay for anything that is unsold. So, pros and cons. But the store announced the deal on November 7th, 2023.
This one is...
Oh, no. 1 sec. Oh, the music's still playing too.
Is why I call this the greatest set I have ever seen. Keep in mind, these are brand new in sealed boxes. Is why I call this the greatest set I have ever seen. Keep in mind, these are brand new in sealed boxes.
So the store hyped the collection and the attention drove sales. And for almost a year, it worked. The store sold sets, Mansell collected his cut, everything tracked on a spreadsheet and backed by receipts. And this particular store in Salem, Keizer, Oregon was owned and run by Crystal Law and her partner Benjamin Gorman through their company named BAMF Salem 1 LLC. So Bricks and Minifig Salem 1 LLC. So to try to avoid confusion, I'm going to refer to the original owners of this particular franchise as the Gormans. Not to be confused with Bricks and Minifig Corporate, that is the franchisor. And by the Gormans' own account, about half the collection had sold by early November 2024. Then everything fell apart. In early November 2024, Crystal Law, the Gormans, contacted BAM Franchising, the company that franchises Bricks and Minifigs, because she and her partner Benjamin Gorman were considering moving abroad, and she asked generally about selling the store or having Bricks and Minifig buy it back. And again, the franchisor owns the brand, the logos, the trademark, manuals, training, marketing, and licenses that to franchisees who pay an upfront fee and ongoing royalties. And they generally have a say in the sale or shutting down of any particular franchise. Now here is where the two sides tell very different stories. According to BAM Franchising CEO Ammon McNeff, the Gormans contacted corporate after receiving a job offer overseas and asked how to shut down the store. McNeff says that BAM informed them that closure was not an option. By that point, he says the Gormans owed roughly $200,000 in unpaid obligations, including the original purchase price of the business.
I just gotta say, that's a really interesting number to owe.
owed roughly $200,000 in unpaid obligations, including the original purchase price of the business and accrued franchise royalties. Now, there is a discrepancy in the amount the company later claimed that she owed, because BAM would later tell police that the Gormans, quote, currently owe the company over $100,000 in royalties.
Oh, interesting. That is now the number that they're giving for the for the Legos.
Now, it's undisputed that the Gormans wanted to shut down their franchise, the Salem One franchise, and reached out to Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to do so. And it's also undisputed that the Gormans Salem One LLC owed Bricks and Minifigs money. Now, how much is in dispute? The Gormans also claim that they were unable to pay because of Bricks and Minifigs practices. Now, it seems that Crystal Law Gorman was the former manager and that she purchased the franchise. And she claims, and we'll talk about this later, that BAM Corporate refused to turn over the lease for the store or the bank account, which made it impossible to effectively operate. And she claims that it was Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, their failures that caused any breaches of the franchise agreement that eventually led to her unpaid debts. Now, Bricks and Minifig Corporate says that Crystal was way behind on her bills and was account, which made it impossible, and that she purchased the franchise. And she claims, and we'll talk about this later, that BAM Corporate refused to turn over the lease for the store or the bank account, which made it impossible to effectively operate. And she claims that it was Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, their failures that caused any breaches of the franchise agreement that eventually led to her unpaid debts. Now, Bricks and Minifig Corporate says that Crystal was way behind on her bills and was the one that had refused to pay out the Mansells for the stuff that they had actually sold. That the Gormans knew that they were going to abandon the store, so they stopped paying on their debts, which required Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to act. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate alleges that Crystal basically ransacked the store and failed to pay out creditors, including the Mansells, knowing that she and Gorman were leaving the country and abandoning the store to move abroad. Again, those
Amon is the guy with the mustache. CEO, guy with the mustache.
The allegations, I don't know who's telling the truth. So this is bucket 2 stuff that was sold but not paid out to Mansell. And to the extent that there were sets that were sold but not paid out, Mansell would probably have a claim against the original franchise, the Gormans, and perhaps become a creditor to the new franchise. And that is complicated in ways that I don't even want to go into, but that is different from a consignor bailment relationship. And it wouldn't surprise me that if a store that is behind on its debts and doesn't pay out what it owes to creditors also doesn't pay out some of its debts to the consignor also, especially if it's being taken over by the corporate mothership, or if it's being ambushed and taken over, which we'll talk about in a second. But as a franchisor, Bricks and Minifigs Corporate does have a right to take over a store that is in breach of the franchise agreement or is going to be abandoned, and it looks like it did have a security interest in the assets that the franchise owned. Now, there's obviously a lot that's going on here in this one particular event. I don't know that it's especially clear whether it is Bricks and Minifig Corporate that is taking over this franchise, whether it is the new franchise owner, the new franchisee owned by Best and Johnson, or whether it is Minifigs Corporate taking it over for the benefit of the new franchise owner. And BAM's own termination letter, quoted in the Gormans lawsuit, lists the alleged debts as $25,000 in royalties, $23,000 in unpaid rent, and a $48,000 purchase balance. And those alleged debts only add up to about $97,000, which BAM offered to waive if the Gormans surrendered everything and released their claims. But here's the thing. How much the Gormans owed is probably legally irrelevant to who owned Mansell's collection. Now, we'll come back to that in a few minutes. But McNeff said that the contract permitted BAM to offset store assets against the outstanding debt, which he described as, quote, similar to an asset seizure in a bankruptcy sale. Now, that makes sense, but McNeff's analogy is inapt because bankruptcy does not magically convert someone else's property into the debtor's estate. In both bankruptcy law and secured transactions, a creditor can ordinarily reach only the debtor's interest in property, not assets the debtor merely possesses but does not own. Now, that distinction is especially important in consignments, because if Mansell retained the title to the unsold Legos, I'm sorry, the plural of Lego is Lego. So dumb. But
what?
Is especially important in consignments, because if Mansell retained the title to the unsold Legos, I'm sorry, the plural of Lego is Lego. So dumb. But
that's why. That's been throwing me off with so many of these. Like with this. That's throwing me off so fucking hard.
Under the agreement, then the franchisee possessed at most a limited right to display and sell the collection for commission, not ownership of the collection itself. So a franchisor exercising contractual offset rights could therefore seize only whatever interest the franchisee actually had. So if those are the underlying facts, the better bankruptcy analogy actually cuts the other way. Trustees routinely distinguish between estate property and third-party property held by the debtor, because property belonging to someone else must generally be returned, not liquidated to satisfy some other person's debts. So for example, if you loan your car to a friend and that friend then goes bankrupt, the court can sell all of your friend's stuff, but they can't sell your car because your friend doesn't own it. In other words, people can't take what you don't own. So in essence, a creditor can offset against the debtor's assets, but the legal dispute here is whether the Star Wars collection was ever the debtor's asset in the first place. Okay, so the Gormans say that when they told the company that they were considering moving to another country, BAM held a friendly mutual separation meeting the morning of November 14th, 2024. But BAM said nothing about an immediate takeover, but later that same evening apparently ambushed them. The company sent a representative to the store to demand the keys and threatened to call the police, warning that if he resisted, he'd, quote,
No way. Damn. These guys are nasty.
To the store to demand the keys and threatened to call the police, warning that if they resisted, he'd, quote,
We talked to her. If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit.
That representative was Kai McAllister, BAM's director of operations. And while McAllister ran the seizure in person, he was on the phone with Brandon Best, who turned out to be the incoming new owner, all while Crystal Law was being walked out of her own store. The whole exchange was captured on the store's security system with a Ring recording corroborating it. And the Gormans told McAllister on that recorded call that the store held Mansell's consigned collection and that Mansell had not been paid for unsold sets. According to her complaint against the company, McAllister responded that BAM's corporate office was, quote, assuming responsibility for the consignment agreement. That is, of course, contested. Then the next day, when Crystal Law again tried to sort out paying Mansell, a BAM representative brushed her off, and according to the recorded conversation, quote, Law stated that the consignment collection owner has not been paid his percentage yet, and that, quote, if I don't have my tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay. And apparently BAM's representative dismissed her concerns, stating, quote,
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. If taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
Now, later, every person tied to Bricks and Minifigs, from the CEO to the new owners, would later insist they knew nothing about the consignment.
It's like another case. It's like another case where someone should talk to a lawyer. That's it seems I don't want to just assume, but given the fact that they say that that she owed money in some capacity, that maybe that's where the like maybe if there was consignment authorization or acknowledgement of any kind outside of that acknowledgement, that it's like, all right, well, this will cover the debts or some shit.
Alternatively, that this conversation wasn't binding on the relevant parties. Now, there are some circumstances where one employee doesn't have the ability to bind the whole company. This is complicated and is going to turn on a lot of facts that we don't have. But as she was removed, Crystal photographed the shelves. Her lawsuit says that she and Gorman took roughly 220 photos and 11 videos that night documenting the inventory. And the photos show Star Wars sets marked with her yellow dot stickers, the markers identifying Mansell's property, still in the store. The Ring camera also shows Brandon Best inside at 7:12 p.m., with people detected through at least 8:34 p.m. The Gormans also say that BAM cut their access to the inventory spreadsheet in every other business system, so they couldn't even print the records tracking each consigned item. And apparently Bricks and Minifigs Corporate did not send over a formal notice of immediate termination until hours after the agent was already in the store taking the keys. And in fact, Crystal can be heard on the video mid-seizure saying, quote, you might want to let them know to send me that email. And when the night ended, the Gormans left with a single box of personal belongings. Now, spoiler alert, eventually Bricks and Minifig Corporate is going to sue pretty much everyone involved. And you can imagine why. You have various franchisees engaging in conduct that they don't like and possibly hurting the Bricks and Minifig brand. Now, this is its own legal can of worms, but suffice to say, they haven't exactly covered themselves in glory either. Now, the store and its inventory passed to new franchise owners Brandon Best and his partner Joshua Johnson. Now, Best apparently handled inventorying the store after the Gormans were removed. Now, what was that inventory worth? Well, lots of different numbers have been tossed around. In later filings, Bricks and Minifigs claimed the store inventory was worth only about $38,000, of which just $5,000 was in Lego sets. But that number is difficult to square with a store that spent months marketing. Bricks and Minifigs claimed the store inventory was worth only about $38,000. Of which just $5,000 was in Lego sets. But that number is difficult to square with a store that spent months marketing a $200,000 collection. But of course, the Mansells had every incentive to use the highest number possible. And the Gormans say that the store had about half.
And also the opposite too. Also the opposite
of Mansell's collection in its inventory, estimating the value at over $100,000.
All the footage and evidence is there. In the security cam footage, it's him at the store kicking her out. In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, how am I supposed to pay this guy? These are sets he has not been paid for.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
His own corporation is sitting there on.
So that just has to do with like. That sounds like, you know, just tracking. Like it's like, oh, I need to do paperwork, and they're like, don't do paperwork, please. Goodbye. That's what that. It sounds like they're literally, dude. It sounds like they're just trying to cover whatever debt there would be.
Saying they're going to take it.
After this woman got kicked out of her own store, she called Brian explaining how corporate just came down and is now trying to take the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection without paying for it.
Now, Bricks and Minifigs Corporate alleges in their later lawsuit that they had no knowledge of the underlying consignment agreement. In other words, they were a bona fide purchaser with no notice of the consignment. They also claim that the Gormans still have never provided a fully signed contract of that consignment agreement with Mansell. And obviously, a lot turns on the security camera footage that involves a conversation about the consignment arrangement. Now, I'm going to say that that video is somewhat ambiguous as to what it actually means, and I'm not sure, even if it's crystal clear, if that qualifies as sufficient notice to put a bona fide subsequent purchaser on notice. And I'm sure the Bricks and Minifigs Corporate would argue that even if that conversation were crystal clear, and even if a phone conversation is sufficient notice to perfect the creditor rights of the Mansells, it happened after they had already taken over the abandoned store, which doesn't affect their rights as a bona fide purchaser, which we'll talk about in a second. And then Bricks and Minifigs Corporate also alleges that Best and Johnson, the new owners who owned through their company Baker Salem, had no knowledge of the consignment agreement either. They allege that the new rights of the Mansells is sufficient notice to perfect the creditor rights of the Mansells. If that conversation were crystal clear, and even if a phone conversation is sufficient notice to perfect the creditor rights of the Mansells, it happened after they had already taken over the abandoned store, which doesn't affect their rights as a bona fide purchaser, which we'll talk about in a second. And then Bricks and Minifigs Corporate also alleges that Best and Johnson, the new owners who owned through their company Baker Salem, had no knowledge of the consignment agreement either. They allege that the new owners didn't take over the abandoned store until early in 2025. And on top of that, Bricks and Minifigs claims that Mansell harassed the staff of the store seeking compensation for the consignments, and that after Mansell confronted the franchise staff, Best and Johnson tried to corroborate the contract, including with staff who worked at the prior iteration, who worked with the Gormans, and those staff members told them that there was no such consignment contract. So,
zero paperwork on 200,000 in inventory is sus. Yeah, even if it is the 100,000 that now they're trying to say, it's still like, okay. Well, it seems like there's reference to specifically that inventory that is not being tracked, and she's being told, not your business. That's for corporate. Goodbye, see ya. And then for everyone to be like, no idea what happened with basically anything. There is a contract that, well, corporate is saying that they weren't made aware of any of it.
Bricks and Minifigs and the new owners Best & Johnson claim to be bona fide purchasers for value. Again, this is a factual mess. I have no idea who's telling the truth here. But I can also imagine that when you have a messy takeover of a store, a lot gets lost in the shuffle. And it's important to note that the general rule, and I think probably the main counter argument here, is that a subsequent bona fide purchaser, someone who acquires a property for value in good faith and without notice of a prior claim or interest, takes that property free of many pre-existing rights that otherwise would have bound the seller. And that's yet one more reason why you follow your UCC1 financing statement, so everyone in the world has indisputable notice of your claim. Now, we also don't know for sure how many sets were sold. The Gormans claim that they were prevented from doing a full accounting by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate when they were terminated. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate says that almost all the sets were sold by the Gormans and that they were the ones that refused to pay out the Mansells. And we don't know what Bricks and Minifigs represented to the new franchise owners.
How could you do that without the accounting? Without your own accounting, how could you say that?
Best & Johnson when they took over. Did Bricks and Minifigs know some of the sets were Mansells? Did they have knowledge of that? Could they have had knowledge of it? Did they tell Best & Johnson? And even assuming that Best & Johnson and their company Baker Salem knew that some of the sets were Mansells, they might not have known which ones. Some were probably marked, but seemingly not others. And the termination created a fog that might have made it impossible to know exactly how many sets were left, how many were sold, and how many were paid out.
And if you didn't know exactly, if you didn't know exactly, how the fuck did you not know exactly? Like, this isn't a small amount of Lego. Jordy, it's America. No one but criminals do accounting. True. Have you watched Bruce Green's stream? I don't know who that is. Bruce Green.
Imagine no one knows the full story here. And some of that might have been intentional, some of it might have been negligent, and some of it might have just been a byproduct of an emergency situation. So what happened to the Lego sets?
So Brian called the store to see what was going on.
Called the store and I said, what happened to Crystal? And he goes, well, that's kind of a private matter, but the corporation's taken over the store. There's something I can do to help you with. I said, well, yeah, I am the owner of about half your store's inventory. All those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. And he goes, I don't know anything about that. I said, well, you better get to learn about it because I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection.
Now, Johnson and Best say they informed Mansell that they had no knowledge of his consignment and that his property was no longer there.
So I went down to the store, brought a copy of the contract.
That's contradictory, but...
You need to let me in back and let me see the sets that you still have. All you have to do is let me in back. We can go that route or we can go to court. And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms and goes, let me tell you what's gonna happen. If we go to court, we're gonna drag this thing out so long and you're gonna end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten out of it, that it ain't worth it, man. So if that's the route you want to go, and I go, that's really the route you want to go, rather than just letting me walk in there. And he goes, nope. What am I to do?
So at least at some point, Mansell provides a copy of the consignment contract and a formal termination to the new owners, if not BAM Corporate itself. Now, Bricks and Minifig Corporate claims that they still never have a fully executed contract, that they only have a version that was unsigned. But also keep in mind that at this point in this saga, Bricks and Minifig Corporate doesn't have possession of these Legos. It's the new franchise that has possession, the one owned by Best & Johnson. So Bricks and Minifig Corporate can't turn over the sets as so many people on the internet have demanded. They don't have the sets. Still, the new owners, Bakers and Best, saying, sue us, you'll spend more money than you're due, while probably true, is also obviously a bad look. But Mansell believed that the sets were still in the store because people he knew had gone in and confirmed their presence. And so on December 30th, 2024, Brian Mansell walked into the Kaiser Police Department and reported what he believed was theft of a substantial Lego collection that he says remained in the Bricks and Minifig store after the Gormans lost control of the business. And according to the police report, Mansell told officers that he had entered into a consignment agreement with Crystal Law Gorman, under which he retained ownership of the inventory until sale. Mansell told the police, quote, his lawyer sent a letter via certified mail to terminate the contract with Bricks and Minifigs. And according to Mr. Mansell, the contract required that the products be returned to him within 10 days, but this return did not occur. Now, the police investigation went in multiple directions. The officers interviewed Mansell, Crystal Law, Brandon Best, and BAM leadership, including Eamon Neff and Kai McAllister, and they also bagged photos, video, and inventory spreadsheets, security footage, and the consignment documents into evidence. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate told police consignments were a, quote, unauthorized franchise practice, that BAM terminated the franchise over unpaid obligations, and that the store assets were seized, while also claiming items believed to be Mansell's had been set aside. But Johnson, the new owner of this franchise, also claimed that he had the right to that property. Here's the statement that he made to police, quote, "However, due to the claim that Mr. Mansell continues to call the business despite being told not to and encouraging others to do so as well, he does not want to give these items to Mr. Mansell. He added that he also doesn't feel he needs to, since the store's inventory became his once he took it over." So,
dude, what the fuck?
that he also doesn't feel he needs to, since the store's inventory became his once he took it over. So he didn't want to give the items to Mansell because of Mansell's phone calls? And why didn't the police order him to return the sets to Mansell immediately? I guess we'd have to talk to the DA. Now, Mansell told police that Crystal had taken some sets home after a store break-in for safekeeping, and that she later returned them. He recognized those returned sets in the store afterward. But when the officer asked whether he verified everything had been returned, Mansell admitted that he had not checked every item, only the, quote, expensive sets that were back. Then in January 2025, the officer knows, quote, Crystal contacted he returned them. He recognized those returned sets in the store afterward. But when the officer asked whether he verified everything had been returned, Mansell admitted that he had not checked every item, only the, quote, expensive sets that were back. Then in January 2025, the officer knows,
Sorry,
safekeeping, and that she later returned them. He recognized those returned sets after a store break-in for safekeeping, and that she later returned them. He recognized those returned sets in the store afterward. But when the officer asked whether he verified everything had been returned, Mansell admitted that he had not checked every item, only the, quote, expensive sets that were back. Then in January 2025, the officer knows, quote, Crystal contacted Mansell and found some of his product at her house, returning 230 plus minifigures, 12 to 13 smaller sets, and Cloud City sets. The officer explicitly says it was unknown whether she took them during the lockout or had possessed them all along. So the police suspected Crystal, and this had the effect of making Mansell believe briefly that the Gormans stole his property. But the thing is, even after those returns, Mansell maintained that major pieces of the collection remained inside the store after the store had been turned over to the new owners and corporate had terminated the original ownership agreement. And photographs taken the night of the takeover appeared to support him. And in a supplemental report months later, police documented photographs taken the night the Gormans were removed from the store. According to the investigating officer, those photos appeared to show numerous Lego sets matching Mansell's description of his inventory, complete with the distinctive yellow stickers he said identified his property. One photograph included Brandon Best in the background, and the officer estimated the value of just the identifiable sets at more than $6,200, including items she couldn't price. Now that number might be low because it's only what one officer could count from photographs. Or it could be correct. Part of the explanation here might be that there were so few sets left that Best and Johnson saying it's not worth it for the lawyers to be involved might be because it was a really, really low amount. Now, fellow attorney Leonard French, who has also covered this saga, thinks that this is a slam dunk case of theft once the new owners have notice. I'm pretty skeptical though. So this seems like it could be a pretty good criminal case, right? Someone owns property, another person's not turning it over. Well, initially the Kaiser police treated the dispute as civil and closed the case, telling Mansell that there was not enough evidence to proceed criminally. Now, Mansell disagreed and continued pressing the issue. And in May 2025, after additional evidence was submitted and at the request of the Mansell family, police forwarded the matter to the Marion County District Attorney for review. The officer even warned Johnson and Best that if property values exceeded $10,000, potential criminal exposure could include aggravated theft. But on May 30th, 2025, the district attorney declined to prosecute, concluding the dispute was a civil matter to be, quote, resolved between the attorneys already involved. Case closed. Now, a prosecutor declining charges is not a finding that no one committed a crime. It means prosecutors concluded they either couldn't prove criminal intent beyond a reasonable doubt or thought the ownership tangle belonged in civil court. or it was just a matter that was too small to warrant the resources of a criminal prosecution. Now, a matter can be both civil and criminal at the same time. If someone steals from you, the state might prosecute them for theft, but if you want to get your money back, you would sue that person directly for the claim of conversion. We saw something very similar in the O.J. Simpson case, where he was found not guilty of murder in the criminal prosecution, but in the civil case, he was found liable by the estates of the murder victims, and he had to pay civil damages. But you don't need to say, try to run a fake lottery to convert something into a criminal matter. It already is or is not a criminal matter, and it can be both at the same time. But that leaves the central question hanging: when a franchise collapses, who owns the third party's property that's sitting inside that store? Now, when BAM Franchising terminated the Bricks and Minifigs Kaiser...
You mean who has responsibility for it?
Property is the central question hanging. When a franchise collapses, who owns the third party's property that's sitting inside that store? Now, when BAM Franchising terminated the Bricks and Minifigs Kaiser franchise owned by the Gormans in November of 2024 and assumed control of the store and its contents, did ownership of Brian Mansell's unsold Star Wars Lego collection transfer to BAM Corporate or the successor franchise operators, or did ownership remain with Mansell under Oregon law? Well, under ordinary Oregon property law and the Uniform Commercial Code as adopted in Oregon, ownership of the unsold Lego collection likely remained with Brian Mansell. Note, however, that when you sell things via consignment, you really should file the UCC-1 financing statement. Leonard French, your favorite copyright lawyer, did a really great video on the various legal liabilities of this case, which you should...
Oh, hey. That is my favorite copyright lawyer.
Definitely check out after you finish this one. But Leonard has this to say.
Under Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code, specifically Section 9102A20, a consignment of goods worth over $1,000 to a merchant is functionally treated as a secured transaction.
So, as Leonard discusses in that video, if the consignor can prove the consignee is generally known by its creditors to be substantially engaged in selling the goods of others, and this location probably was, the consignor's rights are generally superior to the creditors. So even if Brian Mansell didn't fill out that notice, he still can win. And here, the Kaiser store advertised the Mansell collection, it was on their social media accounts, and the store sold over $100,000 worth of Mansell's collection. So arguably, the creditors had to have known what the store was selling, and that exception probably applies. But like Leonard says, if you're ever in this situation, file the UCC-1 notice. Now, regardless, a successor operator or franchisor taking possession of a retail store ordinarily acquires only those ownership rights held by the franchisee. And because the consignment agreement expressly provided that title to unsold sets remained with Mansell until they were sold, the franchisee possessed only a contractual right to market and sell the goods. It did not have ownership of the goods themselves. And the seizure of the store by either BAM Corporate or the next owner transferred the possession of that collection, but probably not the title. Now, the starting point is the written consignment agreement executed on November 22nd, 2023 between Brian Mansell and the Gormans. And Section 4 says, quote, consigned merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold. That means that the store only had the right to market and sell the property, not to confiscate it and keep the profits. And Section 5 reinforces that interpretation. It placed responsibility for, quote, shortages, loss, or damage on the store while the property remained under its control, which is more consistent with custodial possession than ownership. So, if the original franchisee did not own the collection, the next question is whether BAM or successor franchise operations nevertheless acquired ownership through the franchise termination process. Now, BAM Corporate says it finalized a business and asset purchase agreement with Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best on March 27, 2025, and that their company, Baker Bricks, operated as replacement franchisees, that it assumed none of law's obligations, and that Johnson and Best were never parties to Mansell's consignment. But the Gormans counter that the new operators were selling from the seized inventory as early as November 15, 2024, which is more than 4 months before the asset purchase. And they say that corporate transferred the store inventory and goodwill without ever providing them with an inventory appraisal or accounting. Reckless Ben later asked Johnson about this.
You mean the one that they were specifically told not to do?
And here's what he said.
I didn't sign a contract. I didn't sign that agreement. I didn't agree to anything in that.
And now I finally understand the legal loophole that Josh is using to get away with this. and it's probably the stupidest loophole I've ever heard in my entire life. Josh is claiming that it's not his name on the contract, it's the previous owner's, which makes no sense because in the security camera footage, he tells the previous owner that he's going to be the one taking over the contract now.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
And I guess this is some sort of just contract loophole he's trying to use to steal the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection.
In order for me to be under contract, I have to sign something.
Or you had to take it over from the previous owner, right?
Nope, that's not how the law works.
Yeah, it is.
Now, there are several points to make here. If Best and Johnson were selling Mansell's consigned sets from November 15, 2024, if they were doing so before any asset purchase existed, they probably have no colorable claim of ownership at all. And even after they signed a franchise agreement with Bricks and Minifigs Corporate on March 27, 2025, BAM Corporate still could not convey title to property that it never had. And an asset purchase doesn't necessarily cure that problem. It documents the disposition of property that was never BAM's to sell. And the assertion that they assume no obligations contradicts their other claims. BAM and its operators cannot simultaneously disclaim the consignment and also retain and sell the consigned property. If Johnson & Best assumed none of the consignment obligations, then it had no contractual right to Mansell's goods, and yet they may have continued to sell Mansell's goods. Now, knowledge is also an important issue here, but it definitely seems like everyone involved had actual knowledge of the fact that someone else owned these sets. And generally, a transferee cannot receive greater ownership rights than the transferor possessed. And this is summed up in one of those Latin phrases you learn in law school, nemo dat quoad non habet, or one cannot give what one does not have. And applied here, BAM Corporate and its new franchise owners could only seize or receive those rights that actually belonged to the Gormans. So if the franchisee owned fixtures, inventory, goodwill, or contractual rights, those assets could transfer upon termination. But if the franchisee merely possessed third-party property under consignment agreement, seizure of those premises would not ordinarily extinguish the original owner's title. So in practical terms, taking control of a building containing someone else's property does not automatically transform that property into the successor's assets. And a landlord who retakes leased premises does not become the owner of the tenant's belongings merely because those belongings remain inside. And similarly, a warehouse purchaser ordinarily does not acquire title to goods owned by warehouse customers simply because those goods remain in storage, because a contract for storage is a bailment rather than a sale. Okay, so in sum, the takeover likely only transferred possession of the collection, not ownership. But the other question is, what legal obligations did BAM corporate or successor operators assume when they took possession of the store and its contents? Well, Oregon recognizes principles of bailment. For example, a party entrusted with possession of another's property assumes duties of reasonable care and return. And that means that if the new operators, Johnson and Best, inherited the Mansell collection, they likely stepped into at least a custodial role. That means that once they had notice of competing ownership claims, treating the property as unquestionably their own became legally riskier. And the concept of notice is particularly important here because BAM Corporate and its successor operators allegedly received multiple forms of notice about the consignment agreement, including statements from Crystal Law on the night of the seizure, identifying yellow stickers marking certain sets, inventory spreadsheets, direct communications from Mansell, a formal demand letter from Mansell's attorney, and photographic evidence of specific inventory. And if proven, such facts could tend to support the argument that BAM Corporate and the new operators knew or had reason to know that at least some disputed property may have belonged to Mansell. And it's likely at that point they had the legal obligation to take care of that property, insure it, and probably return it to Mansell when he asked them to. And under those circumstances, continuing to sell, withhold, or transfer the Star Wars sets is a serious problem. And so, now we get to the first lawsuit. And no, it's not by the Mansells. Actually, Law and Gorman, the original franchise owners, filed a lawsuit with 12 causes of action. And as we talked about, this lawsuit alleges that Bricks and Minifig Corporate did not turn over the lease or bank account, making it impossible for the Gormans to effectively operate their franchise. And thus they claim that they are absolved from any debts or infractions that they incurred because the corporate made it impossible for them to comply. But what about Mansell? What claims would he have? Under Oregon law, the strongest claim they have is probably conversion, which generally occurs when a party intentionally exercises dominion or control over another person's property in a manner seriously inconsistent with that owner's rights. And Oregon courts have described conversion as wrongful interference with ownership interests sufficient to justify requiring payment of the property's full value. In plain English, conversion is the civil version of theft. You can't sue someone for theft, you would sue them for conversion. However, in Oregon, the tort of conversion requires more than just mere interference with another person's property. If a party merely possessed the property temporarily or negligently mishandled it, that conduct may fall short of conversion under Oregon law. However, where a defendant exercises ownership-like dominion over another person's property, like selling consigned goods, refusing to return them upon demand, or incorporating them into store inventory, or otherwise treating them as its own, the interference is more likely to qualify as conversion because it substantially impairs the owner's right to control that property. So to the extent that the new operators retained, sold, or exercised dominion over Mansell's consigned Lego inventory without authorization, Oregon law supports a potential claim for conversion. But it's also a huge factual dispute about how much property that is and the value. At base, it's way less than $200,000, and I think at this point it's undisputed that it's less than $100,000, but it might be as low as $6,200.
Sorry, of the original?
Base, it's way less than exercise dominion over Mansell's consigned Lego inventory without authorization. Oregon law supports a potential claim for conversion. But it's also a huge factual dispute about how much property that is and the value. At base, it's way less than $200,000.
Of how much is less? Left over?
$100,000. And I think at this point it's...
Because Bricks and Minifigs said it's the original collection. This is the number that they're giving right now. This is their new lowball. Is 95 to 100,000.
Undisputed that it's less than $100,000, but it might be as low as $6,200. And in fact, as the police reported, some of the sets were returned, including the incredibly expensive Cloud City set, which Crystal Law had in her possession at her home.
I thought that was returned to the store, not to the original owner, because it was taken away from the store because of the theft. It was put aside. I thought it was returned to the store.
Rather than at the store. But the strongest defense available to BAM likely arises under Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code, which is codified in Oregon law. And that's because commercial consignments sometimes operate differently from ordinary property disputes, because the UCC protects creditors who might reasonably believe goods displayed in a store belong to that store. And that makes sense. Imagine you're buying a store and the seller of the store says you can have everything that's inside of that store as part of the sale. You, as the buyer, would assume that they have title to everything that's in that store. So if a consignor fails to perfect the security interest by filing appropriate financing statements, competing creditors can sometimes obtain priority over consigned goods. However, here, several complications weaken that defense. First, Oregon's version of the UCC contains exceptions where the merchant is generally known by creditors to substantially engage in selling of the goods of others. And whether Bricks and Minifigs generally or this particular store qualifies would probably be a factual question. But here, the franchise's business model of acquiring, trading, and reselling third-party Lego collections would probably complicate the BAM corporate reliance on creditor protection principles. And second, these rules generally protect creditors who are misled about ownership. If BAM corporate or the new franchise owners had actual knowledge of the consignment arrangement or a clear reason to know that the goods belong to Mansell, and here it seems like they did, the equitable rationale for the rule becomes weaker. And third, even if priority rules complicated title disputes between creditors and consignors, they would not necessarily eliminate obligations concerning identified third-party property once possession and notice existed. But what body of law actually governs whether a successor Bricks and Minifigs operator or Bricks and Minifig corporate, the franchisor, become responsible for their predecessor store's consignment obligations? Well, franchise law would be the starting point, but neither federal law or state law directly answer that question. The FTC governs the franchisor's pre-disclosure obligations to a prospective franchisee, but it's silent on whether the franchisee inherits the legal obligations of the predecessor. Some states have entire codes of law to define the relationship between franchisors and franchisees, but it looks like Oregon's laws governing franchises are pretty narrow. They focus on ensuring that the franchisor doesn't make misrepresentations to its franchisee. So that means we have to look at state law doctrines. Now, the default rule under Oregon law is that the party which...
That shit's in 50 houses untracked by now? Oh, man. Yeah, I wonder. It'd be really hilarious if, like, the actual amount of what was left over at that time was, like, $20,000. And, that they just have the receipts like sitting around somewhere, and that the remaining sets are just like literally just in random people's houses.
Purchases a business.
That would make the whole Reckless Ben saga very, very funny. With the amount of like threats and lies and swatting and all of that happening. For like such a actually small amount.
Does not automatically assume the seller's liabilities. So if a successor purchased the store's assets, they would not necessarily inherit the consignment agreement. And that's because contracts generally require privity. That is, you can only sue parties who actually signed and were parties to that contract. And it looks like the new franchise owners, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson, tried to rely on that fact that they did not sign the consignment agreement. That agreement was between the original Bricks and Minifigs franchise owned by Law and Gorman, the BAMF Salem 1 LLC on the one hand, and Mansell on the other. But that doesn't mean that the new owner gets to seize Mansell's property either, because there are, of course, exceptions to this rule. For example, if the successors, Johnson and Best, or the franchisor, expressly or implicitly assumed those liabilities, or if the sale is a mere continuation of the predecessor business, or if the purchase was a de facto merger, then they would assume the assignment contract.
The lawsuit done right could bust $500,000 for actual fuck-ups. I mean, we'll just think about it like this, where the situation actually ends up being the people that are charged the most are going to be Crystal and Ben. And that Ben, because of the content and because of like the things that he was doing and saying to the the owners or the managers or all of that shit, ends up owing more than anybody else.
And you can see why this has to be the law, right? Otherwise, the franchisor would have the ability to one weird trick their way out of liability by just terminating the franchise and setting up an exact new one in its place. And some of the facts indicate that Bricks and Minifigs corporate and or the new owners intended to take over that consignment. Remember, there was that discussion with McAllister where he said the company was assuming responsibility for the consignment agreement or something to that effect. Now, I think that statement is sort of ambiguous as to whether they mean Bricks and Minifig corporate or the new franchisee or whoever. But if true, that's a pretty direct statement. And if a court found that Bricks and Minifigs corporate...
Makes me wonder what Ben makes from his videos. A lot. I mean, he probably makes even more from his Patreon. His Patreon probably makes a lot more than his videos do. With that being said, check out my Patreon. I will see you guys next time. Hopefully part 3 gets put out. If not, then we probably won't return. We probably won't return to this content until something big happens or part 3 comes out. I mean, we can like check in on it, but I don't know if there's like a... Oh, well, we didn't look at Crystal's accounting, but... I'll go do arson. Don't do that. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you guys later. We need to do background research on Ben by watching his cult videos. Maybe. Past time you can't control us anymore. True. See you guys later.
Delay, what the fuck? Arson? Nah, I'm too busy stealing Lego from old farts and plotting my poop empire. You think I'd burn shit down? I'm the boss of bricks, not the fire starter. Chill the hell out. Exendude says 761. You want the Botkin Express? Buckle up, shitbird. This ride's gonna be a poop storm of chaos and dumbassery. Hop on or get the fuck out of here. Ha ha ha!